Mic check. One, one. Hello, check one. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Voice clear? Sound clear at the back? Kunju, can you just go back and see? Mic check, mic check. थोड़ा सा बेस बढ़ा है हल्का सा check one hello check mic check hello good thank you good morning check mic check thank you hello Org hello can I have all the organizing team at the photo booth quick all organizing team at the photo booth Or- ah organizing team at the photo booth please everybody 16 degrees and a mild breeze blowing. Guys, I want to do a voice check, huh? Just see if everything. Salam walaikum, sabal khair, namaste, and good morning. Okay? Should I repeat? Good? Okay.
हेलो हेलो चेक चेक साउंड चेक हेलो चेक साउंड ठीक लग रहा है चेक साउंड चेक 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 लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन नंबर टू चेक नंबर टू चेक गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन चेक चेक गुड मॉर्निंग पीछे भी ठीक है ओके वेलकम सर थैंक यू परफेक्ट है कल सेट कर दिया इन आपकी टीम ने पूरा एक चीज बताएं if I speak with this on this also it is not a problem right okay ladies and gentlemen करेक्ट 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 ये तो बस एक्ट करेंगे ना हम जो इम्प्रॉम्प्टू एक्ट है उसमें स्टेज का एक्ट है उसमें लगेगा
ladies and gentlemen, a quick announcement. The breakfast has been served in the buffet area. I request all of you to please quick grab a bite before the event starts. I repeat again, the breakfast has been served in the buffet area. We request all of you to grab a bite before the event starts. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start shortly. The chief guest is expected momentarily. I request everybody to please settle down. It's here. You see, you'll see one of them. morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start shortly. I request you to please settle down.
At RSM Kuwait, we go beyond adapting to change. We help you take charge of it. As part of RSM Global, whether it's assurance, tax, or consulting, with a team of over 190 professionals, we simplify complexities and empower bold decisions, serving industries like finance, healthcare, technology, and construction, bridging global excellence with local expertise. RSM Kuwait, experience the power of being understood.
To better understand your business, sometimes you need a different perspective. One that takes nothing at just its face value. That dives deeper into detail to find deeper truths and greater insights. And at Deloitte, this is just where we begin. Connecting the brightest minds with effective processes and world-class technology, we go beyond expectations to deliver the highest quality audit and assurance services. We focus on the detail so you can see the bigger picture. Deloitte, beyond the expected.
At Protivity, we ensure your business is future-ready. As we collaborate to solve problems with innovation at its heart, your trusted advisors for business and technology consulting, internal audit, data, and digital transformation. We are global and truly independent, delivering confidence in a dynamic world. That's Protivity.
Your business runs on documents regardless of what department or industry you are in. Managing your information is a challenge. From financial statement and employee records to files containing legal documents, or even construction plans that are paper or digital information you need keeping business running smoothly. Your employee could waste hours in a day searching for the information they need to do their job. Our archiving services, transforming paper files into digital format stored in secured server. We capture, organize, and index all of your documents. With our mobile solution, find your exact document you are looking for and do full keyboard search to find what you need in a matter of seconds. Anytime, anywhere, from any device. Your information is secured in the server with advanced encryption and data access control. We eliminate the risk of loss, damage, or compromised documents.
Is your office struggling with mountains of paperwork? Transform your workspace with document management and backlog digitization services. Enjoy a streamlined workflow, improved productivity, and a professional workspace. We begin with document identification. Our team prepares and sorts the documents, ensuring accuracy and efficiency. Using advanced scanning technology, we capture every detail and index each document for easy retrieval. We rigorously check the scanned documents for clarity and completeness. Our software can automatically process thousands of documents, whether they're physical or digital. Transform your business with Cube Innovators.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I request everybody to please be seated quickly. Assalamu alaikum, sabah al khair, namaste, and good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this beautiful morning. It is bright and sunny outside with 16 degrees and a mild breeze blowing. Inside, it's a comfortable 22. However, things are about to get warm as we take off on a day-long journey full of invaluable insights, expert opinion, and a few surprises. So let's get our seatbelts buckled up and shall we take off? I request everyone to please rise for the Kuwait national anthem followed by ICI motto.
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रदब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनाद्यति कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता
Thank you everyone. As Indians, we are proud of our culture and traditions. And one such beautiful tradition is lighting of the lamp at the starting of any ceremony that we do. Light symbolizes knowledge, and that dispels darkness from our hearts and our lives. And I request CA Aditya Dhanuka to accompany our dignitaries, His Excellency Dr. Adarsh Swaika, Mr. Mishal Alkas, Mr. Sabha Mubarak Al-Jalawi, and CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal to please light the lamp. Request the dignitaries to please remain on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to unveil the souvenir. I request the office bearers to please join us on the stage for the unveiling of the souvenir. Special mention to our editorial team and CA Manish, who has been the backbone for getting this in shape. Aditya, I request you to please be on the stage. I now request Chairperson Sri Aditya Dhanuka for his opening address.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Esteemed members, distinguished guests, and future-forward financial minds. It is with great pleasure and anticipation that I welcome you all to the ICI Kuwait chapter's 4th Annual International Conference, Leap into the Future Together. Before I touch base on today's conference theme, a word about ICI Kuwait chapter and its rich history. Kuwait chapter of ICI was established in 2007 to facilitate opportunities for professional development, learning and networking for around only 40 members. But today, I take pride as a chairperson to say that we are a community of more than 500 members in the country, contributing to the Kuwait economy in various roles as C-suite professionals, board members, auditors, and trusted financial advisors, etc., etc. I still remember our very first annual conference, which was held in 2019, under the leadership of CSI Devta, who is not present here today. The memories are still fresh. The learnings were amazing. We continued that rich learning experience every year, and here we are for the 4th annual conference. Friends, after expanding new horizons with care in previous year, we felt it is imperative to take a leap into the future together. Friends, today we stand at the precipice of a new era, a time of unprecedented geopolitical challenges, technological advancements, economic transformation, and global interconnectedness. The financial landscape is evolving at an astonishing pace. Landmark innovations such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, quantum computing, and are reshaping the way we work, the way we invest, and the way we manage risk. These transformative forces are both a challenge and an opportunity. The demand that we constantly learn, explore, articulate, and prosper by embracing the change with open minds. I hope these learnings from the conference will guide you, empower you, enable you to seize the opportunities that lie ahead. In the next 6 hours, we aim to take a leap into the future, delve into the future of our profession, role of AI analytics in business strategies, trend of financial markets, and Kuwait tomorrow and its vision 2035, which is shaping the sustainability of the future for each one of us. I urge all of you to engage in the thought-provoking discussions, network with industry leaders, and shape our insights and experiences. Before I conclude, I would like to announce we have 3 important things lined up. So I would like to let you all know, ICI is hosting WOFA, World Federation of Accountants, in New Delhi from 31st January till 2nd Feb. And I will request the team to play the AV.
Arthashastram, Dharmashastram cha, meaning economic principles, Arth, and ethical considerations, Dharma, which are central to the work of accountants. The entire world is deliberating about impact of climate change coupled with disruptions of artificial intelligence. India has given philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam to the world and successfully hosted G20 summit on this theme and also launched Global Biofuels Alliance. The accounting profession also has an enormous responsibility to guide the world, where accountability meets innovation so that vision can be converted into solution. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, being the world's largest accounting body after the successful hosting of WCOA 2022 and GLOPAC, proudly presents before the world World Forum of Accountants 2025. Where accountability meets innovation for a sustainable planet. The world's brightest minds will exchange insights, explore emerging trends, and unlock the possibilities for the profession. Where foundation will be laid to shape the vision for the future of accounting profession. Hosted at Yashobhoomi, the largest convention and exhibition center in the heart of India's capital, New Delhi, inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, is all set to host the congregation of accountants from around the world. And while you're here, experience the vibrant culture and heritage of New Delhi, a city where history meets modernity, offering unforgettable memories.
World Forum of Accountants, an experience of 3 days, insightful discussion, groundbreaking innovations, and unparalleled networking opportunities.
With immense pride, we invite you to WOFA 2025, taking place, happening from January 31st to February 2nd, 2025 at the magnificent Yashobhoomi, New Delhi. Experience 3 days of insightful discussions, groundbreaking innovations, and unparalleled networking opportunities. World Forum of Accountants 2025 is where you need to be, where accountability meets innovation, AI for a sustainable planet. Join us at WOFA 2025 from January 31st to February 2nd, 2025 at Yashobhoomi, New Delhi. For more details, visit wofa.icai.org.
Guys, I'm excited. Hope you all are excited too. I would urge all of you to kindly participate and witness this mega event, WOFA, which is a history in making. And to build the excitement, I would like to announce that everybody in the room from the CA community, whoever registers, including the guest, the chapter will reimburse 50% of the registration fees. Second, we have the first ever GCC conference being hosted in Oman, wherein all the GCC chapters are coming in together as a collective strength and jointly conducting a conference which is scheduled on the 18th and 19th of January. Request the AV team to please kindly play the video.
GCC chapters of ICAI, Muscat chapter of ICAI, Kuwait chapter of ICAI, Abu Dhabi chapter of ICAI, Doha chapter of ICAI.
These are all the chairpersons of the
Bahrain
respective
chapter
chapter.
of ICAI, Dubai chapter of ICAI. Proudly presents first ICAI GCC seminar at Hotel Sheraton, Muscat, Oman, on January 18th and 19th, 2025.
Marhaba. Namaste.
Assalamu alaikum from Abu Dhabi. Assalamu alaikum.
Ahlan wa sahlan.
Namaskar. Salam alaikum from Dubai.
Get ready to witness history in the making.
Together, we are stronger, and the journey has just begun.
Together, we are stronger, and the journey has just begun. Together, we are stronger, and the journey has just begun.
Together, we are stronger and the journey has just begun.
Together, we are stronger and the journey has just begun.
Welcome to Oman and let the journey begin. On the edge of transformation, ready to leap forward, celebration of unity and progress begins here. Welcome to Muscat.
As it said, together we are stronger and the journey has just begun. So guys, whoever is interested, please register, contact CEO Umesh Soni, he will guide you. And last announcement, we have the first ever startup conference hosted by the Indian Embassy in association with ICI, Kuwait and GUST to showcase the synergies between India and Kuwait in the startup ecosystem, which is scheduled tomorrow, 8th of December at GUST. We have shared the detailed agenda along with the invite to all the members. So we hope all the interested members have registered. In case you haven't, please contact CA Ketan. We are there and we really look forward for this event. So by this, I conclude and wish you all a fruitful and an inspiring conference. Thank you so much and looking forward to the day. Over to Ketan.
Thank you, Aditya, for the opening remarks. And we are really looking forward to having all of you at all three conferences mentioned. I now request our Vice Chairman, CA Rohit Agarwal, to please come on the stage and introduce our chief guest.
Hello everyone. It is my distinct honor to introduce His Excellency Dr. Adarsh Shweka, the Ambassador of India to Kuwait, a seasoned diplomat with over 2 decades of service in the Indian Foreign Service. Dr. Shweka has demonstrated exceptional leadership and a deep commitment to fostering international collaboration and understanding. Dr. Shweka holds PhD in chemistry from Delhi University and joined the Indian Foreign Service in the year 2002. His impressive career includes posting in Moscow, China, Bangladesh, and Sofia, where he worked tirelessly to strengthen India's relationship with these nations. He has also held critical roles in Indian Ministry of External Affairs, contributing to global negotiation on the Paris Climate Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals. Since assuming his role as an ambassador to Kuwait, he has been instrumental in advancing trade and investment opportunities, promoting cultural exchanges, and supporting the vibrant Indian community in Kuwait. Fluent in English, Hindi, and Russian, he brings a unique blend of expertise and cultural understanding to his work. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Dr. Adarsh Shweka, the Ambassador of India to Kuwait.
CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, President of Indian Chartered Accountant Associations of India, CA Aditya, President of Kuwait Chapter of ICAI, esteemed dignitaries from Kuwait, members of ICAI Kuwait Chapter and other distinguished members of the Indian community and our Kuwaiti colleagues, friends from the media. Good morning, and first of all, let me thank CA Aditya and his team for inviting me to this very important annual ICAI Kuwait Chapter Conference. I'm happy to see a very, very large turnout of professionals from India who are working in very senior positions in, I can say with great certainty, in almost every sector of Kuwait, in most of the top businesses, financial institutions, banking, and other sectors. That shows how good our Indian community is integrated with the Kuwaiti society, both in terms of professional expertise as well as in all sectors of the economy. We are also proud that we are the largest expatriate community in Kuwait, the community of first choice, something which my Kuwaiti friends say that they are proud of it. We are a peace-loving community, we are hardworking, and most importantly, we are trustworthy. So we thank the Kuwaiti side for their very warm sentiments about Indian community, and I can assure them that we will always live up to their expectations and continue doing the good work which we have been doing. Secondly, I also want to give you a sense of our bilateral relations. We are on, if you can see, for the last 6 months, we are really on an upward trajectory. We had very quick political exchanges. I'm just coming from Delhi. We had His Excellency, the Foreign Minister of Kuwait, visiting Delhi. We had earlier our External Affairs Minister visit Kuwait in August. We had His Highness, the Crown Prince, meet His Excellency, Prime Minister Narendra Modi in New York in September. And I think in coming times, we are going to see some important, significant events from the bilateral perspective. And that's a very, very good sign that both countries are ready for an upgrade of the relationship. Somehow the relations were dormant for some reasons, but I think time has come to take the leap. I think the topic today is also apt for our bilateral relations. We have to take a leap. a leap to the future, and I think both nations, the leadership of both countries are committed to making this a very, very important relationship. It has been. Historically, if you see what India and Kuwait share, I can say that very few countries can boast of that partnership. But today, it's an opportunity, a chance to rejuvenate our relationship. I think the leadership of both countries recognize this, and this is going to happen in the times to come. There are opportunities for both our countries. Kuwait with its new Vision 2035, I think the architect is sitting here, and India's Viksit Bharat 2047, a developed country. I think there are a lot of complementarities, there are a lot of synergies. You see Indian companies executing large-scale infrastructure projects in Kuwait. We have good investments from Kuwait in India. I think we are up to grow both in terms of an economic cooperation. Mind it, economic cooperation will be the barometer for this relationship. We have very strong friendship, people-to-people contacts, which you all signify today here. We have excellent cultural relationship. I think where there is scope is the economic relationship, and where I think I'm happy to say that institutions like ICI, IBPC, I think President of IBPC is here, IDF, all the institutionalized associations in Kuwait are working very closely with the embassy to see where we can make a mark, how we can improve our business relationship, because this will be the real benchmark of our bilateral relations in times to come. So I think this conference will, I think, surely come up with new ideas of how we can better our economic relationship, also create opportunities for our expert chartered accountants from India and Kuwait. We need to learn from each other's experiences, from particularly both the Kuwait audit institutions and the ICAI, and therefore I think such events are important to keep us abreast with the latest findings. And lastly, since there are so many of our Indian friends here, I would say that we also have a very big event coming up, the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas, from 8th to 10th January in Odisha, and I would expect and I would appreciate if more and more of you could register for the conference, join the conference, because ultimately it is for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for such a wonderful opening speech to our conference. I request C. Aditya Dhanuka to please felicitate His Excellency Dr. Adarsh Swaika, and I request C. Rohit to please come. Thank you. I now request C.A. Sonia Titus to introduce our guest of honor, Mr. Mishal Al-Khais.
Thank you, Ketan. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to welcome Mr. Mishal Al-Khais, Assistant Under Secretary at the Ministry of Finance, representing Her Excellency Ms. Noura Al-Fassam, Minister of Finance and Minister of State for Economic Affairs and Investments. Ms. Noura has the distinction of being Kuwait's 17th female minister, underscoring the nation's commitment to women's leadership. We are truly humbled and grateful that Ms. Noura has accepted our invitation, and we have the honor to welcome Mr. Mishal today on her behalf. We also feel privileged to say that this is the first time that we have a speaker from the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Mishal is a distinguished figure who has played a critical role in shaping and implementing Kuwait's financial policies, consistently demonstrating exceptional leadership, strategic insight, and a deep commitment to public service. His expertise and dedication to the ministry's goals have garnered him great admiration and widespread recognition within the financial community. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Mishal Al-Qais to share his insights.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني أن أكون معكم نيابة عن معالي وزير المالية ووزير الشؤون الاقتصادية والاستثمار المهندسة نورة سليمان فصام في هذا المؤتمر الدولي السنوي الرابع بعنوان القفز إلى المستقبل معاً، والمعد من قبل معهد المحاسبين القانونيين الهندي فرع دولة الكويت. الحضور الكريم، إن هذا المؤتمر ينعقد في فترة انتقالية مهمة تسعى فيها الدولة إلى التحول الرقمي للنهوض بمستويات إنتاجية أعلى ورفع كفاءة الإنفاق العام والانفتاح على القطاع الخاص. ولما كان هذا المؤتمر يضم نخبة من ذوي الخبرة والتي ستساهم في تعزيز بيئة الإبداع وتطوير أساليب العمل وتحقيق الأهداف المستقبلية، آملين أن يحقق هذا المؤتمر أهدافه وأن تكون نتائجه مصدر إلهام ونجاح لجميع المشاركين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Request C. Arita Dhanuka to please come on the stage and felicitate Mr. Mishal. Thank you. I now request CEO Umesh Soni to introduce Mr. Sabha Mubarak Al-Jalawi, Chairman of Kuwait Auditors and Accountant Association. Thank you, Umesh.
Thank you, Ketan. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce the special dignitary of today's event, a highly accomplished professional whose contributions span a wide array of expertise in accounting, auditing, and arbitration. He holds a bachelor degree of accounting from Cairo University. He previously served as the head of investment portfolio cases department at the General Department of Experts, Ministry of Justice, chairman of the board of directors for the Kuwait Accountant and Auditors Association since 2023. He is a member of the dispute resolution He is a member of the Dispute Resolution Committee at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He has contributed as a member of the Fact-Finding Committee for both the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and Public Authority for Ministry. He is a certified lecturer at the Kuwait Institute of Judicial Studies and General Department of Experts, Ministry of Justice. He holds key leadership positions, including Head of Arbitration Center at the Kuwait Accountants and Auditors Association. He also serves as a member of Board of Trustees of the Professional Companies Center. His expertise in the field of accounting and auditing has been recognized at numerous conferences in Kuwait as well as internationally. It's truly to welcome you at our flagship event, sir. So ladies and gentlemen, I would request to please give a big round of applause for none other than Mr. Sabha Mubarak Al-Jalawi.
السلام عليكم السادة الحضور. بداية أود توجيه التحية لمسؤولي الجمعية الهندية لتنظيم فعاليات هذا المؤتمر، والذي يمثل انطلاقة حقيقية في تطور القطاع المالي وتقديم أفكار غير تقليدية بشكل يعزز ويطور من قدرات مزاولي مهنة المحاسبة والمراجعة من خلال حضور كوكبة متميزة من عالم المال والأعمال. وما من شك أن تواجد هذا العدد الكبير من قادة الفكر والمال يمثل اهتمام كبير بصناعة مستقبل وتقديم رؤى غير تقليدية تعتمد على الريادة والابتكار واستخدام التكنولوجيا الرقمية والذكاء الاصطناعي بشكل احترافي. كما يشهد عالم المال ومهنة التمويل تحويلات كبيرة وعميقة في عالمنا اليوم، مدفوعاً بالتقدم التكنولوجي والتحولات الجيوسياسية والمشهد التنظيمي المتطور وظهور معايير محاسبية جديدة. ونحن نقف على حافة عصر جديد من تلك التحولات، فإن من الضروري لمزاولي مهنة المحاسبة في مختلف القطاعات الاستعداد لمثل تلك التحولات التي بدأت مع جائحة كورونا والتي تركت أثر كبيراً ومتزايداً. كما أن مؤتمر اليوم فرصة كبيرة لتبادل الخبرات بين المشاركين، وهو ما يعزز القدرات المهنية للمشاركين. كما أن موضوعات المؤتمر التي يتناولها بمثابة دعوة للعمل لواضعي السياسات والمتخصصين في تكنولوجيا المعلومات وقادة الأعمال والمهنيين الماليين ليس فقط لمواكبة التحولات الجارية، ولكن أيضاً لاستكشاف الجديد وتحدي الفكر التقليدي واعتماد منهج الأوجه في بيئة تمييز الفرص والتحديات. وأتمنى أن يخرج المؤتمر بتوصيات تضع مزاولي المهنة على طريق التطور والازدهار من خلال مناقشات ثرية وجادة لأهم القضايا والموضوعات التي تهم القطاع المالي والمختصين. وللختام كل التوفيق والسداد للحضور والمشاركين في هذا المؤتمر، وشكراً.
Aditya, I request you please come and felicitate Mr. Sabha. Umesh, please accompany. Thank you. Well, now I request CA Shweta Chopra to introduce our very own CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, President, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. CA Shweta.
Thank you, Ketan. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to introduce our keynote speaker for today's event, CA Ranjit Kumar Agrawal. He is a seasoned professional with strong organizational skills, a penchant for excellence, and academic acumen. CA Ranjit Kumar Agrawal ascended to the 72nd position of the President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for the year 2024 to 25. His long outstanding affiliation with the Institute spans epoch, having been chosen for 3 consecutive council terms, that is 23rd, 24th, and the 25th, preceded by 2 consecutive terms in the Regional Council. Demonstrating enthusiasm and commitment to keeping pace with technological advancements, he actively engages in the integration of artificial intelligence and automation to build a futuristic workplace and workforce by emphasizing continuous training, upskilling, and reskilling. CA Ranjit Kumar Agrawal's proactive approach, commitment to innovation, and apt use of modern technologies make him a guiding force and inspiration for all. With a view to propel India ahead, he initiated the CA Business Leaders 40 Under 40 campaign to build leaders for tomorrow. Recognizing and celebrating the achievements of 40 young CA professionals under the age of 40, highlighting his commitment to fostering excellence and innovation within the industry. CA Ranjit Kumar Agrawal has passionately represented India and profession on various international forums, striving to position India as a global accounting hub. Currently, he is a member of the International Panel of Accountancy Education, group of IFAC, a board member of South Asian Federation of Accountants. He also represents ICAI on the Integrated Reporting and Connectivity Council and board meetings of the Pan-African Federation of Accountants, as well as Asian Federation of Asian Federation of Accountants. C. Ranjit Kumar Agrawal, a graduate of Calcutta University, has attained exceptional heights through his remarkable actions. He now strides forward, assuming charge as the president of ICAI, adorned with his accomplishments and propelled by the vision of manifesting the aspirations encapsulated in India at 2047. In this pursuit, he endeavors to further elevate India's stature on the global stage, envisaging his ascent to becoming an eminent economy, thereby illuminating the world with its brilliance. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me in welcoming President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, C.A. Ranjit Kumar Agrawal.
This chapter has given the slogan, leap into the future. And if you want to leap into the future, you have to raise the bar. And they have given something to raise your bar. Thank you very much, very respected His Excellency Dr. Adarsh Swaika-ji, Mr. Missel, Assistant Under Secretary, Ministry of Finance, Sabah Mubarak Al Jalawi, KAAA, very good relationship we have with ICA, we have our MOU. Aditya Dhanuka, the chairperson of this very vibrant chapter. All the leaders of the 6 GCC chapter we have here today. Very respected future vision given the Kuwait 2035, how the Kuwait will be. And all the very respected members of our profession, thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. India and Kuwait, we had a very good relationship, and today also we had a very bright and futuristic relationship. Kuwait is the 6th largest exporter to India of the crude oil. Almost 3.5% of our requirement is filled up from Kuwait. But on the other hand, India is the exporter of to Kuwait talent, expertise, and trust. So India and Kuwait has a very good bilateral relationship that we cherish, and we are very proud of. We are in Kuwait. Thank you very much to all of you who are from Kuwait. 1 million experts, 1 million Indians are in Kuwait. That's the largest Indian diaspora outside India in Kuwait. It's a very remarkable number. In India, from India, Kuwait is there. Back home, all of you might be missing India. I know you are physically here, but your heart and soul is in India. But the most important part which I cherish whenever we talk in India, that Indians are trusted and India respectable every nook and corner of the globe because of the 3 regions. One, they are very hardworking. Second, they are very, very adaptable. Whenever something new comes, we try to adopt ourselves and transform. And third, we are very, very trustworthy. Because of these three important reasons, Indians are respected across the globe. And we are very proud that Indian Chartered Accountant, Mr. Jalawi, let me tell you, now today, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has crossed 400,000 chartered accountants in the world. 400,000. And we have 950,000 students which are pursuing chartered accountancy. And the best part of this number is every third chartered accountant in India is a women chartered accountant. And this 950,000 students, it's unprecedented in the last 2 decades, where the participation of the girls has increased phenomenally. And we have 950,000 students, 44% are girls pursuing chartered accountancy. So, by the way, these are the numbers which are making India proud, we proud, and how India is growing. There was a time till I was told 1961, the Indian rupee was also legal tender in Kuwait. And their time is coming, how the India is coming on the global map. We are the fastest growing nation of the world. More than 7% growth we have. We have $4 trillion economy we have. We have the third largest startup ecosystem of the world in India. We have most youngest population of the world is in India. The total global digital transaction happening in the world, 46% are happening alone in India, out of the total global digital transaction. And we are the 4th largest stock market, capital market by terms of market capitalization. 4th largest stock market of the world, which has given the more return than US and China if you have invested money in Indian stock market, in Indian company. And the way the country is growing, a country which has 2.4 land area of the world, hardly 2.4 land area of the world is catering 18% population of the world. Having just 2.4 land area and catering 18% population of the world, that is the pride we have as India. And that's why the way Indians are respected across the world, our chartered accountants, 42,000 Indian CA are spread across the globe in every part of the world. We have grown up for 52 foreign chapters in 47 countries of the world. This is the size and the scale the Indian chartered accountants are operating. And that's why we have launched first time ICI CA Diaspora mobile app. What does it mean? It means if you are downloading this mobile app by ICI, whomsoever downloaded this app, you can see their details. You can talk to them. You can connect with them. You can engage with them. If 42,000 CA across the globe has come on the one platform through this initiative of ICI, through ICI CA Diaspora mobile app, I can tell you, we are the largest network of professionals of the world. If we can come together and do all these kinds of stuff. So we have a huge strength. We have a huge strength in terms of our capability, in terms of our capacity, and in terms of the talent Indians have. And because of the huge examination and the respectable examination system we have, huge syllabus, you can see it's a high widespread syllabus we have, comprehensive syllabus, and the kind of examination system we have. That's why Supreme Court of India in many occasions has said, if you want to learn how to take examination in the country, learn from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. That is the order. That is the written order written by the Supreme Court in 2 occasions. That's the pride we have, and that's why we are very fortunate to be a chartered accountant. We are very fortunate how we are advising the clients, we are advising the company, advising the government, and then we are financial ecosystem. If you see the budget of our Honorable Finance Minister 2 years before, she has talked about Sapt Rishi, 7 pillar which will take India to the global map as a Viksit Bharat in 2047. And out of these 7 important areas, one important area was financial sector. We are the trusted and mandated by the parliament of our country to be a financial certifier. Last 75 years, when this institute was set up in 1949, we are the only professional in our country which has been given this mandate, what is true and what is not true. What is true and what is correct and not correct. This mandate has been given to only chartered accountant in India, so that every financial transaction happening in the country has to be certified or mandated by chartered accountant. If you see the 2 biggest reform India has seen in the last decade, that was the one GST. GST, Goods and Service Tax Act, came in 2017, and it has transformed the entire ecosystem of India. It has brought the informal sector to the formal sector. If you see the number and the growth and the percentage, India had the inherent capacity. Because of the GST, things are coming on the paper. Things are coming on the balance sheets. And that's why the GST has become a game changer. Second biggest reform came insolvency and bankruptcy law. Now, if you see in India, we have limited resource. It's a country of 1.4 billion people. We have to feed them, we have to inhabitable them, we have to educate them. 1.4 billion people with a land size of 2.4 of the world. And how we can, so we have a limited resource. But one thing we have unlimited talent, unlimited talent in the sense, so the insolvency and bankruptcy law says, if you are running a factory, and the factory you are not able to create value by running the factory in the resource of the country, you have to leave. You cannot run anymore. Somebody more competent will come, take over, and run the factory to make this factory and the company as a creation of value of the resource of the country. That is the genesis of insolvency and bankruptcy law. Because of these 2 major reforms, the banking sector in India has become so robust that last 12 years, the lowest NPA of the Indian banking system is in today, and that is hardly 2.8%. 2.8% NPA of the entire banking advances in country because of this 2 biggest reform in our country. And because of the robust mechanism we have in terms of the Companies Act, in terms of the RBI Act, in terms of the CAG, in terms of SEBI LODR, because of this robust oversight mechanism, the Indian financial balance sheets are clean, and they are now in a position to be listed anywhere across the world. And the major contribution, why I'm telling you only 2 biggest reform, the major contribution of bringing this reform to the ground level, to be implementable position, is done by one professional, and that profession is the profession of chartered accountant. Leap into the future. Together we have to leap into the future. The way things are moving, overnight, whatever you are doing in the night, tomorrow it may not be there. It's a hard and the fast changing environment we are living. Overnight things are changing. And things are changing not because of fault of yours, because somebody more competent has come and he is vanishing all our existence, all the resources. So what is the way out? Artificial intelligence is one of the area which is now coming in the big way. Already it has come. If the models are working on the ramp, the human beings are not working now. AI-enabled models are working on the ramp. In the hotels, the receptions models, AI models are serving. In the restaurants, robots are working. In our accounting profession, if you want to take the stock taking of the wind power and the large capital assets, drones are going and taking stock of the situation. If you want to know what is the unusual transaction in the books of account of the SSC, the AI is helping you to find that. If you want to know what are the non-compliance in the books of account of the SSC of the various laws of the land, the AI is helping you to find out the non-compliance. If you want to know how to select the best audit team to do the audit, the AI is helping you. AI is doing phenomenal job that like never before. But what is the solution? Whether AI is a threat or it's an opportunity, which we have analyzed so far, any technological advancement or any artificial intelligence cannot override the human intelligence. As long as human beings are there, their expertise, skill set are there, no machine can replace them. But the rule of the games are changing. When you are sitting here, you have to sit there. The places are changing, the roles are changing. And that's why we are of the opinion as a chartered accountant body, a chartered accountant with a knowledge and a skill has such a huge capacity to transform the entire ecosystem. Artificial intelligence will not replace the human being, but a chartered accountant with a knowledge of artificial intelligence will definitely replace a chartered accountant without the knowledge of artificial intelligence. That reskilling, upskilling, and adaptability has to be inculcated if you want to be relevant in the times to come. And that's why in our institute also, we have this year formed a committee called AI in ICI. Now, 950,000 students goes through StudyMate, suggested answer, RTP, question bank. We have made a CA GPT. All these steps we have downloaded in the system. And now, today, if a student wants to know what is accounting standard 1, the system answer accounting standard 1 with the logical reasoning on the click of the button in the mobile phone. If the student wants to know this question came how many times in last 75 years, the system answer in the fraction of second. This facility, this AI in ICI as a CA GPT, which we have developed as a ring-faced, it is not going to the Google, it is going to the all the stuff of the ICI, we have already given to all these 950,000 students free of cost. We have now developed, and it's a very, we are the first accounting body who has been able to do like, it's a eye-opener. Now there are 5,000 listed companies in India. We have downloaded all the annual report of this 5,000 listed company in the CA GPT. Now what is the magic? If you want to know what is the related party qualification in this company, in a tabular format you are getting on click of the button of all 5,000 listed company. Who is the auditor? What is the audit fees? What are the notes on accounts? What are the adverse comment? What are the qualification? Everything now it is available by press of the button on your mobile phone, which we have already given to all our 400,000 chartered accountant free of cost. Why I'm telling you all these things? It is the era of collection of the information. How much you know doesn't matter. But whenever you want to know something, from where you can know, that is most important. The things are changing, the collection of the information, and once you have the information, how you can make an opinion, how you can advise the client, how you can make a change in the working of the SSC. That is the role the chartered accountants are playing. And that's why things are changing in such a fast pace. All these traditional work which we are doing are being done by the machine and the system. But we have a better opportunity. We have a larger role. We have to make an opinion. We have to advise the client. We have to make a big plan. We have to make the country bigger through our thought-provoking ideas, because all the stuff, routine work which we are doing will be taken over by the machine. So the role and the responsibility of the chartered accountant are increasing manifold. One of the most important areas is now coming, this sustainability reporting. Now we are reporting on the financial data. The law now says, instead of financial data, non-financial data are equally important to make a company going concern. Now the chartered accountant who are expert in the financial jargon, whether how much a company is polluting the environment through carbon emission, how much carbon emission is polluting a particular area, how much damaging they are making to the environment, whether you have to report that also, that era is also coming. In our India, RBI has taken a thought-provoking step which says they have given a consultation paper. If a company is polluting X number of CO2 in the environment, we will decide how much credit can be given to that company. If you are producing less, the more can be given. If you are emitting more, the less can be given as far as banking support is concerned, the money support is concerned. So the entire ecosystem will now work on the integrated reporting, financial data and non-financial data. And that's why we are working very hard how to make our chartered accountant be compatible on reporting on the non-financial reporting. In SEBI, top 1,000 listed company, BRSR, Business Responsibility Reporting Standards are there. That is for 1,000 listed company. But the IFRS Foundation talks about S1, S2, which we are yet to adopt in India. So how the entire world, whether IMF or World Bank or a monitoring agency, credit rating agency, how they will evaluate the performance of the company, this non-financial reporting is going to decide in the future. So we have to make our chartered accountant capable and competent on two very important fronts, AI and sustainability reporting. And that's why very soon, with the CPA Australia, CPA Canada, CPA England and Wales, and ICI, we are coming together to launch a global certificate course on sustainability reporting with some tinkering of the local jurisdiction, and this will be the biggest endeavor as far as sustainability reporting is concerned across the globe. And how the institute, which has become the largest accounting body in terms of the number we have, how India can be a global accounting and auditing hub. You might be aware, US, UK, Australia and Canada, mostly 4 countries, accounting work has already shifted to India post-COVID. If a pizza or a burger is being sold in US and UK, the accounting is being done in Gurgaon and Hyderabad in India. That kind of strength we have. And our Prime Minister has an objective in Gift City, Gandhinagar, how IFCA and the Gift City can be an offshore global hub. Whatever benefits you are getting in India, as a Singapore or a UK or a London, same benefit can be given to you in Gandhinagar, Gujarat. That rule making, that process, that procedure they have prescribed. Single window clearance, 10-year income tax exemptions, and all the benefits of the rates of interest they have already given in Gift City, Gandhinagar. So think over it. When you are in India, visit Gandhinagar, Gujarat, visit Delhi, how fast things are changing. Your body is here, the mind is in India. You have done whatever best you could do, not only for yourself, but your family, back home your family and your relatives and the society. Now the time has come. Time has come to give back. I used to say, first we, as a student, first we learn, then we earn. And the time is coming, we have to return. Return to your alma mater, return to your homeland, return to your motherland. I'm giving you a small story, how this institute is important. For each one of us, I was meeting Mr. NBK, CFO, Chartered Accountant, so many well-placed our members are there, heading the biggest organization in Kuwait. जब एक छोटे बच्चे को माँ उठाती है, तो उसे कमर पे रखती है, और then she also do the household work. The objective of the mother is to engage the child while doing all this household work. जब उसी छोटे बच्चे को एक फादर उठाता है, तो उसे कहाँ रखते? The father put the child on the soldier. The objective of the father which you want to tell the child कि तुम्हारा विजन मेरे विजन से बड़ा होना चाहिए, जो मैं नहीं देख सका वो तुमको देखना है. That is the vision of father. हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट में, our institute is working dual role, hand holding like a mother and vision like a father. Our responsibility here is to convert that vision into the value, so that the next generation who are sitting outside, when they join the profession, they should feel proud that yes, I am the member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Thank you very much.
I request C. Aritya to please felicitate our beloved President. C. Shweta. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now have a short coffee break for 10 minutes. And before that, I request all the dignitaries to please be on the stage for a commemorative photograph. And can we also have all the overseas guests? And the ExCom, all the ExCom members. We can have the ExCom and first, and then overseas guests in the second picture.
hello. Hey, all the committee members, please come for a picture quickly. Andali, please come fast. Quick, we're running out of time. Can you please come soon? Come on, let's start the next session soon.
Dubai, Abu Dhabi, all the 6 GCC countries, we need a picture with President Sir. Only the chairperson. Only the chairperson, please come on stage. I'll request all to settle down. I'm going.
Where is Chandra? Chandra? Chandra, please, if you are around, please come on the stage. Chandra. Okay, we have Bahrain, Abu Dhabi, Kuwait, President Sir, Rajesh Somani, Dubai, Gaurav Kapoor, Muscat, and our very own Kamlesh. The leaders of GCC and India.
At RSM Kuwait, we go beyond adapting to change. We help you take charge of it. As part of RSM Global, whether it's assurance, tax, or consulting, with a team of over 190 professionals, we simplify complexities and empower bold decisions, serving industries like finance, healthcare, technology, and construction, bridging global excellence with local expertise. RSM Kuwait, experience the power of being understood.
To better understand your business, sometimes you need a different perspective. One that takes nothing at just its face value. That dives deeper into detail to find deeper truths and greater insights. And at Deloitte, this is just where we begin. Connecting the brightest minds with effective processes and world-class technology, we go beyond expectations to deliver the highest quality audit and assurance services. We focus on the detail so you can see the bigger picture. Deloitte, beyond the expected.
At Protivity, we ensure your business is future ready. As we collaborate to solve problems with innovation at its heart. Your trusted advisors for business and technology consulting, internal audit, data, and digital transformation. We are global and truly independent, delivering confidence in a dynamic world. That's Protivity.
Hello, hello. Hi. Hi. Pleasure. Pleasure. Can we cut the music? Guys, can we cut the music? Yeah. I request everybody to please come back. We need to start the second phase. I request everybody to please come inside. Shall get everybody inside. Oh. We can all move inside.
Kale? Oh, sorry.
Bhavani, we can all move inside. Yeah, we are about to start. Get everybody inside. Get everybody inside. Can we all please move inside? Yeah. You can take this inside, so no problem. Shweta? All move inside. We need to start the session. We'll start. Can we all please move inside? We are about to start with. Jab sabko andar leke jayega. Inside, you can take the coffee inside. Absolutely. Apni conference. Was good. Excellent, excellent. I really enjoyed. Thank you. Amit, inside. मैं तो सब जा मैं दस जा और मोर लोग ले आएंगे आप चलो अच्छा बिग मैन Sir, I'm going to do a small skit on the stage. You have to save me 3-4 pizzas in which I'm going to say a seafood's name. Okay. इसको अलग निकाल के रख देना मेरे को चाहिए होगा स्टेज पे. हाँ. चलो अंदर 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 अंदर. Hi. Inside. Inside. No. Sit inside. You can't be standing here. You are the organizing.
As we collaborate to solve problems with innovation at its heart, your trusted advisors for business and technology consulting, internal audit, data, and digital transformation. We are global and truly independent, delivering confidence in a dynamic world. That's Protivity.
Hello. 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 Ladies and gentlemen, can we please settle down quickly? अब लगाया ना आपने पीछे डाल Hello. Hello. Click here. Click here. Guys, please all of you go out and get everybody in, please. Now, all of you go out and get everybody in. Ladies and gentlemen, I request everybody to please be seated as we are about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, can we all get quickly settled down, please? Okay. Now, anybody who's standing up in the next 20 seconds will not get the raffle. It's your call. Yeah. Oh, God. Man. What?
What is this, Ketan? You are walking
I
during
want
the
to
conference.
do- Aditya started this 5,000 steps a day challenge, and he told me you're not going to participate. You'll not get any gift in raffle. This is the only way I'll try and get something for me.
So this is the Movember challenge you are talking about?
Yeah, man, the same Movember challenge, 5,000 steps. I'm hoping to get something out of it.
You are not able to get those 5,000 also done?
Do I look like somebody who walks 5,000 steps a day?
I know many people in the hall present who can do 20,000, 30,000 steps.
I believe you're bluffing, man. Come on. 30,000 steps.
I have that name memorized in me. You
I
want
don't
me to call
believe
out?
you. Call. I don't believe you.
Deepak, CA Deepak, can you be here?
Come. I need a mic for this guy. 30,000 steps a day is not believable. So, first of all, can you not tell this to my wife?
See, I never talk to any wife other than mine.
What do you eat in the morning?
See, for a married man, if we get a breakfast, that itself is a good enough. You can't demand much.
Looks like he is surely going to win something from the Movember Challenge. However, we have something very interesting for all of you. We have, in our first raffle draw, 3 prizes to be won. Are we all excited? You don't have to walk, even 5 steps for that. Probably just 10 steps to come to the stage. That's it.
So the vouchers are from 20 KD worth 3 vouchers from Caesars, so from Lulu.
Okay.
So can we have the first lucky winner?
Can we take out the name? Wow, it's fancy, man. We're really moving ahead with AI, Aditya. Click it, man. Click it.
Binu
Mr.
Samuel.
Binu Samuel. Can you please have him on the stage?
May we have Binu Samuel on the stage? Yeah, here he is.
Binu.
I would request CA Aditya to come on stage.
Congratulations.
Can we have the next lucky winner, please? Any guesses?
Mr. NP Kumar.
NP Kumar.
So yes. Now, he looks like somebody who walks regularly. Can we have a third one? Okay, surprise. Anybody who says it's their name and it comes, I'll give our treasurer to give an extra gift to them. Right here, right now. Oh, it's come. Amit Arora. Oh! Okay, Amit is not here. He's left. Sorry, boss.
So the next one, please. Any guesses?
Oh!
Bhavin Kumar Kandaria.
Bhavin Kumar. We're making them walk for it. Thank you. As we move forward to our second segment, we have some very exciting speakers, and I request CA Bhavani Kumar Joshi to now please come on the stage to introduce our very special guest, Mr. Chetan Bhagat. Bhavani, stage is yours. So there's a momentary pause, just a very momentary pause. Mr. Bhagat will be with here right here. Okay, since we have few minutes, can I have a mic? Let's do something impromptu. Can I have a hand mic? Okay. Now, how about anybody would like to mention, especially our overseas guests. Can I have the overseas guests here? Can they raise their hands? Oh, we have right here. नहीं करवाना कुछ नहीं है sir, but just how does it feel to be a part of this community of the Kuwait CA chapter? Any thoughts? Any emotions? Any anger you want to express?
सही जगह पे पकड़ा है आपने. Let me put the thoughts. When I was coming tomorrow, I'm coming from Dubai. My name is Jayaprakash Agarwal. I'm coming from Dubai. And I love when I was boarding the flight, I was going through your theme. And I saw the theme is really beautiful. I love the theme. But I noted something else. I noted a small words, leap, and that was expanded. Leap, learn, and then something called explore, articulate, prosper. And when I read that, leap into the future, I wrote some lines on the plane. Let me put it this way. This was only for me, but now since आपने माइक पकड़ा ही दिया है, तो मैं सुना देता हूँ मैंने क्या लिखा था. And that is inspired by your theme of the chapter. I wrote, guessing future is always a gamble. Guessing future is always a gamble. You may be confident, but heart will tremble. Guessing future is always a gamble. You may be confident, but your heart will tremble. So let's stop guessing and do it in a style. So let's stop guessing and do it in a style. It's time to leap and make it worthwhile. It's time to leap. That is, learn, explore, articulate, prosper. It's time to leap and let's do it and make it worthwhile. It's time to roar. It's time to roar and make India shine. It's time to roar and make India shine. Together, it's our responsibility, your and mine. Thank you very much.
Wow,
Thanks a lot.
Man,
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Treasurer साहब कुछ देना बनता है, बाकी आपकी मर्जी.
Thank you.
Okay, now can I request CA Bhavani Joshi to please introduce Mr. Chetan Bhagat.
Thank you, Ketan. Hello, everyone. It is an absolute honor to introduce a person whose name has become synonymous with the contemporary literature in India. Someone whose words have touched the hearts of millions and whose impact extends far beyond the pages of his books. He has transformed the way we look at the life, tackling everything from the pressures of education to the complexities of love and relationships. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, I am talking about none other than Mr. Chetan Bhagat. Mr. Chetan Bhagat is the author of 14 blockbuster books. Some of them are 5 Point Someone, The 3 Mistakes of My Life, What Young India Wants, Making India Awesome, 11 Rules for Life, etc. Mr. Chetan Bhagat's books have remained bestsellers since their release. Many of his novels have already been adapted into successful Bollywood films such as 3 Idiots, 2 States, and Kaipo Che. The New York Times called him the biggest selling English language novelist in India's history. Time magazine named him amongst the 100 most influential people in the world. And Fast Company USA listed him as one of the world's 100 most creative people in business. Mr. Chetan Bhagat writes editorials for leading English and Hindi newspapers, focusing on youth and national development issues. He is also a motivational speaker, screenplay writer, YouTuber, and podcaster. Mr. Chetan Bhagat quit his international investment banking career to devote his entire time to writing and make change happen in the country. Mr. Chetan Bhagat studied at IIT Delhi and IIM Ahmedabad. He is married to Anusha, an ex-classmate from IIM Ahmedabad, and they have twin boys, Isham and Shan. Today, we are privileged to hear from him directly, someone who continues to inspire, challenge, and entertain us with his unique perspectives on life, culture, and the world. Please Join me in welcoming Mr. Chetan Bhagat to the stage.
Hi. Hi. Wow, it's almost embarrassing to be introduced at ICI events. I've come so many times. You know, not in Kuwait, but ICI, you know, na, what it stands for. Huh? If Chetan, always invite. And CA stands for Chetan, to aayega. So you have no choice, guys. I'm here. Thank you for having me once again. Keep opening chapters, keep calling me. You guys are reproducing like, I mean, not reproducing is the wrong word, growing. But it feels like reproduction. Because the first ICI event I did, I think it was 2010. Anybody remember those? Wow, you're really old, huh? Okay, like me. And like it used to be much smaller, right? And now more and more and more and more and more. How many chartered accountants do you need? I thought it's zero tax. Still now, but good. May your tribe grow. How many of you passed the chartered accountancy exam in the first attempt? Look at this, sir. Okay, so like, okay, yeah, it's always fun to do this, okay? You have to be honest, people. And if you are still not passed, admit it, okay? Yeah, just somehow, chalo. Okay, how many in the second attempt? Okay, 3 plus, 3 or more? 3, okay, 3, exact. 4 wale bhi hain. See, the more behind you see, na? See, the last rows are the ones. The last row, they are happy. 5 plus? Come on, 5 plus 5. Okay. Honest, yeah, it's okay. My own CA is 22 plus. In India, he's 22 plus. But he's still like, I mean, it's pretty good. Come again. Okay, that can mean a lot of things. But, okay. 7 plus? There are? Wow, look at this. 10 or more. There has to be at least 1 10 or more. Yeah, okay, good. Wow, so congrats for making it here and finally. So it's quite and I didn't pass, but I am giving a talk. This is what happens in life. Life is very unfair, right? And I've been very fortunate to be even called at the ICI, the main ICI events in India. And because I've come so many times and I discussed with the management here and they said, let's do something different. So I did something for them which was on Ethics Day. You heard of this? Ethics Day. So it's tough to do a talk on ethics and make it interesting because ethics presentation sounds like let's go to sleep. Right? And they said, but you don't want to do Ethics Day. And now here also I said, which one do you want to do? I gave them so many choices. We want to do ethics. Like, dude, now you're going to kill me. Okay? But I'm going to try. I think it's going to work here. Okay. So, firstly, like it's not very difficult. Hindi, how many people know Hindi? Okay. Most people. But we have some foreign dignitaries also. So, it's mostly going to be English. In Hindi, lying is called jhoot bolna. Is lying bad? No. My God. How do I do an ethics presentation here? This is a tough crowd, man. Okay. Now I have to convince you that, is lying bad? Generally. Yes. It is bad. There's no trick question, yaar. I'm just asking you. Like, yes. Like, you guys are ready, man. Okay. Okay. Bad? Bad or good? Okay, tell me what you feel. What do you feel? Don't just say like this. As if your wife asks you, am I looking fat? Is lying bad? Is your wife ever looking fat? No. So is lying bad? So then it comes, see that's where the problem comes. That's where the problem comes with ethics. Is stealing bad? Okay, now stealing is bad, lying is okay for this crowd. One man, his children, he has no food, his children has not eaten for 3 days. He goes to a banana shop and he steals 4 bananas for his children to feed him because the child is starving. Now is stealing bad? Mixed, right? Hard to say, right? And that's what I think any ethics thing is. It's very easy for me to come and tell you what perfect ethics are. But honestly, life is not perfect. Human beings are not perfect. Your wife is not perfect, but she is perfect. You have to tell her that. And stealing may be good or bad depending on the context, right? So, in this kind of a world, how do you navigate? How do you live a life which is broadly ethical, broadly like in the zone? So today, I'm going to be absolutely honest with you and talk to you about my journey, but not in terms of my career achievements. Wherever I have gone, whichever field I have gone there has been, in Hindi we call it jhol. What do you call it in English? Some scandal, some swindling, some lying business going on in every industry. There is nothing that is spared, And that is what has been very interesting for me. Of course, first I was in banking, investment banking, where you know what happens with clients. Aim of investment banking is to put the client's money in your pocket and then see if the client can be helped. Okay. Do ever people look up, doctors are respected in society, teachers are respected, army people are respected. What about investment bankers? Have you ever seen? Why? Right or wrong? Right? I'm not saying everybody's, but there is that sense. You have classified information, the client wants to hear something, you say something else, you value the IPO at something. There's so many different ways. So anyway, that was my earlier years. Can we get to the presentation? Okay, so it's called challenges of being upright. It is very difficult to be upright in this world. It is impossible. None of you are going to be ethical. Okay, it's not going to be possible. I'm telling you at the beginning of the ethics presentation. It is always going to be gray. Life is gray. Okay? What shade of gray you are okay with, that is the essence of ethics. There is nobody here who is going to live that perfect life. And that's why it's challenging to be upright. So these are my books. Again, I could say that these are my books. I'll give you one example of the scam that happens in the books industry. There are bestseller lists. If you go to any bookshop, there's a bestseller list. So when I started writing, I would go there and I would get the data of sales. But many times in the shops, they would not put my book on the bestseller list. And I was like, why? Why aren't you putting the books on the bestseller list? He said, your book sells anyway. People know your name. But these books are not moving. I have this stock of books which is not moving. If I put it on the bestseller list, some people come and pick it up. Chalo, it's in the bestseller list. Unethical? Yes. Is it a crime? Can you put him in jail? You can't put him in jail for putting some random book at number 5. It's not, there's no section of the law that I can invoke there. Ethically, should a bookseller be doing it? No. But does he do it? Yes. What does it do? It damages the books industry long term. You know why? Because people anyway don't read that much. They prefer to watch phones and everything these days. Somehow they get in the mood, let me go buy a book. Let me go to a bookshop. Okay, let me buy a bestseller. Because this is what people are enjoying. He or she picks up the book, goes home. It was not a bestseller. It was an inventory moving exercise. Right? And he says, this is so boring. Now, if bestseller is so boring, imagine how the other books are. I am never reading books again. and you've lost somebody for life. Now, who's going to tell the bookseller this? But this is what happens in this industry, the so-called books, pure industry where people are writing ideas and creating knowledge and all this nonsense. That's what happens. There's all kind of other jhol or scams happening, such as critics can be manipulated, all kind of things are happening. Fine. Let's go next. These are the movies I have been a part of. Like I said, normally I would tell you about the movies, but let me tell you about the jhols in this business. This is the industry of jhol, the movie business. In the front, it's amazing. They will somehow show you an amazing story, beautiful story, but behind the scenes, there is full jhol happening. Everybody is trying to steal credit. I've been in a very famous, those old enough here, remember the Three Idiots controversy? That was the first movie deal, the first deal I'd done. I was unknown writer at that time. And I signed the deal. I did my best, but I was powerless, you know. It's like if you have no power, what negotiation do you have? So I signed the deal. The paper said that they have to put properly based on the novel by 5.someone. It was based on my book. I have the legal documents. I got a little bit of, they paid me 1 lakh, by the way. The movie made 500 crores. That's fine. I did, that's okay. I was unknown. The movie added a lot of value to my life. Everything is not about the check I got that day. But what was extremely important was my name should come properly. They signed. It is in the contract that we will give the name based on the novel 5.someone by Chetan Bhagat. They gave the name. You know where they gave the name? Right at the end, next to the hairdresser. And you know where? In the end, they are showing the scenes of Ladakh, all the snowy mountains in the movie. So it's white. And my name is in white. I mean, today it's funny, but it wasn't funny that time for me. And what do I go? Do I go to court and say, well, why is my name next to the hairdresser? Why? But it backfired on them because I wrote about it, because I'm a writer. They forgot. And I wrote about it, that this is what is done. And this story was more interesting than if they had just given my name in the beginning of the movie properly. And then the whole movie became mine, because that's all people talked about. Sometimes unethical behavior backfires on you, but I'm just giving you one example. Meanwhile, so many other things happen. Big superstars see a script. They want to do it, but they're not sure. Maybe they'll get something better in the next 3 months. They say yes. I won't take names, but big stars. 2 states, for example, finally we had to make with. They did well, but that time Arjun and Alia were nobody. You know, they were like newcomers. But before that, for 2 years, big stars said yes to 2 states, said we are signing the deal, but kept waiting because something better will come. So we cannot go to anyone else because this big star said yes. And finally, they say yes to 6 people and choose what they want to choose. And the other 5, go figure out. Most of those projects get shelved. We were lucky we made it with beginners and made it work. But that's the reality of this business. This beautiful make-believe world business also has all kinds of shady things. I can go all night about Bollywood unethical stories. This is newspaper columns. Let me not even get started on media and ethics. You know, it is easy to manipulate. It is easy. Fake news is not something which is, you've all heard the term fake news. And sometimes you can make a mistake and give the fake news by mistake. But sometimes they know it's fake. But they put all kinds of fake news, all kinds of fake stories. And that's this business, right? I've also done these horror shows. For those not from India, these are Indian news debates, where nobody is allowed to talk. And I'll tell you the beauty of it. They always discuss one national problem. But I can tell you, thousands of shows have happened. In no show the solution has come. Not one show has ended saying, okay, good discussion, we should do A, B, C, this is the action plan. Never. It's just a dogfight done to provoke, to create all kinds of rifts, all kinds of problems. What to do? Wherever I go, there is unethical behavior. It's not illegal. It's not illegal to, insult someone. I mean, you can't say you insulted me, you hurt my feelings, you called me an idiot. I mean, you can't. But it takes away the quality of the debate. And it happens every night. And that is our news, sadly. I have a Guinness Book of World Records if there was a category like this. But there isn't. I tried. I'm the only English language author who has judged a Hindi dance show. Why have I done this? I don't know. India is an interesting country. Anything can happen there. So I've judged this dance show. And in this dance show also, my job was to judge who danced the best. But sometimes from behind, the producer of the show will send a slip of paper. Don't eliminate this contestant. She is from Maharashtra. Lot of our viewers are from Maharashtra. We are getting viewership there. If she goes, that viewership will go away. We don't care how she dances, keep her. Then what am I doing as a judge? Why do you need a judge? Decide based on your viewership. But no. I also learned a lot in this show. The power of makeup. I don't know if makeup is ethical or not. Because kind of you're hiding something, but kind of also you're looking better. I look like my son. But let me tell you, the power of makeup is not just on me. I do a lot of talks, right? Another scam industry is the motivation speaker industry. I'm sorry, I have come as motivation speaker, but I am telling you, I've been on your side, right? I've been in a bank. I've worked in a bank for 11 years, and I've attended motivation talks. I was also the last row guy, waiting for lunch. What is this motivation business, man? It's full scam. But I decided that I won't do it unless it actually makes a difference. Unless I don't leave people with some thoughts, which ideally drive them to action. And honestly, I'm telling you, whatever I talk about today, if you don't take some action on it, then I will also become a piece of content. I will also become entertainment. Then you might as well watch animal movie. The same thing. But if you take some action, which I'll give you some simple things, then it's worth it. Then it's worth me coming to Kuwait and do what I do. And the idea is to work on people's minds. I've done so many of these, studied so much of neuroscience related to motivation, that there are ways to not make it a scam. There are ways to make it work. All of us deep down know that there are some things about our life we need to change. We know. The idea is that if someone comes and honestly addresses that and tells you, dude, you got to change now, then maybe that moment becomes the day you say, you know what, enough is enough. That enough is enough moment can be created by a speaker. That's all I claim to do. Other than that, like I said, I can't motivate, like go out there, sell more. I can't do all that. There are those kind of motivation speakers also. Social media, I'm on social media, all these various platforms, full unethical behavior. Every day. People lie, people gang up, people troll, people spread fake news, people do anything for likes and comments, right? If you want, there's a term in social media called engagement farming. Engagement means someone interacts with your post, likes it, hates it, says something good, says something bad, it doesn't matter. Engagement matters. You have to come and engage. If you engage, the post gets engagement, the social media company amplifies your post. It shows it to more people. The more it shows, the more it goes viral. You have to get that one thing, engagement. You know? And it's called engagement farming. Literally, there are people whose only job is to create engagement farming. If I tell you something really good is happening in the world, okay, fine. How much engagement? Fine, move on, scroll. If I say something really terrible about somebody, about some community, about some people, something like that, which creates a fight, is it good for society? No. But is it good for engagement? Hell yes. It is amazing for engagement. So what is happening on social media all day? Only terrible, horrible things. And we see, if you see social media, you feel the world is collapsing. It's melting down. Because that's the only thing that is getting engagement farming. That's the only crop that is giving the yield. Good things are happening. Some parents are going to a kid's school annual day today, and they're clapping for their child and coming home, and it's normal, good life. But it's never going to come on social media. What is going to come is somebody fighting with somebody said something insulting, somebody said something bad. But I'm in this world. If I want to be relevant, if I want to keep my brand relevant, I have to somehow get engagement. But how do I make it happen with just positivity when only negativity is getting? It's tough, right? It's tough. Deep down, I also know the tricks. I also know if I say this is going to catch fire. Should I do it or not? So these are other kind of ethical challenges that come. Everywhere, books, films, print, stage, whatever I do, the world is full of. So I'm sure in your profession also, there is scope for unethical behavior. There is profit in unethical behavior. Why do people do it? There's some profit there. Otherwise, why would you do it, right? So, YouTube channel I have, same. I won't repeat it, but it's the same kind of engagement farming that happens there as well. When it comes to ethics, it's important to understand these three concepts: ethics, morals, and laws. I think if we understand this, it helps. Laws are the easiest to explain, right? Laws we know. Laws are written down. It's rules in a society. If you steal, let's say you do a small stealing, you get 6 months jail. If you cross a red light, you get this fine. It's written down, it's absolute, it's fixed. And it governs society. It governs a country, it governs a state, it governs a society. It's the rules, it's rules, what people have to follow. And it also governs the behavior between strangers, right? Like, I don't know the robber, but if he came to my house and steals something, now what do? That book tells you that this is what you do. You punish him like this, you try the case, whatever. If he's proven, he goes to jail, this, that. If he jumps a red light, I don't know him, but he jumped the red light in my town, okay, he gets this fine. It helps, laws are needed to help govern society, especially because everybody doesn't know everybody, right? So between strangers, the rules are the same. That's laws. That's easy. Ethics is basically how certain groups are governed. Only certain groups. So a doctor should ideally, if you are sick, you go to a doctor, ideally, the doctors should give you medicine that make you okay the fastest, and then you're okay, and then you go home, right? That's a good behavior. But if the doctor says, you know what, I think you should do this surgery, and then do one more surgery, and then I give you this medicine that you must take every day for the rest of your life. Not because you need it, but because there is some profit there. Because they are getting some cut from somewhere, some hospital, or big pharma companies are saying, please give medicines which are for life. It is true. You know, if look at from a pure business point of view, don't look at the good behavior. There is no money to be made in making people okay with one pill. It's stupid. He's sick, one pill, he's okay now. Now what do we do? Wait for him to fall sick again. But the best business, take a pill every day for the rest of your life. Netflix model, subscription model. That's where the real money is for big pharma also. Just as ICI, I do pharma company conferences. I just did one in Goa. It was called the Diabetes Group. And they were celebrating. Diabetes went up 20% last year. Superb. I was like, dude. I was like, yeah, we met our targets. So many Indians are getting diabetes. Yes, our record revenue. I was like, okay. That's how they think about life. I don't know whether it's ethical behavior or is that's what they do. I mean, you know, they are not looking at like, how can we make sure that people don't get diabetes only? No, 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 we want them to get. Because otherwise what happens to our business, right? So that's where like medical ethics come in, for example. That is the ethical behavior in a particular group. And that's when, like I said, it could be linked to laws when it gets really bad. Like when it gets really, really malpractice of medical malpractice, you can invoke the law. But a lot of times it's not. You go to a dentist and he knows he can fix you by doing a root canal and he says, I'm going to take out your tooth. I'm going to put implants. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do 3 x-rays, this like that. And you're like, I don't know if I really need it. Now, can you take him to jail for that? No. You cannot invoke the law there. It will come down to ethical practices, right? Same way for finance professionals, for chartered accountants, there will be certain ethical behavior norms which have to be there in the group, right? And that's what you need to understand, right? Sometimes it's called creative accounting, which is interesting. They have a very nice word they have come up with. It's called creative accounting. What does that mean? I thought accounting is about how things are. How can you be creative about it? So it's sometimes it may be okay to be a little creative, but how much is too much creative? You know, how much is not being creative but being fictional? But you are not writing fiction. When I write a story, I say it's fiction. When you publish accounts, you don't say it's, some of it are, you know, any resemblance to living beings and real companies is purely coincidental. You don't do that. So that's ethics, you know. Morals. What are morals? Sometimes this is the confusion. Morals are personal, individual at your level. So laws, all of society. Ethics, your group, professional. So if a real estate, like for example, real estate brokers, they can easily be unethical, right? They can say, oh, this will go up, they'll just buy now. All kind of things can happen. Oh, it's a great place. They know it's not a great place. There need to be some ethics for the real estate business, right? Morals are individual. And that's where my focus is. That's why where I'm addressing you. That what is your morality? What do you think is okay for you? And you have to be absolutely honest about it. You know, you cannot say things which people, when you at least talk to yourself, which people expect you to say. You know, you don't want to just like say it because I want to come across as a very upright person. Everybody has different morality in this room. Everybody has a different way of looking at things. And I think that's where it comes down to it. Are you okay with that creative accounting? Are you okay with not telling the client something that you think you should have told him, but you feel like, okay, fine. Otherwise, I won't get the order maybe. I don't know. And that's, a lot of it is individual level. But how to judge that? How do you know whether, how do you decide the line? Like I said, there is no absolute, right? Good, bad, there is nothing. How do you decide your gray? What is your gray color that you are comfortable with? Because nobody tells you, right? So, talked about laws. So the question comes, is it worth it? That's the way you judge it. The first thing you say is it worth it? Now, this is also really hard. Because how do you know it's worth it or not? Normally, there is profit in unethical or immoral behavior, right? Either you make money, or you get pleasure, if you are, say, cheating on someone, like adultery or something, or you are, having some substances which you shouldn't be having, whatever, there is some benefit that you are seeking there, right? Why are you doing it? Because there's something you are seeking by lying, by cheating, by things like that. Something is to be gained there. So how do you know is it worth it or not? What is on the other side? What is the cost of getting that, immoral advantage or unethical advantage? When you sit with friends, normally you are sitting with friends, or when you may not discuss it openly, but we judge each other by our success, especially when you are young. By the time you get to my age, it becomes less important. So there are some advantages of getting old. You don't really care as much. But when you are young, like I see you guys, a lot of you are young, you judge. They are friends, but you're also judging. What car they have, where do they go on holiday, how much money they are making, things like that. We judge. Oh, he has 1 million. Oh, he has 2 million. I have only 500,000. Things like that. We judge net worth, we judge possessions, material things. That's easy to judge. It's measurable, right? He has 10 crores. He has 20 crores. I only have 5. Oh my God, I need more, right? I need more money. Simple. And that's how we often judge people. How successful they are is how rich they are, or how recognized they are, or how famous they are, or something like this. What's their status in society? How up the hierarchy are they? But we don't look at some other things which are also extremely important. For example, is there peaceful sleep? We never sit with friends and say, who's sleeping nicely? Who's having the best sleep? That's not something we even aspire to. No, he's richer, I'm not as rich. We never think, but I'm sleeping better. I'm not doing this. I could have made more money if I did this. I don't know if this behavior is okay sitting well with me. I will lose some sleep. Not worth it. So one of the tests is, if you do this, is it going to affect your peaceful sleep? How many of you here sleep properly at night? How many of you get good sleep? Guys, look around. Not even 50%. Can you believe it? This is the state of humanity. We have advanced so much. 2024, right? We have all kinds of AI coming in, and you can do online shopping, and I can order a pizza and it will be here in 11 minutes. But we are not getting good sleep. 30-40% people said they are getting good sleep. So before I proceed on this, guys, just a slight digression. Peaceful sleep is extremely important in life. Extremely. You cannot be happy. I don't care how much money you have, what title you hold, what projects you're working on, what holidays you're taking, what is the size of your house, how fast is your car. If you don't have good sleep, you are not living a good life. You just can't. That's just the way human body is. And some people say, "Arey, it's okay, yaar. I'll sleep when I'm dead. I'll sleep next life. I mean, come on, it's time to hustle. 5 hours is okay with me. I can do it. I don't need it." Biologically, human body is a machine. Correct? You would agree? It's ultimately a machine only, right? There are some joints, there's some muscles, machine to move, machine to think, computer inside. You put the fuel, it runs, you can do certain tasks, mental, physical tasks. It's a machine. Now let's say you had a car, or you had a ship, and it needed maintenance. It needed servicing, it needed fixing, oil change, all these things. And you say, you know what? Doesn't need it. I'll keep driving it. Who cares the oil is down? I can push it. Who cares the ship is leaking? We can go. What will happen? It's going to break down. And it's not going to perform optimally. But we don't see ourselves that way. We don't realize we need the rest. We don't realize we need the peaceful rest, right? If you don't sleep, you are not having mental recovery, you're not having emotional recovery, you're not having physical recovery. It will build up over time and you will destroy yourself. You will die early, you will be unhappy. So if nothing else, please start sleeping properly. Okay? And unethical behavior, immoral behavior is not very good for sleep. That's also true. It may make you richer, it may give you more pleasure in the moment, at that moment, but ultimately it's not good for sleep, which is not good for happiness, not good for life. Now ask yourself, is it worth it? So it's called the peaceful sleep test. Like I said, it's all personal. Maybe you say, I can still sleep doing this, no issues, okay. The second test, long-term career. You may do some unethical behavior to get a promotion, to get a job, to get the project, to get the order. But if you get found out, how will it affect your long-term career? Then is it worth it? You made some money this year, but it has potential that if you did something that later on comes to bite you, it's going to affect your long-term career. Then is it worth it? I don't know. You may get closer in rich money to your friends or may become richer than your friends, but you are taking a long-term career risk. Worth it? Maybe not, right? The third test, Times of India headline test. Times of India is India's top newspaper, whatever newspaper, Kuwait Times, is there something like that? Whatever. If whatever you are doing was the headline in the newspaper tomorrow, will you be okay with it? Can you live with it? And if not, then ask yourself, is it worth it? Because we live in those times now. You don't have to be published in the newspaper. It's all email and social media and LinkedIn and everything is there, right? So there is the newspaper headline test for ethical behavior. And the last one is the child on your shoulder test. Whatever you're doing, if a child was watching it, will you be okay? Something about a child being there, we don't want to do unethical behavior in front of them. We don't want to do bad things in front of children. I don't know why. Children can't do anything to us. But we still have this instinct that this is not right for the child. So if the child is sitting on your shoulder, would you still do it? And if the answer is no, then probably you shouldn't be doing it. You know. So these are the ways. When you are faced, you will have situations in life where there will be a shortcut, where there will be profit. If you just bend the rules a little bit, there will be occasions all the time. But if you apply these tests, is it going to affect my sleep? Is it going to affect my long-term career? What if it came in the papers tomorrow? And what if a child was sitting on my head? Would I do it? And if the answer is not sitting well with you, then maybe don't do it. You know, like I said, easy to measure how much money, who has, all that. That's what society values. But I'm telling you, a good, peaceful life is highly, highly valuable. You know. I want to tell you leave you with some quotes I live by now. I turned 50 this year. So that's a lot of years. And I would like to keep it simple. Because if I give you long, long quotes, you will forget them. So I'll give you small. No more than 3 words in each quote. First thing you have to realize about life. Life is uphill. You know, life is difficult. Whether you are poor or rich, whether you are young or old, man or woman, life is fundamentally a difficult thing. It is uphill. Imagine it's like a beautiful green mountain. It's beautiful. It can be beautiful. But to enjoy it, you have to climb every day. You have to climb every day. And if you're okay with that, you will have a good life. But if you feel, like I used to feel, that life is uphill to a point and then you just chill and relax. That's the aim of life. When I was little, I didn't grow up with a lot of money. And my aim in life was to become rich. Because I thought you have to make money, become rich, and all rich people do is lie in bed and eat grapes all day. on silk sheets. I think roll in bed, eat grapes. That's what I want to do. And then I got some money. And I tried eating the grapes. How much can you eat? 250 grams? 500 grams and you're sick of grapes. If you want to curse someone, if you want to make sure someone has a terrible life, tell them that you will lie down on silk sheets and eat grapes every day. That's all you will do. Because they will have depression, they will have mental health issues, they will start substance abuse, they will go find a way to die early, either through health problems or some other addiction or something like that. When we talk of chilling, relaxing, this, that, it's needed. We do need to lie down sometimes and eat grapes also. That's fine. But I'll tell you the secret of life. It is not just lifelong vacation. That is not the goal. The aim of life is stress recovery. Stress recovery. Stress recovery. Endless cycle of stress and recovery. If you have only recovery, which means only relaxation, you'll have a terrible life. On the other hand, if you have only stress, never recovery, you will have a terrible life. Stress and recovery. Stress and recovery. Even in the gym, you have to go to the gym and you have to also recover, which means come back and sleep properly, eat properly. If you go to the gym and do not sleep properly, you will have no gains. Nothing. There is no use. You are only fatiguing your body. You are only adding stress to your body. And if you only work and never relax, you are only hurting yourself. At the same time, if you only relax and do nothing else, so life is uphill. Climb a little bit every day, rest, climb again tomorrow, rest, climb again tomorrow, rest. You will progress also and you will be happy also. As simple as that. This message for you and for your children who only want to see Instagram all day. That's just recovery. And it's going to hurt them. But it's a balance. And that's what makes it difficult. Second, do the work. You have to do the work in life. If you want something, if something worthwhile takes a lot of work. If it was easy, it won't be worthwhile. Because everybody will have it. There is no work required, much required in that. It depends on how difficult the achievement is. If you want a six-pack, you have to do the work for a six-pack. If you could just order a six-pack on Amazon, it won't be valuable. Nobody would care about it, right? Similarly, anything worthwhile. If you want to become a CA, you have to clear the exam. If everybody could clear the exam, there would be no value in that title, right? You have to do the work. If you want to write a book, you have to write the book. You can't just keep sitting and thinking about it. Whatever 2-3 dreams you have left in life that you have not achieved so far, if you want them, figure out a schedule, put it in your schedule and do the work, and it will happen. Otherwise, it will not happen. Third, keep adapting. You did the CA once and things will keep changing. Some people met me and said just now that the Dubai tax regulations just changed, corporate taxes came, etc. And they have to read books now to figure out how to do this. It's just the way things are. Tomorrow, AI may do great accounting. Then what are you going to do? I don't know. There will be something you can do. Somebody is going to be controlling that. Somebody is going to be on top of that technology, right? Same way as internet. Nobody could have dreamt that we can order food from any restaurant. It will come in 20 minutes. It doesn't mean that restaurants closed down, but some people really profited from that, and some people got left behind. So you have to keep adapting. The fourth is to never settle. It's an Indian thing, this word settle. Well settled. Everybody wants well settled boy to marry, right? In Indian ads you can see, they are looking for a well settled boy. Match for their daughter, whatever. Everybody wants settled. And then it's the same silk sheets grape syndrome that you come to your age. I see many of you mid-30s, 40s, right? Correct? So you're like, okay, now I've done it. I studied, I challenged myself, I took the CA exam 5 times, 7 times, whatever. I made it. I'm in Kuwait. I earn good money. I have a comfortable home. I have a good car, everything. Now I'm settled. And that's where the problems begin. Because the happiness is not coming from the money. The happiness is coming from the purpose you had because of which you got the money. You see the difference? You did something that allowed you to earn that money. That something is the happiness. That something is what is valuable. Not the money that has accumulated because of that. If you think that now I have this and now I don't need to, and what was that? You challenged yourself. You pushed. You tried to grow. That growth is what gave you the joy, not the money. Think about it. You take away the growth, it won't give you. I remove your entire career journey, give you the same amount of money without that journey with a lottery ticket. Will you have the same happiness? No. It's the journey. And now you say, I'm going to settle. I'm just going to settle because I'm in my mid-30s, I'm in my 40s. Now my kids, it's all about my kids now. Stop it, really. You know, kids don't even care about you as much as you do. It's a fact. Let's face it, I have 2 boys. Dad, shut the door. And I'm thinking, oh, you know, it's all about them and like, you know, I should give up this, I should give up that because I need to be there for them. And they don't care. And right now, they don't even have girlfriends. The day the girlfriend comes, I don't like your parents. Yeah, you're right. That's going to happen. Who are you fooling? You're going to ignore yourself for your kids? You love them. I love them. We all love our kids the most in the world. But at the cost of what? Your own self? You don't have to love them that much. You know, they will only tell you, who told you to do so much for me? Did I tell you? And now you are stuck. You know, never make that mistake. You are your own person. You reached here till this point because you kept challenging, you kept growing, and you will never forget that. You had these wonderful kids along the way. You had these wonderful friends along the way, relatives, this, that, and you take everybody along. I'm not saying you abandon anything or anything, but don't go crazy. Indians go crazy about kids. And I am giving you permission to please look after yourself. My sons, I have twin boys, 20-year-old, they're in college in the US. They can party till 3 in the morning and go to class at 7 in the morning. And they are so young that they'll be okay. If I party till 3 in the morning, I'm gone for 1 week. I'm aching. I'm like, dude, what did I do? Who needs more care? Me or them? And who am I? What do we do? Kids, kids, kids. Not okay, right? The last one, die once. Believe it or not, everybody here is going to die, right? I know there are some technologies being created, but nature will figure out a way to kill you, one way or the other. You know, we are meant to live. That's just the way it is, and it's okay. You know, we are meant to leave. New people have to come. Fine, we have our journey. It's okay. But die once. Die that day. Every time you give up your desires, every time you give up your goals, every time you give up something you really wanted in life, a little bit of you dies. While you're alive, you're killing yourself, parts of yourself. Don't do that. We'll die once. We will all die. And that day we are dead. But till the days you are dead, you're not dead. You're alive. So why do you want to kill parts of yourself before it's time? You know? These 3 legs, very simple, of a happy life. I want you to imagine your life as a report card in school. You all, like you had a report card in school. Imagine there are 3 subjects: career, health, and relationships. And you get a score out of 10. Don't tell me, but in your head, be super honest, give yourself a score. Career, 6 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10, give yourself that score. Health, give yourself a score. 5 out of 10, 9 out of 10, whatever you want. And relationships, everything, friends, family, spouse, children, everything, out of 10. Give yourself the score. Now these are the 3 legs of the table. Okay? Now supposing you gave yourself 8 out of 10 in career. Supposing. But in health you gave 5. And now most of the day you are spending to make that 8 or 9. Even if you make that 8 or 9, but the health stays at 5, you are not going to get more happy. It's not going to happen. You know, the only way to increase happiness then is to improve that 5. You are going in the wrong direction. You're taking the car to the wrong road. And then you're saying, why I'm not feeling it, yaar? I have a very good career. Why I'm not feeling so happy? Because you need all 3. You need social connections. You need friends. You need relatives. You also need a career. You also need your health. Now, it's better to be a 7.5 in all 3 than like 10 in one and 2 in the other. Because you're going to be miserable. You cannot have a 3-legged table with like one very short leg and one perfect leg. It doesn't work like that. That's the secret to life, whether you like it or not. Money is very big. We are all in the finance business here. I was. And I like money, of course. But it's not the money and it's not the things the money buys. It's not the nice house the money buys. It's the get-togethers you get to do in the nice house. That's where the joy is. It's not the vacation and the nice hotel. That is the joy. The joy is you spend time with your family there. And you have the memories of that. Money can buy happiness, 100%. But if it is used as a tool, not the money itself is not the happiness, or the product, the material products of money is not the happiness, but the tools are the happiness. The tools that money allows you to buy. And the tools are used to buy health. If you use the money to get a good gym membership and you actually go, not just buy the membership, or you use the money to spend time with your family and good vacations and things like that, that's where money is really, really buying happiness for you. But a lot of us, career. You know, and I did this. I am guilty of this. I was lucky. My book started doing really well. And I said, you know what? This is my chance. I'm going to just, I mean, those of you who remember when I came maybe, whatever, 2010 or whatever, 14 years ago, I was 36. I was full of myself. I probably would be telling you about my movies and my books and this and that. I've not even said anything on the work I've done or like whatever. Because it's not about that anymore for me. I realized that it had a cost. There is a cost. And that cost is not easy to quantify. If you're very rich but in very poor health, how is that a good thing? Right? So, and that is what was happening to me. Getting famous, and I was like, let's get more famous. Let's get even more famous. Let's see how famous a writer can get. Because in India, writers don't get that famous. And I was like, I'm going to push the limit. And I did. But I'm honest enough to admit, it came at a cost. Cost of my health, cost of my relationships. So last few years, I said, you know what, this is not going to work. I have to change, I have to balance this out. And that's where my focus is. I'm still doing some career, but I'm paying a lot of attention to my health. And I'm trying to build relationships, trying to connect back with my old college friends, trying to host them, trying to go there for their functions. Things I had never done. Because I felt, they don't understand. I'm this famous writer. I have to build my brand. I have to keep going. I don't have time for all this get-togethers. But it was not making me happy. As simple as that. So you need to think about that too. What is your balance? This is me 15 years ago. This is me recently. This is a totally different person. This guy is much older than the guy on the left. And this is what difference health can make to you. And I'm not showing this to you because I'm some athlete or anything. I'm just showing this to you that you can start at any age. Don't just think this is a game you had to learn in your 20s and now if you lost it, it's not. No. You can start running at 46 like I did. You know, it's okay. You can start lifting weights at 48, which I did. I never lifted weights all my life, now I do. It's okay to learn new things, you know. I never kept in touch with my college friends, IIT friends. Now I do. Now I make WhatsApp groups and I contact them and things like that. It's never too late, as long as you have the humility to start. It's a totally different person, not just physically. Mentally, I can't show you in the picture, but you know, another one. The older guy looks younger than the younger guy. And happier. More than anything, it's the happier. The eyes don't lie. I'm smiling in both pictures, but the guy on the left is not smiling from the eyes. And that's the difference. So I urge you to go back and look at your life. To see that you've done a few things right, no doubt, but you've not done a few things right. It has come at a cost. And then you ask yourself, what is it you really want to do? You know, sometimes in life, it's not just about what you want to do, but you ought to do. You owe it to yourself, to your family, to be the happiest person, to be the most fulfilled person you can be. And don't think it's too late. In fact, it's the perfect age. Now is the age where the responsibility starts getting less and you can regain focus on yourself. So those are some of the thoughts I want to leave you with. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Chetan, so much. We'll take a new perspective of life from here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I request C. Aditya to please come on stage to honor our guest, and C. A. Bhavani. Vikram Joshi, sorry, I said, took your name incorrectly earlier.
Amazing.
I want to take a selfie with this
Group
entire
selfie.
auditory.
Group
No,
selfie.
just be there. And we can all, you come here. Yeah.
But I can take one for you.
No, we take like this, no?
Yes, sir.
Everybody. And I'll put it on my Instagram, okay? Okay, guys, smile. Or 2 pictures we'll take. The first one, you laugh like I said something very funny, okay? And second, you become like I said something very insightful, okay? Side, that's okay. So
I think we should take 2 sides, one here, one there.
okay, so let's laugh, ha 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 ha. Okay, now it's like that's correct. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to request C.A. Andalip Girkar to please come on stage and introduce our next speaker, Miss May. Miss May, just to add personally, I've attended your sessions before, and I'm telling everyone that's in this room right now, we are in for a treat. C.A. Andalip.
Thank you, Ketan. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce a truly inspiring leader and visionary innovator. Let us extend a warm welcome to Ms. May Alowesh, the Chief Executive Officer of Signet, Kuwait's Credit Bureau. Ms. Alowesh is a seasoned banking information systems and data analytics executive with over 20 years of experience spanning Kuwait and the United States. Throughout her career, she has spearheaded a variety of data analytics and e-commerce initiatives, enabling data transformation and innovation for financial institutions, retailers, airlines, and more. Her extensive expertise has positioned her as a driving force in advancing the digital capabilities of diverse industries.
In addition to her professional achievements, Ms. Aloesh is a published author, speaker, and award winner. Her thought pieces have been featured in prestigious publications such as the Harvard Business Review, the Applied Marketing Analytics Journal, and the Analytics Interpreted book. She has served as a board member of the Digital Analytics Association and was the recipient of the DAA President's Award. Furthermore, she has been a featured presenter at several high-profile events, including Google Summits and the Economist conferences. Beyond her professional accolades, she has worked tirelessly to create opportunities for women to excel in technology and data analytics, mentoring aspiring professionals and championing diversity in traditionally male-dominated fields. Her leadership exemplifies how determination and vision can break barriers, inspiring a new generation of women leaders across industries. Today, we are fortunate to hear from a leader who embodies the principles of progress, collaboration, and empowerment. Please join me in welcoming a true trailblazer and an inspiring force of positive change in the financial sector, Ms. May Aloesh.
Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction. And Chetan is such a hard act to follow after all that fun talk. I can use both? Okay. I'm here to talk about leveraging analytics and AI to drive business strategies and mitigate risks. I mean, most of you as people who make decisions for things that take impact, you know, income, revenue, profit, ROI, all of that stuff. But how can data be your friend? How can data be the supporting partner in your decision? This is what I'm here to talk about. Just a little bit of my background. I think you did the introduction beautifully. Thank you. But I'm trying to highlight certain parts of my career. I spent 10 years in banking right here in Kuwait, another 10 years in the States working with Google partners, and that's what I worked mainly with e-commerce companies. So I've had a lot of retailers, Estée Lauder, Sephora, Hertz Rent-A-Car. I'm going to mention some of those stories. So I'm here to tell you some stories about data stories. Some of them will come from my Google days. Some of them will come from my Signet days. And I've been in Gulf Bank between Google partners and Signet, and this has been also a beautiful transition back into the banking. So I'm going to start with data driving strategies. And this is part when I was working with a lot of the retailers. And this is a true story where, you know, I work with different clients. We were consulting. We work with different clients. The first client, they had a holiday campaign. And we're in the holiday season right now. I'm sure as people who are working in finance, you're always fighting with the marketing officers about the money they spend right now. You know, and the CMO decision here was to halt the campaign. But let me walk you through the campaign. They had 1 week running the holiday campaign. After 1 week, usually, they come in and bring all the reports. So we are at day 8 right now, and what they see is there's 20% of clicks, so it's an online campaign, 20% still increasing, but 40% down in purchases. And this is what they say after day 5, 1 to 5, lots of sales, day 6 and 7, no sales. So the CMO says, what should we do right now? Should we keep the campaign going? Well, they look at last year, and they say, we have the same sales, always after 5 days, sales decline. So right now, 6, 7, no sales. Day 8, maybe we should stop it. They said, you know, there are other campaigns that are still going well. Not the holiday big money-making campaign, but other campaigns. So maybe we should take the budget, reassign it to the ongoing campaign, which may sound like a very wise decision, right? And probably finance will agree that, you know, don't waste your money on the big campaign. So this is company A. Now let's go to company B. Same thing. Clicks going well. After day 5, no purchases. Exact same data. Now what does the CMO do at day 8? He says, let's look into the data right now. What's happening on day 8? So I'm not going to stop at day 7 and look at a dead report from yesterday. I'm going to look right now, real time, into analytics. Look at day 8. What's happening in day 8? They see that there's an uptick in memberships. instead of actual purchases, which usually when you get membership, there is long-term return, right? And what they see also, that there is increase in non-campaign purchases. So other people who are, what we say is, returning from the old days 6 and 7 when they did not purchase, they came back on day 8 and start doing the purchase. And what they see is also, there's real-time saying. On day 8, because they're looking at real-time, there's an uptick again in purchases. So what does they do? What does the CMO decide here? To keep the campaign and not stop it or reassign it. Now, both of them had the same exact scenario, same exact data, but they made very different decisions. And when we decide and say, you know, which company is actually data-driven, which CMO and CFO are taking the right decisions here, which one, when we looked at the end of the year, which one made more ROI? It's definitely company B, if you agree. Anybody disagrees with that? And the thing is, if you look 10, 15 years ago, that was not possible. Because we always looked at a report that was emailed to us from some agency, from some external report, that I couldn't look real time now. I couldn't predict or do what's going to happen in the future. So being data-driven has become so much easier right now. But the data has to be your friend. Now, this little story is because sometimes we're used to the old ways of taking decisions. Or we say we have enough experience, we've seen this before. But when you have data at your fingertips, you probably will make better decisions right now. And that's how data can be your helpful ally when you're making your day-to-day decisions, your strategies, and so on. And one of the things is, we have to now, when I was looking at here, when we looked at the other company, they were looking at reports on papers, printed, right? But this guy, this CMO, this CFO, is looking online, real time. And I've lived this one. When I was at my time at Gulf Bank, we worked with my manager was the deputy CEO, and he actually looked at online reports. He said, don't send me the reports, give me access. And that's a huge change for somebody such kind of senior to, instead of asking me to send the results, that he wants to look online, browse, and look at the data. So it's very important to adopt these changes and live the new value of data. Now I'm going to go to the second story of data helping you with risks, and that's what we do at Signet. This is an actual story from one of our customers, and at Signet we work with all major banks, any retailers that give actually credit. So what we do is, we tell them, use our credit score. So everybody, I'm sure, familiar with the credit score. Yeah, so a score is, to assess people financial eligibility. So when they give loans, this is how they were doing with bad loans, like the bad rate, defaulted loans. About 3.5% were defaulting of their loans. And what we told them is, you should use the score, because when you're a bank and you're giving a loan, you know what you know about the customer, only what he's doing in your bank. You don't know what he's doing in other financial institutions. If they had looked at the score, their default rate would drop by almost 60%, because the decision will be made on more data. Not on just their bank data, they'll be looking at the customer behavior everywhere. And their argument, initial feedback was, but then we're not going to sell more. But no, you will actually sell more because your approval rate may go higher. Because sometimes some customer maybe wasn't doing so well with you, but then went to other banks, was doing better, behaved better. Your approval rate for loans will actually go up by 10%. So you will sell more, and you will actually get better performing loans or better performing of their bad rates. So this way, you're actually making more revenue as net ROI, and you're making faster decisions. You're making better decisions with data. And that's how we can help. This is a form. So the credit score, everything that we do in terms of credit scoring is a form of AI. We call them the machine learning model. So they do study the behavior of people across all data sets that we get, around 2 to 3 years, and then decide to give them a credit score. And I'll go into the details of our score and how we work on it. Now, how does Signet do it? How do we do this credit scoring? How do we help that bank kind of lose less money on their loans? What we do with Signet is, just a bit of background on Signet. So Signet was established way back in 2001, and back then it was focused on major consumer credit cards and loans. In 2008, we expanded to include the staff loans. In 2020, that was a big turning point for Signet when we became under the supervision of the central bank and we added the commercial portfolio as well. There was a bit more kind of adding 2021, the HR and... Everything good? This still works? Okay. Okay. The HR and fraud, in 2019, we also, maybe that should have been correct, but we had the analytics offering. There's bounce checks, and what we plan to do in 2025 and go into telecom, real estate, eKYC. Telecom, real estate, just because right now I get a lot of data, but only from financial institutions, from lending institutions. But customers' behavior in other sectors also tell you about the customers. So how do you pay your rent? How do you pay your phone bill? Because when you buy a phone in installments for 2 years, that's to me still a financial obligation. So we're now seeking these other sectors to include them into Signet, just so you have a better picture in that credit score. This is just a snapshot of all the customers. So we have about 76 subscribers. They do send me data on a daily basis for every customer who has some financial obligations. So we go from banking, investment, financing and leasing, cars, automobile, all of these companies. And the data that I have is something that when I tell you the credit score of the customer, it means whether he paid his loan, credit card, even when he goes to buy electronics or anything. You know, if he buys something on installment, it comes into the Signet database and it gets reflected into his credit score. So you have a 360 view of the customer financial eligibility when you look at the credit score. And how does how does that translate into data products? We have the scoring, as I mentioned, and we have 5 bands. I'll explain them shortly. We do something also interactive analytics. So that data gets into the score, but also corporates and our subscribers want to look at their benchmarking. Where are they in the market? How are they performing compared to other banks or other organizations? This happens in our analytics, and it's a subscription-based model. And the team at the bench, they have a full set to demo it. And we do inquiry and credit reporting, as I mentioned. Before you give somebody a loan, you inquire with them, assign it. Now, how does our score works? The score works into, like I said, we have a machine learning model. It looks into your behavior, past behavior defaulted, and it's called, there's a credit scoring model or a machine learning model. It's called the probability of default. So it's basically, it tries or looks at the past data to tell you what's the probability of you defaulting in the next 90 days if you were given a loan or a credit card. And then that number gets translated into bands. So you have the elite, probably there's very low risk of default, all the way to risk, which is very high risk of default. So we also ran out a campaign last year, back in April, about Shlonik, or what's your color? So basically to raise, so everybody can log into the Signet app and look at their color. And this has been a bit of a culture shift as well in Kuwait. People did not know their color. People did not know that Signet, I only know Signet when I take a loan, but you do have a credit score. And we're trying to also raise the financial awareness, financial literacy, that you do have a color. And once you update and kind of take care of your financial behavior, pay your bills on time, your color will improve going from, red to yellow, green, all the way to purple, which is the elite. And what influences our score? What goes into our score? So your payment history, of course. How often do you pay your payments? Credit utilization, credit inquiry, the credit mix, how much cards, how much loans you have. All of that comes into your credit score. Now, the last thing I want to just talk about, also more data stories. So I talked a little bit about the retailer, about the score, also some success stories of customers not using it to just filter out customer, but also grow their market share. So a few of the banks that we have use our analytics. And like, as I mentioned, the analytics is basically all of that data that we collect becomes interactive dashboards for our customers to look at them. So this is one of the banks in Kuwait. It was one of the early adopters of our analytics services. What they used is they look at their analytics, they look at what their customers is doing, and what their customers that are not taking loans or credit cards with them, how can they target them? So their pure marketing was focused on the analytics. They look at what demographics they should focus on, and they go after them. If somebody has, because in Kuwait we have the 40% limit for lending. So if they're targeting people who are already at 40%, doesn't make sense. So this is how they use the analytics. They only targeted people who have enough limit, who are really on the green and purple, so they are good loans to target. And this is how they exponentially grew their market share, just because they used data to inform their effort, their strategies, their marketing. Another bank I think we have was mainly using the corporate analytics instead of consumer analytics. For corporate analytics, this customer was also seeing that, you know, there is no growth in their portfolio. They wanted to grow their portfolio. So when they go into the Signet platform, which is the analytics platform, they looked at certain customers that have growth, high utilization in market. So again, their corporate officer were studying the client before they go, because they looked at the client, not what he's doing with their bank, but looking what the client does in every bank. And then they would go after him with the right approach. They increased their market share, they optimized their acquisition cost. All of that happened once they use analytics to be their friend. In my opinion, and in Edward Deming's opinion, without data, you're just another person with an opinion, you know? Because I think data should be your friend, data should be your ally, data should be something that we should always look at before making any decisions. And when you look at data, you have to think about it as we have to be data literate. I believe, I don't know, 20 years ago, everybody had to have some Microsoft Office knowledge before they go into the job, right? They would ask you that you should know the computer and you should know MS Office applications. I believe in the next 5, 10 years, they'll ask you if you can actually crunch data or actually browse or analyze basics of data. They'll ask you whether you could do any data analysis before any job. Because everything right now has to have data to support the decision. Nobody can just trust it because you say, because I said so. Show me the data, you know? Show me the data will be the next question that any leader will go through. And I think one of the first things you will ask your next hire is, do you know any data analysis? Do you know, can you browse your own data? Can you analyze it and so on? And I think that will be the next thing that we'll go to. I think, you know, I mentioned some few data stories. I'd love to take questions, and I made sure that we have time for questions. If you want more data stories about our clients, visit our booth or come to our office in Asma Tower. They are full of client stories with data. But please, if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thanks, Ms. Mai. It's quite an interesting story of data that you have come across and put for us. My question, given your experience and expertise in terms of handling the data at several organizations, you as a professional, what kind of a digital skill that you would recommend for the people sitting here?
So the kind of people, so the finance people. I mean, the thing is about finance people, they're amazing with numbers. They're amazing with numbers. They're natural at it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in finance, right? You know, one of the things I do when I hire anybody in my team is I always say, you know, I hire for culture, I train for skill. So look for somebody with the right culture. When I say culture, growth mindset. Growth mindset is number one. Because I'm sure all of you are smart people in here. You have the right background, you have the right knowledge, education, certification. You know, whether you took it in 1 or 7 years or whatever, 7 times, right? Right? No matter how many trials, you passed that test. But I think the growth mindset is that when I show somebody that now you have to take the decision with this dashboard, they won't freak out and say, I know what I know, I'm going to stick to what I know. That's the changing thing, or the major factor when you choose somebody. Make sure that they are able to adapt, they are able to take or embrace change. Because in a time like ours, I mean, nobody looked at, digital transformation has been in for what, 5 years now? And we keep digitally transforming. I don't think we'll ever get out of it, right? They keep telling you, we're digitally transforming. What, is it not done yet? No, we're still transforming, and we'll be transforming forever, I believe, because of the new technologies, because of the new change. a lot of the speakers that came here on stage, they mentioned about AI and all of that changes. Some people are scared with AI. Is it going to take my job? No. It's going to prompt new jobs, actually. There's the whole job now of prompt engineer. There's a whole job of, how do you use AI to do the right thing? So it's just forcing us to reskill, retool, rethink the way we do our day-to-day jobs. So if you're hiring somebody, just make sure that they are able to embrace change with a smile. That's the first thing they would do. Data, the beautiful thing about data is, if you're hiring a data analyst or somebody who's going to focus on data, look for someone who's curious, who's always asking why. Because once you look at the data, you're going to say, oh, I see an uptick here in the chart. Why? Once you go into the why of that uptick, you're going to find another down something, and you're going to ask why. And you're going to go into probably, a rabbit hole of why and why and why. But for a data analyst, it's important for them to ask that why and not just take things as is. Once you ask that why, you're really going to get to the bottom of great things, and you're going to come up with great solutions.
Hello. We have time for one more question.
Yes.
We have time for one more question.
You want, okay. Hi. I love 4 words, embrace change with a smile. That was fantastic. I'm coming from Dubai. I have a question on artificial intelligence or AI, which we are talking about. AI consumes a lot of data, and then we arrive at a decision. There's a talk, and people are worrying that the amount of volume of data which we are consuming, somewhere the real data will be exhausted. And now we are talking about synthetic data coming in. That is, we are tweaking the real data and feeding into AI to get the AI generations to go on. There is a presumption that if synthetic data is getting consumed so much, the results generated by AI will be skewed, will not be real. What is your take on it? Where exactly we are heading if synthetic data start getting consumed by us for AI? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good question, and I'll tell you a fun fact. Out of all the data that we save and share every day from all of these systems and transactions, only 2% gets used for analytics. We call them the lucky 2% that actually go into analytics and actually become insights. A lot of the data we collect and we use only maybe upon collection, but we never use again. And that's a problem sometimes. So there is no lack of data, and I believe when synthetic data will come, it will be for things that we don't know, that we need to predict. But if it's about things that we know, if it's about transactions that we have, I don't think we have any lack of data. And I remember this also again from my Google days when COVID hits. We were so happy, I'm sorry, but we were so happy. Because what happened is, one of my clients was Sephora. Sephora, they used to have dozens of stores, people coming in and buying this makeup and perfumes and all of that stuff. But we didn't know what the customers, when you go around in the store, you just buy the perfume and leave. The only transaction that I know about is that perfume, right? But when the stores closed down, what happens is you went online and you clicked on this and that and this and that, and then you bought the perfume. Now I know everything you looked at. And I have so much more data than this. And COVID made this very, great data set for us. And the fun fact about this, I would just want to say that in COVID, perfumes were down, sales were down. Makeup never stopped. We were so good at Sephora. Makeup were down. But the thing is, we collected more data. But that was just the positive thing of COVID. But the thing is now everything's become digital. Nobody wants to go to the store anymore. If you look at the youth, they'd rather shop online, check things out, and then go to the store, buy it maybe, if they can't wait for the delivery to come. So right now, we are collecting more data than ever, and with a higher quality, because we're getting to the person logged in online. I know his profile, I know his demographics, I know where he clicked, I know what he did. All of that stuff is just gonna get better as we go. Right now, I can collect even your map location because you're signed in log Google Maps. Whenever you're going through Google Maps, and probably, I don't know how many of you here clicked Google Maps and came here. Google Maps suggested a route for you, right? That route is the data. When you took that route with the Google Map, congratulations, you made a data-driven decision. Because that decision, that route that Google gave you is based on data. Because it looked at how many people are actually logged in here and which one is the busy route, which one has, traffic control or whatever it is, traffic jams. And it gave you that decision based on data. So you're taking data-driven decisions every day without you knowing it, just by listening to Google, just by listening to any of your, even music. If you use Spotify or any music apps, they suggest music for you, right? Based on what music you listened for yesterday, they're suggesting. So it's another data-driven decisions. So I don't think we'll be in lack of data that we collect. We'll actually have more data that we probably can't use.
Thank you.
I have one more question, I think.
We have one more question.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your riveting, presentation. Given the kind of service that you provide, and you rely on a lot of data being, you're accessing a lot of data, and now you've expanded and crossed it across various industries. There are issues regarding like quality of the data,
right,
the integrity of the data, and the security of the data.
Mm-hmm.
But running an organization like this that can have a lot of impact on various sectors, what kind of the top 3 risks you see running this organization, looking at this organization? Thank you.
I think your question is, what keeps you up at night, right? Well, yes, quality is number 1. So one of the first things I did, and probably if there are bankers here, I see Leti there, and they're probably, yes, Rabin, some banks will hate me because what I've done is, the first thing we've done when I joined Signet is like, let's get the quality, looked at the quality, and then, wherever we had some quality issues, we issued fines. We get approval to fine the customers who don't give me good data. So it's important to enforce quality and not just mention it. So one of the first things we did, we said, if you send me an outdated record, if you send me a wrong record of the customer, I'm going to fine you, and we've got the approvals for that. Why? Because then your credit score may be wrong, and when you go apply for a loan, it will be wrong, and I will be making a bad decision about the customer. So the implications are high. That's why right now we have, and we've seen, so I guess before we enforced the fine, once we talked about fines, cleanup became so fast, and that's important. So quality, of course, keeps me up at night. Security, of course, and that's why we thickened our cybersecurity team, because, basically our asset is data. It's the main asset, and I need to protect it and guard it really well. I think one thing that has not to do with the security and kind of the risk of financial literacy. My problem is people don't know what their score means. People don't know, if my score is low, how can I make it better? Right now my color is red. How can I become green? How can I become blue? This is a big risk, by the way, because some people think if I'm red, I'm stuck in red and that's it. I'm in the blacklist. There's no blacklist. There is behaviors that you take to better risk. And that's one of the things that we're trying to focus 2025 on, is basically raising financial literacy, raising the awareness of what you are a number, but you can better your number. You are a color, but you can change your color by doing certain things to build your credit. Some things that are probably in other markets are very well known. You're known to build your credit. But in Kuwait, this is a very new term. How do you build your credit? And that's something that it's a risk, because some people don't know it and they may fall into problems and go for other non-official loans because of that. Also, the creditors themselves don't know that people can get out of bad debt, can get out of red and become green, and also then it will also affect the community. At Signet we serve the community overall. We are into the health of credit, the health of the financial landscape overall. So that literacy, because sometimes you may have great tools, you may have great things, but people don't know how to use it, and that's a big risk, because all of your investments will not be used well. So I think one of the first thing and most important things is also to focus on financial literacy and to raise it across the community to help with that. Great questions.
Thank you, Ms. May. Thank you. I request you to please be on the stage. Aditya, I request you to please come and felicitate Ms. May along with Andalib. And just to add, this was my 4th session hearing you speak Every time, there is something interesting to take. Ladies and gentlemen, as we now move forward, we are entering a part of the segment where we honor and we felicitate our members who have been long-standing with the CA fraternity. It gives me great pleasure to call CA Nisha Jalan and take this part of the event forward.
Thank you, Ketan. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are all having a wonderful day as we are. It's now time for a much-awaited segment where we take a moment to recognize those chartered accountants among us who have completed 25 years of ICAI membership. As I call your name, may I kindly request you to come forward to receive the memento from our chairperson. Aditya, can you please come on stage, please? May I please invite on stage CA Sriram Gopalakrishnan and receive. Next, may I please invite CA Vipul Gala. May I please invite CA Manikandan Venkada Ramanan. May I please invite CA JB Manuel. May I please invite CA Jayashankar Srinivasan. May I please invite CA Giridharan Shashadri. invite CA Neeraj Kumar Goyal. May I please invite CA Shyam Kalyanaraman. Last but not the least, may I please invite CA Asif Muhammad. Over to you, Ketan.
Hold on, Aditya. Time to make our sponsors happy. Yes, Sonia Titus, can we have you back on the stage?
Thank you, Ketan. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the next segment of the event where we would like to take a moment to acknowledge a few of our esteemed sponsors for their invaluable support. As I call your name, may I kindly request you to come forward to receive the memento from our chairperson, CA Aditya Dhanuka. I would like to begin with our platinum sponsors. First, may I invite the representative for Bubyan Bank. Mr. Abdullah Abdul Karim.
Since Mr. Abdullah is not here, we have our very own Mr. Noel.
Next, may I invite Mr. Vipin Sharma, Protuity.
Daryush, can you please have you on the stage? We have to make an announcement for you, man.
Now, may I invite Now may I invite Ms. Nisreen and team for HumanSoft. Now, I would like to felicitate our strategic sponsor. May I invite Mr. Ashish Mathur, Uridu. And now, may I have the privilege of felicitating our title sponsors. I would like to invite Mr. Sebi Syriac, representing Cube Innovators. I would like to invite Mr.
Can we have a
Sebi
round
to
of
share a
applause,
few
ladies
words
and
as well.
gentlemen?
Hello. So I really want to do justice, not just by calling him on stage. You guys can make a guess. When did I meet him? This event has been in preparations for last 2-3 months. So just make a guess, when did I meet him? I met him last week at Bahrain conference, and he just took 2 hours to say yes. So that is the trust this gentleman has shown to our CA community in Kuwait. So he deserves a big round of applause. He has trusted not me, he's trusted each one of you. So I request everybody, before I felicitate him, that please spare some time to visit the booths of all our sponsors, guests who've been given booths outside. It cannot do justice unless we visit them and engage with them, because they help us to get here. Thank you.
Mr. Sebi, the stage is yours. You want to call a mic? Can we have a caller mic for Mr. Sebi, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? We are all hungry, but I don't take more than 5 or 10 minutes. We are here today to learn new things. We are here with an agenda. Just a minute. Sorry. Yeah. Can you play it again? Sorry. So we all mentioned we are here to leap for a future with the team.
Can we have help with the clicker, please?
Yeah, coming. So let's leap into the future by going paperless and going digital. We heard about data has to be in our fingertips. Few minutes ago, Chetan sir was asking, how many of you sleep every day peacefully? My question is the other way. How many of you don't sleep peacefully at the end of the day after having a stress day of work in the finance department? How many of you are CFOs over here? Can you raise your hands? So many. Correct. Why are you guys not sleeping every day peacefully? Is it because handling a lot of papers, handling a lot of cabinets and box files, rows, different type of categories of documents? That's where exactly we have sleepless nights. Few thoughts before I proceed. How big is your finance department? Is your current team enough to handle 2025? Because you have a vision to make your business growing to the next level. How effective are they all in their work? Are they getting 100% productive from them? Are they all wasting their time? And what are the major challenges your team today in handling the documents of your day-to-day documents? Few other thoughts. How many documents are your team printing on a daily basis? Can you calculate the cost of this printing on a daily basis? Printing, stationery cost, etc. How much space are you guys utilizing today in your warehouses or in office rooms? Is that worth to spend that much? How much rent are you paying to store these documents? How many of you are auditors here? It can be internal auditors or external auditors, correct? Good one. When you go to an organization or if you have an auditing firm, how many days you take to complete the auditing? It takes a big number of days. And when you go to auditing to a corporate, you ask the finance team all to sit together. Give me that document plus this document. No. Is it not? It's not easy today. It's very difficult. You are dependent on so many people and asking them, get me that plus this plus this. This is a major challenge. That's why end of the day, what happens, when you go back home, you will again going back to your auditing thing and saying, oh, I was asking for the document tomorrow. I had to submit some legal statutory documents, but not finding it. What my team is doing, we are here. I can tell you, we are here to help you, to save your time, save your space, save your money. More than that, together, we can help your employee efficiency by 70 to 80%. That's the beauty over here. Who we are Cube Innovators Technologies, focus into the document management system and backlog digitization. When we came to Kuwait, after our expansion in other countries, we have a vision to help Kuwait as a region. We have a mission to achieve. That's why we are part of this event today. We have our operations in UAE, in Oman, in Qatar, in Bahrain, in India. Last month we started in Saudi, and now we are going to be here in Oman. Globally, this is my team. And now we are here through ICA Kuwait in the Kuwait region. We are ISO certified company in 3 countries because we believe in quality. We cannot compromise on that. We all believe in that. So what's a document management system? In simple words, 2 simple words. Managing all your physical and electronic documents into a central repository. So you can search and retrieve any document from anywhere, anytime. What's the backlog digitization? Today we spoke to so many CEOs, CFOs over here. Everybody are handling documents. A lot of junk of documents lying in your offices, warehouses, which may or may not require. We can digitize them. We will put our people over there and do that. Look at our corporate clients whom we cater globally in the Middle East region. From the retail sector, from the FMCG sector, from the healthcare sector, in financial sector, insurance, banks, exchange houses, investment companies, healthcare sector, the clinics, hospitals, pharmacies, pharmaceutical companies, from the construction contracting companies. We have from the trading and distribution companies, Horeca companies, hospitality sector. Even in India, we have a lot of clients. Because everybody works on paper, everybody have challenge. What are we giving? We are giving you a solution. People can sit anywhere in the head office or your branches, or including your warehouses. They can scan, upload. The central finance auditing team can have the access from anywhere from the world. Even if you have a back office, they can all have access. This is how we can help you. So finance department, different document types you handle. We create unlimited document types and metadata values. Can be pulled from your existing ERP database. Let it be SAP, HANA, S4HANA, Oracle, Microsoft, JDOS DB2, Tally, Sybase. We have all integrated with that. So you don't have to worry. Even the contents are not there. We can pull more data along with that document and store into the system. Real estate department, compliance department, HR department, legal department, any department, you can bring any documents into a central repository. We'll talk about the backlog digitization, how we do, and what are you going to get benefit out of these projects. We will not take even a single piece of paper from your office. We'll be deploying our people on your premise. And we do it in a very systematic, professional manner. That's why even the scanning division is also an ISO certified company. We do the paper preparation. We do the sorting, segregation based on your requirement. Then we have big production scanners. This scanner in UAE can scan 300,000 pages per day in a 10-hour shift. That's the level of infrastructure. We have plotter scanners for construction contracting, hospitals, medical records. 9 seconds for an A0, A1. You have seen this kind of box files. Look at it, how we are going to. We remove all the box files. You will not buy or spend any more on any stationery hereafter. We have a best practice. We put the carton boxes and the pouch a number. And that pouch, whatever it has, even it has 100 sets, 800 pages, it will be assigned to all those sets, in which carton box, which bundle it exists. Earlier in the same carton box, it was only 10 box files which was fitting. Today, can you imagine, the same box file can fit 25 to 30 to 35 box files. So by that, look at our customers, corporate customers who have implemented this. The entire year documents were only utilizing a very less space. Some of the case studies, 15,000 square feet of one of the giant retail we cleared in a week's time because they wanted that space. We digitized it, and today the stock is being filled on the background, and they have a 10,000 square feet of office space in the same warehouse. Likewise, we have another case study from 7,500 to 750 square feet. By this, when we do this, first what we have to learn is to digitalize. From digitization to digitalization. This is where we have to move forward. And that's why we say every organization today are having huge volume of documents. That's why we are here today, to help your team, to save your time, save your space, save your money. More than that, together we can leap to improve your employee productivity by 70 to 80%. Any questions? Once again, thanks a lot for giving us an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sebi. Well, it's time to make our bellies full. The lunch is served. I request everybody to please reassemble at 2:30. If anybody is not in the room, we have some exciting raffles. After that, not my responsibility. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Hello. दो से ही शुरू करो. शो नहीं बैठेगा ऐसे.
क्यों?
क्योंकि दो के बाद
तीन
पीछे से
क्यों?
वो प्लेट निकाल के लाएगा. No, we have.
At RSM Kuwait, we go beyond adapting to change. We help you take charge of it. As part of RSM Global, whether it's assurance, tax, or consulting, with a team of over 190 professionals, we simplify complexities and empower bold decisions, serving industries like finance, healthcare, technology, and construction. Bridging global excellence with local expertise. RSM Kuwait, experience the power of being understood.
To better understand your business, sometimes you need a different perspective. One that takes nothing at just its face value. That dives deeper into detail to find deeper truths and greater insights. And at Deloitte, this is just where we begin. Connecting the brightest minds with effective processes and world-class technology, we go beyond expectations to deliver the highest quality audit and assurance services. We focus on the detail so you can see the bigger picture. Deloitte, beyond the expected.
At Protivity, we ensure your business is future ready. As we collaborate to solve problems with innovation at its heart. Your trusted advisors for business and technology consulting, internal audit, data, and digital transformation. We are global and truly independent, delivering confidence in a dynamic world. That's Protivity.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please settle down. We're about to start. हो गया थोड़ा ना Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start within a minute. I request everybody who's outside, please come. We're about to start in a minute. Hello.
Your business runs on documents regardless of what department or industry you are in. Managing your information is a challenge. From financial statement and employee records to files containing legal documents or even construction plans that are paper or digital information, you need keeping business running smoothly. Your employee could waste hours in a day searching for the information they need to do their job. Our archiving services, transforming paper files into digital formats stored in secured server. We capture, organize, and index all of your documents. With our mobile solution, find your exact document.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the session now, the post-lunch session. Nice to sit. And I'll grab something.
What, Ketan, you are still not finished with your lunch?
You and Aditya have not let me sleep for last 4 days. Do this, do that. Need to take this. This is wrong. This is right. Chetan Bhagat just said, take care of yourself. I am taking care of myself. Food, I am 9. Exercise, I may be 3, 4. I'll increase it to 7 in some time.
Some time back, you were trying to complete your 5,000 steps. How will you complete if you are still eating and sitting?
You don't let me live, man. It's interesting. Come. Have a seat.
Do you have one for me?
No, I have one for everybody. I have a lot.
Okay. So there are 2 more. You have for everyone in the audience?
I have something else for the audience. By the way, just grab a bite. Do you like it?
Definitely. It's so delicious.
That's for Caesar's, man. Caesar's Pizza.
Yeah. So let's announce what is next.
Our next raffle, that brings to our next raffle, ladies and gentlemen, is from Caesar's. They have been more than kind enough to give us vouchers. So can we request the AV team to please have the names on the screen? Oh! Part of our organizing team, the man who has been the backbone of our souvenir.
Souvenir champion.
They're called Beta Hub for a reason.
Congratulations. Yeah, can just take a picture, please? From your phone.
Thank you. Can we have the next name?
Let's see who is going to be the lucky winner, second lucky winner. Neeraj Makan.
Can we have
Yeah.
Neeraj on the stage?
Yeah.
Do we have a third one, Mr. Treasurer? Oh, there are two.
Yeah, we have another one.
We have another one. Let's go one more round. Mr. Sureni Gandhi, can we have him on the stage?
Do we have Sureen in the hall?
Go on.
Come on, the next one.
Mr. Nitin
Matthew.
Yeah,
we have.
Do we have? Oh, okay. Don't do 1, 2, 3 for him. Let him come. He'll run the other way. Not me. Thank you, thank you. Have to keep calling Aditya, every time. Is it okay if I call on AD for the rest of the show? Huh? AVD. Can you call him AVD? Is it okay? Okay. Okay. Now, moving on. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. So now I would like to request CA Joseph Peter to please come on the stage and introduce one of our most awaited segments today for Dr. Khalid. Can you please take the stage?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I'm thrilled to see so many of you here for what promises to be an engaging session. We are honored to have Dr. Khalid Mahdi with us today. He is the Associate Professor of Chemical Engineering at Kuwait University, former Secretary General of the Supreme Council for Planning and Development. Dr. Mahdi is a renowned expert with a PhD in Chemical Engineering from Northwestern University. He has taught over 30 courses in engineering and management and authored more than 65 journal articles, book chapters, and conference papers. His leadership roles in both the public and private sectors, particularly as the Secretary General of the Supreme Council for Planning and Development in Kuwait, have had a profound impact on the country's vision in 2035 initiatives. Dr. Khalid Mahdi is a distinguished professional with a diverse and extensive career spanning academia, government, private sector, advisory, and training. Holding a PhD in chemical engineering from Northwestern University, he has made significant contributions to the field of complex systems with a particular focus on statistical mechanics and process optimization. In the academic realm, Dr. Mahdi's experience extends beyond teaching. He has played a vital role in curriculum development, establishing new courses in nuclear engineering, nanotechnology, and project management. As a faculty member at Kuwait University, he was recognized with the Best Teaching Award in 2009. Dr. Mahdi's government and public sector contributions are equally remarkable. He served as the Secretary General of the Supreme Council for Planning and Development in Kuwait, where he was instrumental in advancing the country's vision for 2035, New Kuwait. His leadership in national policy development, strategic planning, and the implementation of SDG Agenda 2030 has been pivotal, as he led numerous high-level committees and spearheaded the digital transformation of government processes. His leadership has earned him several awards, including the People's First Leader GCC HR Award in 2018. In the private sector as well, Dr. Mahdi has made remarkable achievements. Dr. Mahdi's career exemplifies a commitment to excellence across multiple sectors, marked by leadership, innovation, and dedication to advancing Kuwait's national development. Dr. Mahdi is here today to discuss the topic Kuwait Vision 2035, and his wealth of knowledge in complex systems and national policy makes him uniquely positioned to share valuable insights on this topic. We are grateful to have you here with us today, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Khalid Mahdi to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much for this introduction. I believe it's already audited, isn't it? It will be really not good not to audit the statement. So it is already audited, and he cut half of it, which is okay. I am very delighted to be part of this esteemed conference. When Aditya called me through one of my friends, Badr Abdel Jader, he said, would you like to talk about the vision of the country? I said, I am now a former government official, and I don't believe business people would like to hear any government officials. He said, okay, now you are an academic. I said, okay, that's fine. So, currently, I am at Kuwait University, going back to my normal teaching and research stand. I left at 8 years, around 9 years ago, to join the government in order to set the roadmap for the implementation of Kuwait Vision, which is already started in 2006. First, I would like to say a few words about our interesting relationship with the Indian community. By the way, this is my second time giving a talk and speech with an Indian professionals in Kuwait. The first time was with engineers, which I part of that engineering profession. But when accountant ask me to come here, I get scared. I don't know what these people expecting from me to say. Talk about numbers. Oh God, these guys look for numbers. I said, no, I will shift the whole talk to talk about aspiration, strategies, thinking, and the human side of building a Kuwait national vision. It was not an easy task, but it is a very long endeavor, which never finished yet, with a lot of hopes, disappointment, and aspiration for the future. Leap into the future, this actually fit very well in my talk today. I will take you into a journey, a narrative for the Kuwait vision, starting from Kuwait history. You cannot set a vision or a roadmap without providing the history and the DNA of the people of the country. And bit of geography, bit of history, bit of economy, bit of everything. This is the difficulty that we can, as policymaker, encounter and can acknowledge the challenges and the difficulty to set the standard for how to shape the future. We don't anticipate the future, we create the future. That's the key word. Anticipating the future will not do much. Creating the future, this is what's supposed to be done. And working for the government, it is fun. I never like it, but I enjoy the experience, the complexity of it. It is not straightforward. It is always filled with a lot of challenges. And believe me, whatever work you are doing right now in the private sector is way better than if you are fully immersed in the public sector. It is not an easy endeavor, but it is fun and very enriching to the experience. Let me start at the beginning of a background about the country and its evolution. This is a bird's eye view. This is what we do in setting strategy and roadmap. We need to go far away from the location to see where is this location. As you can see and you can tell, this is a very small country located at the tip of the Arabian Gulf and in the middle of everywhere. It's a desert and a sea. This is Kuwait, a very welcoming country located there, and you can tell that you can be in a very close proximity from everywhere, to Africa, to Europe, to Asia. That golden location actually was the reason for this country throughout history to be a hub. Now, if I look at what are the major capitals, I will use this word, capitals, as part of Kuwait's strength. Kuwait, as we speak right now, has 4 major capitals. First one is the social capital, the population. It's a young population, 30% are local, and the rest are expat. Takes ups and downs. Also, the population growth in a rate of 2.7 to 3%. Fertility, it is until now, it is checked at 3.5 per woman at the national level. There is a natural capital. Needless to talk about the crude oil reserve of the country, which is the main reason of its wealth. Everybody talk about crude oil. Few mentioning on the gas. Our gas actually has a timeline of about 100 years, as well as the oil reserve is very huge. We contribute almost to 10% of the global reserve. And we have sunshine. Needless to talk about the Kuwaiti sunshine. I think most of us get cooked and barbecued during summertime. We always live indoor. And the temperature difference between the indoor and the outdoor reach up to 30 and 40. It is not actually made for a human. And there was a very interesting saying in one of the books. He talked about a very old explorer, an Arab explorer. He mentioned that this country is only suitable for animal of the desert to take the heat. But we prove him otherwise. We can live here. We can take the heat. And that heat, and that summer, and that sun actually is a very important resource nowadays. And that can be considered a part of our sustainability endeavor. We have a very long coastline, about 499 kilometers. Another capital, which is our geographical capital, we are located in a very important location. We connect the sea and the land. We have almost a location that was considered very crucial for the caravans at the old time and for the ships at the old time. So our location is considered a very valuable, make it a very major capital. Our institutional setup is also very worth talking about because it's a very important capital. We have a constitutional monarchy, we have a democratic system. Also, we use the civil law system, and we believe most important with the separation of power between the judicial, executive, and the legislative power. To many, this is considered a very important and lucrative in a country like Kuwait. Let me talk about the history a bit. Old time. Once I was talking in a conference, and I mentioned that Kuwait has a very old artifact was discovered in the country that goes up to 7,000 almost years ago. And one guy came and said, I don't believe this. I said, well, it is not me talking. Archaeologists proved it and they report it. Kuwait was in the main gate to the Mesopotamia from the Arabian Gulf. So we are talking about very old civilization which resided here. And I want to mention Ubaid civilization, and actually it was linked to the civilization and the Mesopotamia as a trading hub. Kuwait has and owns the largest number of Delmon seals in the Arabian Gulf area, which make it very crucial at the old time as a trading hub. Delmon civilization, connecting it to the Indus, which is we know now as the Indus Valley, which is part of the Pakistan. They used to also be part of the trading hub for all the ships coming from Hindustan, from that area. And even we get traces from civilization, it goes to the South Korean, especially at the Busan area. 600 BC, we have the Babylonian Empire, and they are also using Kuwait as a trading hub. And when I say Kuwait, that region, a lot of findings done in Failaka or Icarus as part of the civilization also. It was a trading hub. Till 1450 almost, Kuwait was known literally as one of the part of the silk and the spice routes until it gets blocked by the Ottoman Empire. So in the DNA of the history of the country, it's a trading hub. That's take me to how it looked like. Take me to 1600 up to 1940, before the discovery of oil. We saw a very productive community. A lot of activity was going on in this country, in this area. It was not really huge, but it was very limited in geography, but there were a very active economic activities there, connecting several parts of Damascus, Elbow, and India to Europe. So that type of trade lines was very old and very subtle. The characteristic of old Kuwait, very important for us to understand. If you look at the major activity, it was pearl fishing, trading, and it's all based on small and medium businesses. I'm using the futuristic terminology or the present nowadays terminology. SMB, or the small medium businesses, even reflected at the name of Kuwaiti families as well. You might find a lot of Kuwaiti family, their name ends with their profession at that time. And at that time, their grandfathers, their grand-grandfather, they used to have boutiques, as we call them right now, running their entrepreneurship or enterprises as a part of the small and medium enterprises. The general characteristic, it's all private sector oriented, efficient, productive labor market. However, the economy was very small. It's a very low GDP per person. Very productive economy, very efficient labor market, and guess what? The government was really small. The government administration was very small and only meant for security and tax collection in order to keep the people secure internally and externally. Run by the private sector. Government responsibility is very limited. It's all about protection and keeping the law, which was very well administered in a very different way, making the economy always the priority. And they used also to run a social safety network, a social protection for the unfortunate in the country, given by the taxation system which was imposed at that time. If we look at this type of economy, you can see it is small, but it is sustainable. And it lived about 400 years. Until we get into the crucial event that changed how the country is ruled and lived, is the discovery of oil. The blessing and the curse. This is the understanding of how natural resources can actually change the whole world, and change the country. Major economic activity at that time, it was divided into two: petro, industry, and investment. And actually, Kuwait was part of the creation of the petrodollars. General characteristic: the government sector starts to grow as big as it can. It's a bloating. When the government sector grows and the private sector starts to be more dependent on the government, as time passes, we see lower productivity in the labor market. Yes, we have a very high GDP, but unfortunately, productivity is very low. If we look at the government, is so big, and with big government, problems arise drastically. A growth will not be, without the oil, without the natural resources, can grow nicely. Then the government at that time decided to go more of what we call entitlement, wealth distribution, and expanding the public employment. The statement, sustainability right now is at risk. So that's the narrative of Kuwait economy, history, and the need for reforming, changing, get me into the major issues of, do we need a vision? Yes, we do. Being an engineer and talking to accountants, then I have to introduce some equation here. If I look at the history of the country, I can tell there are a lot of sustainability practices in the past. And if I look at the present, I see prosperity sources of the present. So how I get the wealth with the sustainability practices to get a sustainable, prosperous future? Very simple equation, very hard to implement. That's the key. And the key of the Kuwaiti vision, or Kuwait Vision 2035, it is to look at what we used to do. The practices, we take the essence of it. We don't apply them as is, but we take the essence of it. And the wealth we have right now, how we introduce sustainability. When you are in a position for planning for the future or creating a future, you need to think of your grandson, grand-grandson, and how they can live a better life than yours. Well, in that sense, I have to admit, we are like the Indians. We think of our sons. I know the speaker today was saying, well, you need just to think about yourself. Well, in a way, yes, in order to keep yourself healthy. But for the future, you have to make sure that the life you are living right now need to be sustained for our grandson in order to have more sustainable, prosperous future. So we go to the basic. Kuwait in 2006, our late Emir, Sheikh Sabah Al-Ahmed, he came up with a statement. And that statement actually was derived from what we talked about, from the narrative we talked about. He said, okay, let's go back to our essence. We were a hub, let's go back to be a hub. Simple, it's part of our. It's two, government is huge, and the government is controlling 75% of the economic activity in the country, and even the 25% controlled by the private sector is also being dependent on the government. This is not sustainable. We need the private sector to lead the development and the economy. And what will be the role of the government is to be enabling government. Currently, the government is doing the following: policy making, regulation, monitoring, and operation. We need to cut the operation from the government and keep it to the private sector. Very simple, very straightforward equation. However, it will be resisted because the human nature or any organization, they resist change. And imagine if you think of change at the national level. That's even trickier. Also, in the vision, it was very clear that we have to build the human capital. And growing a human capital, it is the key for our sustainable, prosperous future. A low human capital will not, you will not be able to achieve and realize the vision. More important as well is to have a proper institutional setup with more of legal legislations that actually enable businesses to work. The vision was announced in 2006. To articulate the vision and move it to direction, we have to come up with a legal structure for it. And I want to just announce an information that maybe few be aware of. Kuwait vision is the only vision which was being passed by law. All other countries, it's an aspiration from the leader. Our Kuwait vision, it is passed by law in 2010. And it was ratified by the National Assembly. Make the Kuwaiti vision a legal document. So when I talk about the vision, one guy came and said, okay, that's an aspiration. No. It's part of a legal document. This is a law. Make it very strong, by the way. And this is why we get a lot of hiccups during our endeavor toward the realization of the vision. We go up and down and up and down and up and down. A lot of discussion here and there. This is democracy. Kuwait has by the way, the Kuwaiti fabric has a degree of separation equal 0.9. Mean, if I don't know you, I definitely know someone who knows you. This is how close is the Kuwaiti community. And the degree of separation, including the expat in Kuwait, is 2. So if I sit with any one of you right now, I can just figure out on average 1 or 2, and we see the link. This is a village. Everybody knows everybody. And making policy implementation very hard, make it the most challenging in the implementation of the vision among all of our sisters in the GCC. Yes, business people, sometimes they don't have the patience, they talk, but you know, in Kuwait, once we are in, you are in. This is one of the greatest potential in the GCC, yes. And we went through hell, by the way. It never was easy. Now, how do we articulate the vision into numbers? Quantitatively, we need to find an indicator that tell me, yes, we achieved the vision or not. So we introduce competitiveness indices. Before I joined the government used to measure its performance based on KPIs set by the government official. Well, you are auditors here. This is to you is a funny thing. You cannot measure your performance by a KPI you set yourself. And even more, and you set the target as well. That's really good, huh? You set the KPI, and you set the target, and you keep reporting you are achieving the target. Hello? That was my first fight. How to eradicate that system and start to come up with audited, independent KPI that I can measure based on. So we came up with about 57 global index, and we set the target to be in the top 35 percentile on all countries by 2035, in all indices, not just one or two, in all the entities. And we did a very quick analysis. We saw that we are behind in many of these indices. Rules for selecting the index need to be done by independent organization, because we found some of the indices are bought by countries. So you cannot do that. You have to use an independent index. Measured methodologies need to be done properly. For example, I give you an example. I know the World Bank will hate me for it, but I will talk about it. The World Bank, once they have an ease of doing business index, it's part of our plan that we reach up to 35 percentile. You know what? In 2020, the World Bank came up with a very interesting report. It said, we are really sorry, we have some corruption in the announcement of EOD, the ease of doing business for year 2020. So please, guys, forgive us for doing so. Hello? Are you serious? And I'm making it very clear. I announced I am taking this index out from planning. And they all came, no, we are doing some remedial correction. After you are done with your remedial correction, we talk. So this serious, how we consider it, the index. Yes, they have a problem in 2020. That's caused a credibility for the index not to be used. Other indices, other economic numbers need to be done properly in order for us in planning to monitor the achievement. So we decided 35% of all the indices that we approved to be in the top by 2035. They said, why 35 percentile, not 30 percentile? I said, no, for people to remember, 35% top at 2035. If we score up to 25% or 10%, thank you. But you know, for now, this is very interestingly done through our communication strategy for the vision. But there is another issue is, we find it very unrealistic to hit for 10% by 2035. Then you need to be very much realistic and what can be achieved. Some of these indices throughout this journey went up, some went down, but we are on average heading into that target. The vision has 7 pillars. 3 of them are the major ones. 3 are supporting, and 1, it is targeted. Our target is to be at a global position, exceptional global position. The 3 major ones are the first 3, administration, economy, and the human capital. We want the public administration to be efficient, effective. We want our human capital to be creative and productive. And we want our economy to be diversified and sustainable. So we set the pillar with their direction. For each pillar, we have policies. And for each policy, there is a KPI and there is an outcome. I just give you an example. How do we create an effective and efficient public administration? Is to cut the operation off. 1. 2, to digitize all the operation. 3, to kill the corruption in the system. These are crucial. So these are major direction, major outcome in that pillar. How do you go for the economy? Economy need to be run by the private sector. How? Either you do partnership or you be an enabler for the private sector to work. You need to improve the SME and entrepreneurial in the country. These are important. You need to privatize. So we announced our privatize. 38 of the government entities need to be privatized by 2035. So it is about privatization. It is about public-private partnership. It is part of SME, has to be part of that economy. And most important is to target knowledge economy and knowledge extensive industry. Being a very small economy, then we need to introduce this type of economy in the country. Now the whole world is moving in that direction. I'm talking about 2010, this becoming a reality as a part of the world evolution. Human capital was really a big issue because of education need to be reformed. Two, the job market need to be reformed. Labor market in the country, it is a bit distorted. We don't have a lot of knowledge worker, knowledge expat, knowledge people carry knowledge to the country. We have more marginal labor, overpopulating the labor market. What we seek in our vision is to see more professionals like you with more knowledge coming to the country. But you know what? You cannot do that unless you have a very efficient government that allow knowledge and labor market to be highly attractive for knowledgeable workers. So we come up with what we call a smart admission system to be implemented, scoring system, and these are part of the Public Authority for Manpower projects. Some are already initiated. Implementation, it is being thought of the 2026 to have a better implementation of the smart admission to the country. The last three, the next three are called supportive. You need a living environment, sustainable living environment, and here we meant the air, the land, and the sea. They need to be sustainable living environment with Kuwait commitment and the COPs for a zero emission. And I can tell you now, with KPC having their strategy, we are highly committed as an oil producing country for net zero emission. And this was announced by His Highness the Crown Prince at that time, Sheikh Mish'al, and His Highness right now, Sheikh Mish'al, also iterated the importance of net zero emission. So you have a very big potential here in the country with regard to the carbon neutrality. Healthcare, we don't talk about medical care, we talk about healthcare. That's the idea is medical to support the health. So we started with building more hospitals for the capacity. We need more investment on that human capital of the healthcare personnel, and more in that direction with the focus on well-being. Infrastructure, you cannot start a vision without an infrastructure, and the infrastructure was been the focus of Kuwait in the last 10 years, building the airborne infrastructure, airports, the ports, as well as in the land. So these are what I call the main pillars of the Kuwait vision. Let me move to the economy, because this is very important to look at the overall vision and the most important national policy. Economy being enabled with the FDI, SME, public-private partnership, privatization, knowledge economy. The social safety net need to be reformed away from entitlement, labor market, a new jobs strategy in order to expand in the sectors in the country, align the education to labor market, and improve what we call entrepreneurship, creativity as part of this curriculum, and changing the role of the government to a non-operating government. To us, the key is reforming the government structure, which we consider as an opener, making all the rest of these an easy task. We started with a governance. In 2010, we initiated the establishment of the main entity, KDIBA for the FDI, privatization done by the Privatization Council, the Public-Private Partnership, CAP, as well as the National Fund, SME. It didn't go through without hiccups. The most important part of the vision, it is to get to the hub. But to get to the hub, there are a lot of prerequisites. We talked about some of them. This is one important, that Kuwait is part of the Belt Road Initiative, and to be part of what they used to call OBOR, then it's BRI now. In 2009, Kuwait was the first Arab country to sign. However, without reforming the government, without changing the legal structure, how the business to be operated, it will not be possible, but it is part of the plan. Several initiatives and MOUs were done, and in 2009 it was an official signing of it. This is the expectation. We are expecting from changing that to change the north part of Kuwait as a special zone. I will stop after explaining how we actually articulate the vision. By law. By law, we have five years plan. I'm sorry, let me get back to this. So you have the vision 2035, starting at 2010, then you set 5 years plan. And each 5 year, you set the direction and target. And you set the policy, and from this policy, you actually bring project and a program to implement this policy. The first 5 years, mainly it went in legislation. At the end of the 5 years, we had set of enabling legislation. Kuwait, as a democratic country, there were a lot of negotiation in order to come up with proper laws. And believe me, laws need to be refined. A lot of laws were produced in the first 5 years and the mid of the next 5 years. In the second, 2015 to 2020, we did more emphasis on building up the infrastructure. 2020 to 2025, it was meant for more private sector engagement and more offerings from the government to let go the operation. But we get stuck with the COVID-19 and stuck with more political changes in the country and a lot of administrative changes. But there was a set of projects that are all to let go operation. That creates in the coming 5 years and the next 5 years, the 5 years after, a set of let go governmental operation to the private sector. And this is actually the new important changes. And we are considered maybe late with compared to the other GCC country, but the potential is actually reside in what I call in Kuwait. So this is our plan. I know you cannot read it intentionally. But if you can dig through it, you will see it carefully. It's very clear, by the way. The poster can be read, but you are far away. So this is where the vision is. And every pillar that we talked about actually is there. And in every outcome for us to achieve, there is a set of policy need to be implemented, and they are measured with the KPI. I end with only one thing, because sustainability is the key. And I'm really happy that the ICAI chairperson talked about sustainability reporting. Sustainability reporting now is becoming a major activity for the coming years. But our problem is, until now, methodology is not well being established. I know that the accounting use an IFRS system. It is financial. You have non-financial auditing. This is very tricky. And currently, ESG is becoming very crucial and very important. Kuwait government understand that their sovereign rating will be highly influenced by the ESG. However, from the national level perspective and the global perspective, we talk about SDG, which is bigger umbrella that ESG is part of it. Sustainable Development Goal. It started in 2015. Kuwait submitted its 2 reports. I presented both reports myself at the United Nations to just assess how many of these goals are aligned with the Kuwait vision and how many of these goals were achieved in Kuwait. We show some progress in 2023 among these SDGs in Kuwait. So I really invite everyone who did not read Kuwait Voluntary National Report on Sustainability Agenda of the United Nations is to read it, because it's filled with a lot of numbers, KPIs, and what Kuwait is doing in the SDG agenda. Time is up. I just want to show something. Every time I've been asked a question, who can guarantee to us that the Kuwait vision, Kuwait National Plan will be realized? This is the ingredient that we have in Kuwait. First, until today, we still have institutions that operate within a constitution. For an Arab country to have sustainability in terms of building up institutions, since the establishment of the constitution until now, this is a positive remark that needs to be made. And we are very proud of it. Institution can be sick, but cannot be eliminated because they follow constitutional setup. 2, existing infrastructure, we are investing more than 28 billion, 26 billion already been spent on ongoing infrastructure project in the country. 3, we have a visionary leadership that actually taking this country to no limit, thriving to achieve. And there is a commitment. This commitment sometimes is not believed, but I was so close to the circle of commitment. I can see the thrive. Competency sometimes play a major role in the hiccups. In 2017, the whole Council of Ministers, for the first time in Kuwait, sat on a stage, standed on a stage at Jaber Culture, committing for the Kuwait vision after it was being announced. As you know, the Kuwait vision was announced in 2010. This was the first PR and the communication strategy. Part of it is to let the Council of Ministers in 2017 to still committed to the project. 2018, they did the same. 2020, at the COVID time, they did. And now we can see them also continuing to commit in 2024. Kuwait vision is ongoing. By 2035, you might say, well, we cannot achieve it 100%. Give me a country with 100% implementation and realization of their vision. No, my dear. This is not a private sector running a corporate. I ran corporate before. Setting target and achieving the target, maybe it's easy. But with a government, with a nation, I don't want to name many countries that are successful right now in achieving their vision. Just, you should know how many national plans failed and they brought another national plan to succeed. And this is the beauty of life. As our speaker said, it's stress and recovery. Am I right? Did he say that? He said stress and recovery, but New Kuwait is coming for sure.
Dr. Khalid, I request you to be, please, there on the stage. And I request C.A. Aditya and AVD and Joseph to please come and felicitate Dr. Khalid. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move to our next segment, I always do believe that having an interaction with business leaders leads to opening of our minds, leads to new ideas, new thoughts, which we earlier thought was not possible. As our hotel staff is preparing the stage, I will quickly, sorry, forgot my iPad. Venkat, can you help me? So, friends, today we have the distinct pleasure of welcoming three exceptional business leaders, each with their own unique approach and approach to leadership and success. They represent most diverse and critical sectors in any economy: banking, retail, and hospitality. And I think Dr. Khalid will agree to that part. Our first guest today is Mr. Basel Al-Salim. He's the founder and CEO of Gastronomica, an entity that has not only established new standards for fine dining, but redefined how to introduce, manage, and grow new brands with uncanny consistency. Mr. Basel completed his education from University of Denver, Daniels College of Business, with several certifications from Harvard, Cornell, and Kuwait Investment Authority. Our second guest for today is Dr. Badr Al-Hassel, who is the Chief Risk Officer at Bubian Bank with almost 2 decades of experience in finance. Dr. Badr has also served as Associate Professor at Kuwait University and has completed his fellowship from London School of Economics. He holds a PhD in finance with an MBA from Indiana University, Bloomington, along with bachelor's in industrial engineering from Kuwait University. He's a CFA charter holder and authored publications in leading international finance journals. Our third guest today is none other than Mr. Saleh Al-Shaya, President Apparel at Al-Shaya Group. Mr. Saleh started his career in the US, working for 6 years in investment banking and private equity. He holds a BS in chemical engineering from the University of Texas at Austin and an MBA from the Wharton School of University of Pennsylvania. Mr. Saleh joined the Al-Shaya Group in 2007 as Business Development Director, and in 2024 took on the role of the President of the Apparel Division. So, are we all set? Are we all set? I was asking them, I'll ask you also. Are we all set? So can I request all three of you to please come on the stage? Thank you, sir. Thank you. We can sit in the particular order mentioned here. Thank you. You know, as even writing my introductory script, one thing I really noticed, and I'll specifically start with Dr. Badr and Mr. Alshaya, that your initial starting point as engineers and now moving into a very different role, and it really intrigued me. So can you just very briefly tell our audience that what led to that transition from engineering to banking or into retail and apparel?
I noticed the same. After Dr. Khalid's remarks, fellow chemical engineer, I'm a former chemical engineer, he's an actual chemical engineer. Dr. Badr studied industrial engineering, yes, and I studied chemical engineering. I think engineering is a good general field to study, for people who are curious about data, curious about how things work. And it actually led me to business personally. I don't know how it worked for everyone else. But I think in life, you always find something that you find of interest and you dig a bit deeper and you learn a bit more. But my journey was basically, I studied engineering. I did internships in engineering in college, but I was always interested in the stock market, how companies work. And on graduation, I thought, let me see if I have an opportunity to work in business. And I worked in New York. I found a job in New York in an investment bank. And this was my real training in life. This was my education.
Thank you. Dr. Badr.
So I think I wouldn't say a lot more than what Saleh has said, but I think back when I was in college, financial markets were becoming a hot thing, especially here in Kuwait. There was good stock market performance. So that created a buzz. And I remember I was walking in Marina Mall, Virgin bookstore, picked up Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Guide to Investing. And that really said, I really want to invest a lot of my career in that field. And having family members in the financial industry helped to push along the interest in that arena, I would say.
Excellent. Mr. Basel, for you also, we have seen that from investment banking now to gastronomic and hospitality. A very interesting transition. Would you like to just weigh in on that? How come that happened?
First, let me say I'm not an engineer, so just to be clear here, just to set the tone. But yes, I studied finance in University of Denver, then moved on to Kuwait Investment Authority to have further training in more in the investment field, and worked in various jobs that are in the financial sector. However, just like my training, I look at investing in the restaurant business as an investment rather than just something that I'm passionate about. I am passionate about food, design, and all of that, but at the end of the day, it's a business. And that's where I had spent more close to a year and a half doing a market survey, and that was back in 2001 when I started doing the study. Then I realized that there is a gap in the market from the perspective of investment. There is a growth in the economy, there is a growth in the population as well. There isn't much offered in Kuwait at the time. And I found it to be an interesting point where I could start a business. At the same time, I've always been infatuated with how brands are being created elsewhere. And back then, we were looking at importing brands to Kuwait rather than exporting our brands elsewhere else. So that was one of the areas that I really wanted to focus on, is to create a brand and create a company that really services this gap in the market. That's really what really got me into this business to begin with.
Well, it's very interesting you mentioned that, talking about market research and detailed market orientation, getting into the roots, knowing the customer's mindset. Now, in general, we have been seeing a trend in Kuwait where we are seeing quite a few restaurant businesses either slowing down, some of them even closing down. But Gastronomica, one brand after another, after another, after another, you're doing something different and you're doing it really right. And the people here would want to know that.
Well, see, it's in the restaurant business, where 20 years back people go out to have food, today they're going out to have an experience. So how do you define experience? It's very complex. It's not just the food, it's not just the service, it's not the design. It's the aggregate of these very sophisticated, complex areas that, when you put them together, creates a good experience. So, for example, is location part of the experience? It is.
Okay.
It's not something that I take away from the experience. So, if you say, I'm going to a restaurant and it has bad parking, that means that's bad experience. So we're not going out to a restaurant that ends up having lack of parking or very difficult accessibility and I cannot get to it. So these little complexities, all in all, creates a good experience today. What we're really paying for is a good time. We're not paying for a good meal. I could have a good meal at home while watching Netflix. I don't need to go out.
Yeah,
but
sure.
So today, we're not competing as restaurants with other restaurants. We're competing with the likes of Netflix. This is our competition. If people are sitting down watching, sports on BN or it may be on Netflix, it makes it very hard for people to get out of their homes and go and head out to a restaurant. So we have a lot of competition that are either direct or indirect. That makes us think about, what can I do today to improve the experience and tick all the boxes? Not just one, not just good food or good service, good design. I need to tick all the boxes to make it work. And this is where a lot of our competition do not have probably the same matrix or the same list of things that they need to have all together to be able to compete in this industry.
No, that's a very interesting perspective of really ticking all the boxes for customers. And that leads to my actually second question to Mr. Saleh. That, when we talk about customer mindset or customer preferences, we have generally seen, and if I especially talk about apparel business also, that where the purchasing factor or the prime point of purchasing factor is now moving from brand loyalty to brand pricing. Now we have recently seen trends to brand sensitivity even in geopolitical terms. Do you really think those changing trends, which are very fast changing trends, are actually reflective of the market? Or at times you feel that, the customer may be aspiring for something, but the purchasing trend is different from that?
I think it's a timely question. Over the past year, in particular, we've felt in the region people's political beliefs enter their purchasing decisions, for sure. But even before that, I'd say over the past 5 years, certainly in Europe and the US, but increasingly in the region, people's views towards sustainability or the responsibility of brands or companies and how they're supporting the local community has become increasingly an important factor that people take into account, especially when they're wearing brands, especially when you're talking about clothing and they're wearing a brand. What is it that what values are they espousing with the brand that they choose to wear? And who are the people behind that? What do they believe? Do they match with your worldviews? But it's interesting because people's beliefs tend to ebb and flow, and we see this. On October 7th last year, in our business, we felt we have a couple of different businesses. We have F&B businesses, food and beverage, restaurant businesses, cafes. We have apparel businesses, fashion, and we have beauty businesses. And across the board, we detected that people's consumption was changing and how they were buying was changing. And some of our brands were hurt, and some of our brands were helped. And it wasn't always for rational reasons. We had some brands that really did very, very well, but you can't actually detect why, other than someone was maybe used to buy one brand of chicken and now they want another brand of chicken or something like that. But over time, people's consumption behavior, it's always changing, and it reverts to the norms of, I'd say, like basic human interests. So Basil was talking about the restaurant industry, how the overall experience is important. And I'd say in apparel and in fashion, there are certain things that are really important. Is the quality good? Is the price good? Is the look good? These things increasingly are the most important thing, and people would like to maybe buy a brand that aligns totally with their political views, but in the end, they can only afford certain things, and they only like certain things, and they like a certain color and a certain look and a certain fashion, and they will always revert to that. And this is what we've seen. So some of the initial trends that emerged a year ago have reverted to the long-term trends, and we've seen businesses really return, I would say, to whatever the trend was, whether it was up, down, sideways, whatever it was.
No, that's a very interesting perspective, that even to recognize a trend when there is no trend, literally, I mean, that's an interesting aspect. And that leads to a lot of business risk, and that brings me to my third question to Dr. Badr. I mean, let's talk about the international markets. Let's talk about the international developments here. We see a lot of unexpected events happen, which are not in control of any business, which are not, cannot be predicted. Yet there are institutions, banking institutions, financial institutions, which are at the front line of any economy. So how critical it is for you to maintain a business continuity plan in this ever-changing scenario, and taking the fact that what you can't predict is what you can't plan for, but yet you have to continue doing the business. So how do we define the business continuity plan, and what has been Bubian's approach on that?
I think that's a very interesting question. So I think you need to start with the thought that you need to have a proactive stance where you continuously monitor these developments and try to understand what do they mean for the organization. And this is one of the pillars that we build on. And then after that, and trying to connect how and what these developments are meaning for us, you also need to think about preparing for at least the known events. It's not easy. I don't think anybody expected something as COVID 4 years back. But what you need to think about is you need to start building plans, crisis management plans, failover plans, and continuously test them and see how resilient the organization is to these external events that might hinder its ability to continue operations. I think this is what we try to do. And I would have to say that sometimes also, at least from a banking sector and the crucial role it plays, there's also external pressures that come to us from the regulatory bodies where they say, okay, X event has happened in, region Z. How are you guys being prepared for that? What are you guys doing? That kind of, good discussion helps us get on the right path. Also, one of the things that we have found to be good is doing tabletop exercises. So we actually bring a lot of internal stakeholders in a room, give them simulations and certain scenarios, and we think out loud how we would react in these scenarios. And this has helped us over time determine whether there are strengths and weaknesses in our organization, and therefore tackle where we are weak and be able, therefore, to withstand any shocks that would come from those scenarios.
I mean, I'll stick to you for the next question as well, because you mentioned about getting all the internal stakeholders on board and testing continuously. Now, when you're talking about testing, that something that comes to my mind is the fact that in the AI world, in the ever-changing AI world that we are in, the kind of threats banking institution may face in terms of cyber threats, frauds, this is also changing, and this is not only increasing but changing as well. It's changing shape, size, color by the minute. How is Bubian preparing for that? Are you yourself trying to use AI for the defensive mechanism to monitor threats, to actually run algorithms that sees that what kind of threats the banks are continuously facing? Something about the risk analysis pattern that you would be doing. I know there is something interesting happening there. And in future about credit analysis as well, if you talk about AI.
Sure. So I think the cyber landscape has evolved a lot, and especially also on the fraud front. So daily we see people trying, or we call them threat actors, that are trying to penetrate the organization or any organization for that sake. The same is happening for our clients in terms of fraud. So we as a bank have continuously tried to invest in preparing ourselves and protecting ourselves and our clients from these threats. So on the fraud front, we have invested in advanced technologies with machine learning, and we now plan to expand into AI capabilities within these tools that would help detect fraudulent behavior or fraud attacks on our customers, and therefore allow our customers to avoid being defrauded at a much earlier position. Also on the cyber front, we have invested in a lot of tools designed to monitor, detect, and respond to the various incidents that tend to happen. And many of these have also included AI elements within them that would allow tools to analyze the significant amount of data that's going into and flowing into it from all the technological stack within the bank, and to come up with meaningful understanding if there is any malicious behavior or patterns that shouldn't be there within our technological environment. But we think this is a very challenging domain that's continuously developing, and especially with the advent of Gen AI and similar tools, it is making it easier for threat actors to come and attack organizations of various sorts. And therefore we also, at our end, we need to continue investing and be vigilant. And even some of the big research organizations and technological organizations like Gartner, etc., they have now reached a point where they're saying, you will have a breach, you will not be able to protect yourself, so now you need to think about response mechanisms. So not protect, but response, and have proper response plans and mechanisms in place that allow you to quickly deal with any incidents or breaches in a timely and efficient manner.
So let's just...
May I just jump in?
Please.
Because what Dr. Bedr is saying sounds very, very familiar. Al Shaya Group has faced issues from threat actors, not directly, or probably directly as well, but the most disruptive things have been through vendors who we use. So very recently we had a very significant piece of software, our supply chain system, BY, had some kind of hack, global hack. It disrupted businesses across the world. And you have to expect it. It's going to happen. There's nothing you can really do because all companies are interconnected now, and these organized crime rings that do this, they have the best software. They've got government-level hacking software. They can get into any company. It's inevitable. The best thing you can do is be prepared to react and do these kinds of simulations because it's inevitable. That you will, as any business, inevitably, you will have these crises and you just have to know how to react quickly. And unfortunately, this is something that we've learned the hard way, that one of our core capabilities is actually responding to crises, and we've gotten very good at it. And so we have to continue to train. Having a blueprint of what you do in a crisis is not very valuable because actually the circumstances are different every time. You just have to be ready. How do you respond? How do you communicate? How do you cascade? How do you organize yourselves very quickly? So I completely agree with everything you said.
No, I completely agree with that part, but from where we see, as accountants, we always have the mindset that yes, one is an internal aspect of an organization and one is a regulatory aspect. Now, I would like to open this question to all three of you on this part that in Kuwait, I believe that we have now seen the advent of war rooms by the Kuwait government where AI threats are being detected. But do you believe that there is need for a much more stronger law, a cyber law or a regulatory law that actually not only that creates a strong deterrence for any kind of person or a private citizen or a resident who is trying to formulate any kind of fraud or trying to work on any kind of malicious activity? Some thoughts on that, on the regulatory aspect, about the formation of some new laws or introduction or strengthening the current cyber law.
May I take that to
Yeah.
start with? So being in the banking sector, we are obviously heavily regulated and exposed to these kind of regulations and laws. So there has been some efforts from the government over the years to build laws, regulations, and frameworks to deal with these growing threats. The problem is they're very fastly evolving, and therefore laws need to continuously be updated to act as a proper deterrent. One of the good things that have happened here for the banking sector is the regulatory body issued a cybersecurity framework 4 years ago, and this has helped enhance the cyber posture of the various banks here in Kuwait. And within that, there was a working group where all banks and the regulator share threat intelligence. So if you do see any anomalous behavior, if you've been under attack, you need to report that attack to the regulator and to the other members in the working group, and that helps them take proactive actions, because usually those threat actors, they go to an organization and maybe they are attempting to move around within the same environment. Also, last year there was an initiative with the prosecutor's office, the general prosecutor's office, and the Ministry of Interior to set up a war room. So when we notice that a client is being defrauded and we figure out who's defrauding them, what's the counterparty with their account, we share that information and we say, our client in Bobian is being defrauded by X at, for example, NBK or KFH or elsewhere. And what the war room helps is to take immediate action against the fraudster and try to withhold the money, seize the account, and continue investigating to see if this is a genuine fraud or not. But it has helped mitigate some of the fraud risks here in the country.
Thank you. I mean, if we talk about AI now, we have talked about the threat aspect of AI. If we try and talk about the supportive aspect of AI, and Mr. Basel and Mr. Saleh, that's where I would want your views, is that how have you been using AI in detecting market trends? Has it been helpful? Has the results been matured enough to actually predict the market correctly? And if so, what suggestion would you have for the general audience at large, that how AI now needs to be brought in, either whether it's market intelligence or developing and understanding trends? So I'll start with Mr. Saleh and Mr. Basel after that.
So we've been experimenting with AI. We're fortunate that we have lots of data to work with within Al Shaya, because we have a loyalty program that the majority of our customers participate in. Maybe some of you are part of our Aura loyalty program.
I think there will be hardly anybody who doesn't know about Aura in the room.
Okay, yeah. I hope you do. It's very expensive, so we hope that everyone everyone participates and enjoys it. But in turn, we get a lot of data back, which gives us the opportunity to do all kinds of analytics. In terms of AI specifically, we've been playing with models for forecasting with AI. And I'm optimistic, but we don't use it day to day yet. But we're playing with models. I saw something actually coincidentally over the weekend that Google now can, with their DeepMind AI model, they can forecast the weather better than any forecasting program in the world. With high degree of accuracy, they can forecast the weather for the next 15 days everywhere in the world, which is amazing. Okay, we're not anywhere close to that, but we're playing with it because it stands to reason that we should be able to do better forecasting and have a machine do forecasting that's at least as effective as humans, if not better, with much less work, and to get insights out of our loyalty data to help predict what are the types of products, services, experiences that a customer might like from within the portfolio of brands that Alshaya offers. So it's something where, we're actively exploring and optimistic that we'll get some value from it.
Excellent. Mr. Basu, your views.
So AI, we've been using AI for the past 2 to 3 years in various areas. Creatively, we have been using AI for enhancing our designs. So it assists in the development of our design concepts. Lately, we have a full project that we've done, and we've built a beachside that is designed with the help of AI. Obviously, there is a lot of human input. Let's not get this wrong. It's still artificial intelligence, and it's intelligence, not logic. So there is a lot of work to be done on that front. You need to have someone that is very well versed in the use of AI. So it's not just you plug in something, you get the answer, and that answer we take it for granted. So we've been also using that for reports, for analysis of various areas. Even recipe development has been very useful with us.
Now that's a very interesting aspect. AI on recipe development, I think we are about to hear something very new.
It's, we've developed a couple of recipes recently over the past year and a half. I would say the majority of them have worked. However, you do need to be a professional chef or with good knowledge of food to be able to use it. So it's not anyone can just plug in an idea and you get a response. You need to see whether this response is logical, it is accurate, and it is true. All right? Mm-hmm. So one thing that I've realized, and I personally use AI, is it hallucinates a lot. It creates a lot of information that is not true. So what I see is the danger of AI, and I think we need to just press the brakes on AI and say, you need to manage AI. You cannot just hand over the task and take it as granted. It's dangerous when someone looks at it as information that is true. So whether it is in design, or whether it is in the creative industry, or whether it's developing a recipe, or even giving you suggestions on how to restructure a department. I've used that for these matters as well. And you can see it. You can test AI and say, you were incorrect in this, and this is the correct one. And it will respond and say, you're absolutely correct. So it just, reconfirms that it has been wrong. So, we're still, years, I think it requires a few years for it to be dependable, but I wouldn't at any stage say, it's 100% and rely on AI. It assists anyone in doing their task, but it doesn't do the task on its own. So from my perspective, that's how I see it.
Very interesting. No, I do agree that we need to keep a logical eye on. Always, you can't shut the eye and...
It's zero logic from my experience.
Okay.
All right. The logic comes from your side.
Excellent, excellent. Now, talking about, if we talk about, let's get back to specifically talking about Gastronomica. We had a very interesting conversation, and I want the benefit to reach out to the wider audience. If we talk about business logic, if we talk about business strategy, you did mention that your investment strategy is somewhere very different and unique, and you've taken a very unique stand on that. and also the fact that, in terms of, you have a very different approach when we talk about developing long-term plans, or actually not having a long-term 5-year or 10-year plan. Would you care to elaborate that? What is Gastronomica's philosophy in terms of investment strategy and in terms of having plans, short-term, long-term, for business?
I think we focus more on having a solid strategy rather than focusing on having a business plan that doesn't materialize. Every time you have a business plan, you do a forecast, and nothing materializes if you're focusing on that. So instead, we look at what are the strategies that I could focus on today that gives Gastronomica a competitive advantage. We try to be unique in everything we do simply because uniqueness gives us an advantage against our competition. Now, even that uniqueness wears off in a few years. You have more competition moving in, and just like from red ocean, blue ocean strategy, we try to avoid the red ocean, but eventually that blue ocean becomes reddish with time. And so we need to be innovative. So the creative engine is how we enable Gastronomica to always be ahead of the curve. You asked me in the conversation over the phone about why do we have so many brands? And part of that is in this business, and maybe Saleh has spoken about, with multiple brands, suddenly you see an uptick or a downtick from consumers' preferences. That will happen in anything, in retail, even in the restaurant business as well. It's highly cyclical. So what's really is in customers' favor today, in a few years, it's out of favor. So we need to run it as a portfolio rather than have all the eggs in one basket with one brand, and it gets impacted by changes in dietary requirements or even preferences. 10 years back, people were talking about organic. Today, they're talking about different dietary requirements. So these shifts in consumer behaviors is very difficult to predict. So the best way to do it is to diversify in our portfolio of brands. And if we have the majority of our brands doing well, still in aggregate, we're doing well. Where if we have a very limited amount of brands, we get impacted heavily by the cyclicalities and the shifting in consumer behavior. So that's how we look at it from that perspective of diversifying. We do innovate in our brands. We try to give it a refresher from time to time. One of our oldest brands is Burger Boutique. Actually, it's our first brand in Gastronomica. It's still, surviving till today. In fact, it's thriving today after 20 years of being in existence. However, it has undergone a lot of changes. It has morphized into various dietary trends. In 2011, we turned it into an organic, sustainable brand. But today, it's a completely different take on the brand. So, evolving the brand and having that evolution as part of the core functions of Gastronomica is highly important. We need to have a function that looks at brands and never keeps it still. It has to evolve and it has to always be ahead of its curve.
Excellent. Interesting you mentioned about sustainability, and that gets me to my next topic, which is sustainability. And I'll at this point, I would like to start with Dr. Badr. I mean, Dr. Badr, if you talk about sustainability, and would like to know more about Bubian's prospects on sustainable financial framework. How does it perceive, and what are the thoughts, what are the plans on introducing one, and on that area?
So I would say that this is one of the things that we got there was an external push, obviously, from external stakeholders on what the bank is doing. And there were also initiatives from the inside on the various sustainability dimensions. And indeed, last year we had developed a sustainable finance framework where previously we had been doing sustainable initiatives or sustainable finance initiatives, but they were not it's where it was more like of a random event. This was a good opportunity, let's do it. But now we have a framework where it guides us into these opportunities and allows us to monitor them and track them and be part of our agenda when we sit and look for our future. And we have, one of the recent things that we are proud of is that we've financed contracts on social housing here in Kuwait. So these are important aspects that become part of the decision-making process. We have also, this is I think the 4th year we've produced our sustainability report. So we have been doing a good effort on transparency and the various initiatives and work that's being done within the bank. We feel this is important to maintain a sustainable posture as a player in the economy and in our environment. It's not easy. So one of the things we have also tried to look at is develop metrics that help us in terms of identifying how much climate risk we're taking within our various exposures. And therefore doing that, then we need to identify how much capital we as a bank need to allocate against these growing risks. We're now also looking into tools that would help us identify ESG risks within our clientele, especially on the corporate front, that will also allow us to manage that growing risk for us as a bank, as well as doing various initiatives with the retail base, etc., that would allow us to be a better player in our ecosystem.
No, interesting to know. It's an evolving trend, and I do believe that, as you correctly mentioned, there are a lot of international trends that now banks in Kuwait are actually, if not mandated by CBK or the law, but it's naturally they've started following. Mr. Saleh, I mean, we all love to talk about sustainability. Going back to my earlier part of the conversation where I mentioned that, essentially customer buying trends may differ from what they perceive or what they want to perceive. If we talk about sustainability and good economics, at times we see them at loggerheads. How do you challenge that perspective in your business, and do you see that still a challenge, or have Al-Shaya started thinking, no, there is a midway where we can reach, where actually two of them can work together?
We operate with a number of, Al-Shaya operates a diversified portfolio. And in the apparel world, we operate with a number of international brands, all of whom have their own sustainability infused into their product development and their marketing strategies. And generally, sustainable products cost a bit more. It costs more to produce a sustainable product than a traditionally produced product. And so what we've found is it's difficult to become totally sustainable, but we can introduce elements of it, and it's a good test to see how do people behave. And what we've seen is that there's a very, very small segment of customers who are really willing to pay more for sustainability. When it comes down to how they make their purchasing decision, they like the idea of sustainability as long as they don't have to compromise on anything else. As long as it's same quality, same price, same look, same fashion, same everything, plus sustainable, okay, we'll take that. So all other things being equal, they like the idea of sustainability. But when it comes down to compromising on anything, they won't do it. And in general, I mean, there's a very small segment of customers who buy according to really kind of a sustainability worldview. Most of them, the vast majority, 99% of people, buy what looks good and is cheapest. And what we've seen in this region over the past 5 years, especially in Saudi, but also in Kuwait, is the Chinese e-commerce companies offer a product that looks the same, but it's cheaper. Doesn't have any kind of sustainability, It's, the manufacturing standards are very different. There's no kind of protection of climate or workers' wages or anything else. And they fly it halfway around the world. The carbon footprint of this product is very, very high. But it's cheap, and they've done very well. So, and it's mass. Maybe many of you have shopped from Shein or Temu or whatever. It would be contradictory to say that you're a sustainability-minded consumer and shop from one of these things, because they're totally incompatible. But for Al Shaya, in terms of our strategy with sustainability, we have to be a sustainable business. The way we think about it is introduce sustainable products wherever we can, and to be very close to our communities. And this is a slightly different spin on sustainability. By being close to our communities, understanding what they really want, and bringing them value, then the products they buy from us will last them longer, will be more meaningful, and carry a higher value to them. So by really understanding what people want, then we can offer them sustainable stuff that is worth it to them, because it also meets all of these other requirements. It looks great. It fits the local custom. It has the right brand and everything else. It's a long-term play on sustainability. It's not something we can do overnight, because in the meantime we have to stay in business and compete with these Chinese e-commerce players.
Mr. Basil, your thoughts on what Mr. Saleh just mentioned from your business?
I completely agree with Saleh on this matter. You cannot depend on the businesses to start offering sustainable products and services at the expense of the business. I mean, you cannot just have supply of sustainable products and services without having the demand. So whose responsibility is to create the demand? Governments have a responsibility to have better awareness, to really start working on creating the demand for us as businesses to supply that demand with sustainable products and services. It's very tough when and like Saleh was saying, it's very expensive. So we tried that back in 2011 with having Burger Boutique as a sustainable burger concept, with organic beef, recycled materials, so on and so forth. But it ended up being a very expensive product, and the customers are not willing to pay for an expensive product if they do not see the value in it. So we need to start developing that perception of value in the customer, to know that, not just that I want a good product, but it has to be sustainable. And that takes time. It's not an overnight thing. But we try to look at other means of having sustainability as well, which is how we look at our employees. End of the day, Gastronomica does not really function without employees.
Very, very amazing concept, because usually when we talk about sustainability, we keep focus on environment, where we forget actually social aspect, or the human aspect is very critical. Please elaborate what you were about to mention.
It is. I mean, maybe in the short term, taking care of our employees, meaning that, whether it's on multiple facets, whether helping them in need or helping them in crisis, we make sure that this is part of our responsibility towards our employees. It's not a variable cost. It's a long-term commitment with our employees. And over the long term, we do lower our costs, because we have more happy employees, which means they're more efficient, they're more productive, and I can get the best talent and retain the best talent. So over the long run, it does have a positive economic impact when we have that. So we have invested in this policy for a very long period of time. When we were faced with the crisis of COVID in 2019, we ensured that none of our employees get laid off. This was my personal endeavor, to ensure that none of them get laid off. And did it cost the company a lot? Yes, it did. But we're not looking at the short-term costs of that crisis. We have to look at how we are building an organization with a reputation that we do take care of our employees. We don't care what happens in the short term. We had been, since inception, I had a policy for the company to have 30% of the assets in liquid assets, cash and cash equivalents. Simply because in our business, it's highly cyclical. We get impacted by changes in food cost, inflation, and various crises. So to have that cushion is very important. And it did come handy in 2019 because all of that cash reserve got wiped out because I had to pay off all the commitments. We were looking at the positive side of things. Crises do happen. However, it might take quite a prolonged period of time. I wouldn't say that I have assumed COVID to be that long. However, we did have a contingency plan built in at the beginnings of getting the news out of COVID. So sat down with the team, said, we do need to have a contingency plan. We need to be ready. We need to have these plans ready. So when it hits, we have a plan that is ready. We don't want to waste time because in such big crises, you don't have the liberty of having a lot of time to plan what to do next. We have to be very swift and quick, and we did that as part of it. And while we were planning for our contingency plans, I ensured that none of these scenarios includes, laying off any staff. So we have to look at everything else.
Excellent. So not only sustainability, but having a sustainable business model in the economic aspect. Now, that was good to hear. In the interest of time, I'll just quickly move to my last section. And since the majority of the crowd here is an Indian crowd, I'll talk about the India Connect from a banking, apparel, and the hospitality and food. Mr. Saleh, any plans of getting any good Indian brands under your umbrella, expanding into the Indian markets? I think people will be interested to know that.
We've looked at it before. We very seriously wanted to enter India at one time, but it was too complicated for us, honestly. We found it way too complicated. we have enough challenges and complications closer to home. We don't need to go that far to find complicated business environment. But I do think there's opportunity for Indian brands here in the region, and I see a lot of parallels between, in India, from what I understand, although people day to day wear Western clothes, they also wear traditional clothes, especially around special occasions and holidays and so on. And it's similar here. A big part of my business is around our holidays like Ramadan. When all of our brands will have now some kind of Ramadan collection, some curated assortment of product that we bring that's relevant to these holiday periods. And I do see that there's an opportunity for Indian brands to be offered during special holiday periods here in the region.
We are waiting.
Yeah.
We are waiting. I think I can say all the Indians sitting here, we are waiting for that.
Very good.
Mr. Basil, you are an explorer, and I know, and you have been to many trips a few trips to India. Kerala was one of the recent trips. Your experience on food, and same question, are we going to see an Indian restaurant under Gastronomica soon?
Well, we have been working on that. It has always been part of the plan to have an Indian restaurant as part of our portfolio. And it's a very highly evolving segment as well. However, my experience in India, I think, really opened up my eyes as to what I really thought. The saying, the more you know you don't know. And, my visit to India just opened up my eyes to see a completely different, I would say, a universe of multitudes of different cuisines. I've tried things for the first time, and whether it is, down south in Kerala, all the way to cities like Bangalore and Mumbai and various different cities as well in India. And I've barely scratched the surface of India. So for me, that was an eye-opener because what we know in the rest of the world, is a very concise, shortened, I would say safe version of, Indian food. Now, should we do something that is based on totally new ideas and from regional cuisines? I do like personally to push the envelope a little bit and introduce new ideas, even if it's like 20% of the menu is things that people haven't tried before. It's more on an educational aspect for the customers, and we at Gastronomica has always been doing that from day one. Pushing the envelope, trying to introduce ideas that haven't been introduced to the market, and we could do that with multiple cuisines. And Indian is one of them. And I keep saying Indian, but there's it's a I would end up with like 10,000 menu items if I say that. But I would say regional cuisines, and maybe start region to region. And I'm not an expert in Indian food. I realized recently that I'm not an expert. And when I saw the multitudes of ingredients that I even haven't heard of it, like kokum in Kerala was something new. I don't know if anyone from Kerala here, but you know what I'm talking about. Oh, okay. Sorry.
You see the response?
It's for the fish curry, right? So yeah, I'm just beginning to understand the cuisine, and just like anything else, you need to develop the demand for it. So market awareness is key. Educating the market. We do have a growing segment of people that are exploratory in their palate. They want to try something new, but we still have a majority of people that are very safe in their decisions. But that small sliver of the market that likes to explore is where I like to be in developing the cuisine. So if we're doing something Indian with Gastronomica, it's definitely with a twist.
You have at least 300 people here who will be at the opening of that Indian store. I can guarantee you that.
I hope so.
Last question of my session, and to you, Dr. Vada, again, the India Connect. We all are aware about the rapid pace at which digital banking has spread its root in India across 1.4 billion people. We have the UPI payment systems, the digital banking really crossing all thresholds in India. Do you think Kuwait banks can take a clue or two from what is happening in India?
Of course, indeed. I think the UPI example is a very good example of digital enablement and ease of money transfers and doing business. It's basically what I think UPI has been something that came out in India 4 or 5 years ago. And we just recently reached something similar, which is many of you might have explored, which is called WAMV. Many banks have started offering that. And this was a strong push, from the regulator here in Kuwait that we need to adopt this. And this is a good learning experience for us here in Kuwait from that very good progress that was done in India on digital payments. This makes it very easy. You send money through knowing someone's phone number. You don't have to go, while all of us over the past 5-6 years got used to pay me links, and they were quite a good step into easing of money transfer and doing business, even for the small, segment of contractors, all kinds of small businesses. But the move that UPI has achieved has been a good example for us here to follow and adopt in spreading, financial inclusion, I would say.
Thank you, Dr. Vada. That brings us to the end of this session. I hope all of you enjoyed as much as I did. And on behalf of the audience, I can say that, we had a wonderful time discussing plethora of issues, economics, challenges, IT, AI, sustainability, and the India Connect. Thank you so much for taking out time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
AVD,
thank you all for your time. Thank you, Ketan.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Salid. Oh my God. Finally, I do get something, huh? Thank you. Thank you. Can we have a group picture now, Aditya? Yeah. 2 minutes. Yeah, can, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, from one interesting conversation to another interesting conversation, we have one very exceptional individual who has flown all the way from India. And to introduce that person, I request C.S. Shweta Chopra to please come and do the honors.
Thank you, Ketan. Moving ahead to the next awaited segment of today's conference, we are honored to welcome the stalwarts of India's financial sector, Chartered Accountant by profession, Mr. Anil Singhvi. We have a short AV which will introduce Mr. Anil Singhvi. I request the team to please play.
अनिल सिंघवी, एक ऐसा नाम जिस पर भरोसा करते हैं करोड़ों लोग। एक मंझे हुए बिजनेस जर्नलिस्ट होने के साथ साथ अनिल सिंघवी सीए और सीएस भी हैं और रुपए पैसे, सरकारी खजाने, आर्थिक नीतियों के साथ साथ बाजार के हर एक दांव पेंच को बखूबी समझते हैं। जब बात ट्रेडर्स और निवेशकों के हक की हो तो दिल से निकलती है जी बिजनेस के मैनेजिंग एडिटर अनिल सिंघवी की आवाज। अनिल सिंघवी के स्टाइल ने बिजनेस जर्नलिज्म का चेहरा ही बदल दिया। बिजनेस और इकोनॉमी की बातें सिर्फ सूट बूट पहनने वाले नीश क्लास के लोग ही समझते हैं। ऐसी सोच को बदला है अनिल सिंघवी ने। कठिन से कठिन शब्दों को आसान भाषा में समझाकर न सिर्फ आम लोगों के घर तक पहुंचाया बिजनेस चैनल्स को, बल्कि दर्शकों को एजुकेट और एम्पावर करने का भी फैसला किया। मुद्दों के चक्रव्यूह को भेदने वाला एक भरोसेमंद नाम है अनिल सिंघवी। भाषण और दावों से परे अपनी साफ छवि से करोड़ों लोगों के दिलों में खास जगह बनाई है अनिल सिंघवी ने। और यही वजह है कि लोगों के दिलों में उन्हें सिर्फ एक दिग्गज एंकर या एडिटर ही नहीं बल्कि एक दोस्त और फैमिली मेंबर का दर्जा मिला है और इसीलिए अनिल सिंघवी की एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली कहीं ज्यादा बढ़ी है।
इज द बेस्ट एंकर यार, हिंदी में इतना अच्छा कोई करने वाला है नहीं। आप इनको आधा घंटे का टाइम दो, कैमरा दो और देखो फिर क्या निकालते हैं वो पत्थरों से हीरा निकालते हैं वो।
निवेशकों का जिस तरह से मार्गदर्शन करते रहे, जिस तरह से उनका हाथ पकड़ कर चलते हैं, वैसे ही हमेशा करते रहे।
बहुत ही बढ़िया इंसान है जी, और वो भी क्योंकि दिल से बोलते तब है जब दूसरा आदमी भी दिल से बोलने वालों को अप्रिशिएट करे और अपने आप उस टाइप का।
पहले तो आप मुझे अनिल भाई बहुत प्यारे लगते हैं। आप पता नहीं योग तो कितना करते हैं, जरूर करते होंगे, आपके चेहरे का नूर बता रहा है और आप जो बोलते हैं वो ब्रेकिंग न्यूज हो जाता है।
Joining him today in the fire chat is CA Sanjeev Agrawal. Mr. Sanjeev is the CEO of Protivity Members Firm for the Middle East and Indian region. He is one of the founding members of the firm in the Middle East as well as India and has been instrumental in establishing Protivity amongst the leading business council in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome Mr. Anil Singhvi and Mr. Sanjeev Agrawal.
Guys, I think we need a big round of applause for him.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So this is as you know, Zee Business is a Hindi news channel. So we will have the communication, conversation in Hindi and English. Anil ji can choose to answer the way he wants to, but I hope everybody would be comfortable in listening in Hindi language. So if not, talk to somebody next to yourself, they will convert it for you live. So Anil ji, आपका ये पहला ट्रिप है कुवैत में.
Yes.
So first of all, on behalf of the CA chapter, welcome to Kuwait.
Thank you.
आप आए सुबह.
Thank you.
तो कैसा लगा आपको कुवैत? आप थोड़ा बहुत घूमे. So how do you feel? How about Kuwait?
Yes.
कैसा लगा?
बहुत ही बढ़िया और आई एम श्योर जिस तरह से इंडियन कम्युनिटी यहाँ पर बहुत काम कर रही है और आप सब लोगों ने कुवैत की इकोनॉमी में जो कंट्रीब्यूशन दिया है वो समझ में आता है. लोग बहुत अच्छे हैं, आप ज़रूरत से ज़्यादा ध्यान रख रहे हैं. मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि थोड़ा मौका मिल जाए आराम करने का, लेकिन इतना ध्यान रख रहे हैं उससे आप समझ सकते हैं कि नहीं. बट आई मस्ट थैंक यू. एंड रहा सवाल कितना अच्छा लगा है. आज तो सैटरडे, संडे में यहाँ हूँ, कल जाऊँगा. मंडे मॉर्निंग 8 बजे देखिएगा सी बिजनेस, आपको पता चलेगा.
So what Anil ji just said, I hope you all picked it up. On 8 o'clock on Monday, part of this event would be played, this session would be played out on national channel in India on G Business. Sorry? 5:30.
So you guys need to awake at 5:30 in the morning,
Yes.
right?
So
Okay.
that's what it is.
So only two people can do that. One is me and other is Baba Ramdev.
So thank you, Anil ji. So the way we are structuring this session is that we will have at least 30 minutes to 40 minutes carved out for question answers. You all are free to ask any question you want. He will answer. It can be stock specific, tips, where to invest, whatever you want, please feel free. So make sure there are some mics all over the floor so people can ask. And you can ask in Hindi or English. Anil ji will choose how we answer. So Anil ji, as we start, there is a large Indian community out here, chartered accountant हैं. तो पहला तो question है, how many of you invest in the Indian stock market? Wow. So आप देख रहे हैं अनिल जी, सारे इन्वेस्टर्स ही बैठे हैं.
मेरे ही पेशेंट्स हैं.
अब कौन अनिल जी को सुबह जी बिजनेस में नहीं देखता है, वो खड़े हो जाए. एक ही जन है, वो लेट उठते हैं. देखिए बाकी सब को अनिल जी को देखते हैं. देखिए आपको देखिए बाकी सब देखते हैं.
Thank you so much for all your love. Thank you.
So Anil ji, there are a lot of people, they all invest in India. Of course, they will ask their own question. बट आपको क्या लग रहा है यहाँ से जो अभी मार्केट में करेक्शन आया 10% के आसपास और 9% के आसपास, लॉट ऑफ द पीपल हु हैव स्टार्टेड इन्वेस्टिंग इज ड्यूरिंग द कोविड टाइम,
राइट।
उन्होंने कभी शॉक देखा नहीं है। 10% का स्ट्रीप फॉल 1.5 महीने में किसी ने देखा नहीं है, और कुछ स्टॉक्स में 50% का डाउनफॉल हुआ है। सो पीपल आर जिटरी,
राइट।
दे फील कि वेदर हमको निकल जाना चाहिए और पैसा लगाना चाहिए, क्या है। So what is your advice?
So very simple. I mean, this is the most easy question which I can answer actually. So in 1979, the Sensex started at 100 levels. It was started at 100 levels. Today we are, say, 80,000. Okay. So in exactly 45 years, Sensex is 800 times.
सही बात है.
Without, say, whatever dividend or whatever you. And these 45 years were not the best years of India compared to next 45 years what you see. I'm sure in this auditorium everyone agrees कि अगले 45 साल बेहतर होंगे ना, right? So if we have seen so many things like governments falling by one vote, communist governments coming in, nuclear test, 26/11, what not, सब कुछ हो गया हिंदुस्तान में. उसके बाद भी we are at 80,000. So if next 45 years is going to be much better, why do we worry about 1%, 2%, 5%, 10% correction? So point is, what you need to look at is how much you can lose in this market, or how much you are ready to lose in this market, and how much you can make in this market. This is what the calculation is. Of course, if you feel that market has gone too much, say from COVID lows, Nifty is almost 3 times.
सही बात है.
March 2020 से. But if you invested in January 2020, then your market is just 2 times, right? From COVID times it is almost 3.5, 4 times. But from January 2020, just before the COVID, तो उतना कौन सा तेजी हो गया कि बहुत गिर गया. So my point is simple. If you feel that 10% correction was good enough to teach many people who entered into the market, so मैं इनको बोलता हूँ कि ये सारे अभिमन्यु हैं जो 2020 के बाद मार्केट में उतरे. उन्होंने अभी तक चक्रव्यूह देखा नहीं है पूरा. और अगर आपको लगता है कि ये 10% के फॉल में अगर ये इन लोगों को बहुत बड़ी मंदी लगी है, बहुत बड़ा पैसा लगा है, बहुत बड़ा झटका लगा है, तो ये कुछ भी नहीं है. Market will teach you much more. It doesn't mean that I'm saying the Indian markets are not good, it's bearish and you leave everything, you sell everything, run away. No. Market will teach you from time to time, but this is very small lesson. What you need to take is a big professional degree in the market. Be ready for any kind of correction, but mind it, for a longer term, Indian markets are best poised for a much bigger. ये हिंदुस्तान का टाइम आया है. बस ये 1000, 2000, 5000 पॉइंट की तेजी वाला टाइम नहीं है. ये 2 गुना, 5 गुना, 10 गुना मार्केट होने वाला टाइम है. So I'm sure if you remain invested, then we are going to see much better time for Indian markets.
तो 5 साल में इंडेक्स निफ्टी 1 लाख
बस. See, simple thing is, this market rewards you when you expect less. When you expect more, that's where the problem is. अगर 5 साल में आपको निफ्टी 1 लाख चाहिए तो आपकी प्रॉब्लम है. लेकिन अगर आपको इस मार्केट से सिर्फ 15 to 20% CAGR what you expect, then market may give you much more return. So if your expectation is reasonable, your investment period is much longer, and you are taking your bets according to your risk profile. If you manage these 3 things together, then this market is the best. इससे बढ़िया कोई चीज़ हो नहीं सकती दुनिया में जहाँ आप पैसा लगाएं. आपकी रिस्क लेने की कैपेसिटी आपको पता होनी चाहिए, इन्वेस्टमेंट पीरियड आपका लंबा होना चाहिए, राइट? और आप रिटर्न एक्सपेक्टेशन कम कर लीजिए.
So what he is saying, if you have to just paraphrase it, market can be seen or is a tool mechanism for wealth creation. But if you want a daily earning, that may not be the right place. Yes. But if you want really create wealth, that is where a longer duration is needed.
डेली अर्निंग का मैं एक छोटा सा क्वेश्चन आपको पूछता हूँ. आप में से कितने लोग मनरेगा वर्कर बनना चाहते हैं?
कोई भी नहीं.
और कितने लोगों को अदानी अंबानी जितनी वेल्थ चाहिए? So if you want to earn, you need to work like मनरेगा worker. If you want to earn monthly, you need to work like a normal job person. If you want to earn every year, you have to be a little bit of small shopkeeper, something like that, some small businessman. If you want to earn in 3 years, you should have smaller business or industry. But if you want to earn 10 years, 20 years, 25 years, lot of wealth like Mukesh Ambani or Gautam Adani, then you have to have vision of 20 years, 10 years, 15 years. They can't make money in 1 year. They plan for 5 years, 10 years down the line. What can be business opportunity? So आपकी सोच पे है बॉस, आपको क्या करना है? आपको अगर उनके जितना पैसा बनाना है तो उनकी जैसी सोच रखिए. अगर आपको डेली पैसा बनाना है तो डेली वाली जैसी सोच रखिए. सिंपल है.
So I think I wouldn't take much time before I open the house for question. So Anilji, before I open the floor for questions, any sectors you believe for the next people with all this correction, कि जहाँ पे लोग फोकस कर सकते हैं, जहाँ पे वेल्थ क्रिएशन.
एक काम करते हैं संजीव जी, लेट द क्वेश्चंस कम.
ठीक है, चलिए.
ओके, नहीं हो तो लास्ट में मैं बता दूंगा कुछ बच गया था. सो इफ यू परमिट आई वुड स्टैंड देयर, दिस वुड बी बेटर, सो आई कैन सी पीपल एंड आई कैन टॉक. या
अनिल जी, दीपक बिंदल हियर. आपका स्वागत है कुवैत में.
धन्यवाद सर.
अच्छा, जैसे आपने बोला कि 10 साल 20 साल के लिए इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए. अब हम जब देखते हैं कौन से स्टॉक्स इन्वेस्ट करना है, जैसे इन्फोसिस है, HDFC बैंक को, एशियन पेंट्स, अब ये तो पुराने हो गए हैं. तो अगले 20 साल के लिए कौन से नए ये स्टॉक, एशियन पेंट की जगह HDFC बैंक, कौन से नए 3 या 5 स्टॉक आप बताना चाहेंगे जो हम 20 साल के लिए रख के भूल जाएं?
आप डू आई स्पीक टू? अच्छा, ओके ओके, देन यू कैन रिमूव. अच्छा ओके, ठीक है,
इसको ऊपर कर लीजिए ना.
नो वरीज. ठीक है. तो दीपक जी, आपके पेरेंट्स पुराने हो जाते तो आप क्या करते हैं? या जब आप पुराने हो जाएं तो आपके बच्चों को क्या करना है आपके साथ? सर देखिए, हर एक निफ्टी का स्टॉक कभी एक स्मॉल कैप स्टॉक था. आई मीन बहुत कम लोग होते हैं ना जो सिल्वर स्पून के साथ पैदा होते हैं, बाकी तो मेहनत करके आगे बढ़ते हैं. सो एवरी stock which is part of Nifty or Sensex, or which has been like a Lever or a Asian Paints or Reliance or TCS or whatever it be, right? They started with small thing, right? With small cap, micro cap, mid cap, then they become large cap, and then they become Nifty stock. In our life also, like if you are in a job or if you are in business, every year is not same, right? In couple of years we get very good increments, we make lot of money, lot of profits. Couple of years go like this only. But do you close your business if for couple of years you are not making money? If environment is not good, what do you do? चलो यार ठीक है, छोड़ो, 2 साल हम खर्चा निकालते हैं, ब्रेक इवन करते हैं, जब अच्छा टाइम आएगा फिर कमाएंगे, right? So first question is, don't say that any Asian Paints doesn't make money for you. Lever 7-8 साल तक उसने रिटर्न नहीं दिया. The moment Unilever invested in Lever at 550 levels, in 4 years it was 2,000, 2,500 4 times, right? Similarly with ITC, 7-8 years were really bad. बाद में जब पैसा बना तो आपको पता है भर भर के बना है. हम 150-200 रुपए से कितना ITC बोलते हैं, भर के रखो, भर के रखो, भर के रखो. So for every stock there is some tough time, but what you need to look at is when this stock is started performing again, what are the signals you can catch from the company? What is changing, right? For example, Asian Paints. Now today Asian Paints is 7-8 years, it didn't make any money for you, right? बिरला जी को भी पेंट बनाना है, जिंदल साहब को भी पेंट बनाना है, एशियन पेंट्स बना रहा है लेकिन उससे पैसा बन नहीं रहा, ग्रोथ नहीं आ रही. Now in a booming economy, if they are struggling for volume growth and all this, you need to look at green shoots. After a lot of competition, after a lot of bad things, when Asian Paints in 1 quarter or 2 quarters start performing. And that is the time, and trust me, I will be the first person to tell you when to buy Asian Paints. And I look at such things, seriously, कि जिस कंपनी के बिजनेस मॉडल में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, promoters बहुत अच्छे हैं, for some reasons or other, stock didn't run up, didn't perform. हमको तभी लेना है जब ये परफॉर्म करना शुरू करे. सेकंड पार्ट ऑफ योर क्वेश्चन, कौन से मल्टीबैगर सब कौन से होंगे? मैं फिर आऊंगा 10 साल बाद कुवैत, तब मैं आपको बताऊंगा कि यार वो 10 साल पहले आपने जो सवाल पूछा था ये मल्टीबैगर्स हैं. द प्रॉब्लम विद मल्टीबैगर्स इज जस्ट लाइक इफ यू आर अ टीचर, ओके, एंड यू आर teaching in grade 3 or grade 5, can you tell me out of 50 students in your class which 3 become IAS officer, IPS officer? बता सकते हैं? There is a life of stocks. जो हमारी लाइफ होती है, एक बच्चे की लाइफ है जो प्राइमरी स्टैंडर्ड से लेके शुरू होती है, तो कुछ बच्चों का पता चल जाता है, 5th स्टैंडर्ड तक समझ में आ जाता है. पेरेंट्स को भी पता चलता है, टीचर्स को भी पता चलता है कि ये बच्चा मेरा बहुत अच्छा निकलेगा, ये नालायक निकलेगा, राइट? फिर एक दूसरी स्टेज आती है. ये स्टेज है एकदम जो नर्सरी 5वीं तक के स्टैंडर्ड वाली है, वो माइक्रो कैप वाली. फ्रॉम दैट 7th 8th स्टैंडर्ड तक मिडिल एजुकेशन वाले आप में उसमें आते हैं, तो आपको ये स्मॉल कैप होता है. व्हेन यू गो टू कॉलेज, बहुत सारे आपके ना स्मॉल कैप कॉलेज में जाते जाते पता चल रहा है बच्चे ये यार पहले तो ठीक था स्कूल तक, अब कॉलेज में आते आते खराब हो गया, कॉलेज की हवा लग गई, राइट? सो देन दे बिकम मिड. इफ इन द कॉलेज ऑल्सो दे आर डूइंग गुड, दे आर स्टडिंग वेल, ये आपके मिड कैप्स हो गए. देन यू गो टू प्रोफेशनल डिग्रीज. आप कोई CA करते हैं, कोई IIM करेंगे, कोई इंजीनियरिंग करेंगे, डॉक्टर बनेंगे. सो आप मुझे बताइए कि किस किस को पता था 5th स्टैंडर्ड में और 3rd स्टैंडर्ड में कि मेरा बेटा IAS बन जाएगा, मेरा स्टूडेंट IAS नहीं पता होता है. और कई लोग शुरुआत में आपको अच्छे लगेंगे, लेकिन जब तक वो प्रोफेशनल डिग्री लेने जाते हैं तब तक पता चला 50 आपने आइडेंटिफाई किए तो उसमें से 3 ही बचे. सो फाइंडिंग मल्टीबैगर इज अ प्रोसेस, ओके, एंड इट डजंट हैपन इन अ डे. व्हाट यू नीड टू डू इज you need to be sure about business and promoters. 2 things. Product is good, promoters are good. Then you stick to that. Unless until you get any signal. For example, I'll give you one example. In last 3.5 years, the best multibagger I could spot is BSE. आप में से जो भी देखते हैं आपको पता होगा, Bombay Stock Exchange, we spotted at 260 rupees, right? Now I don't, honestly I'm telling you, I didn't know that in 3.5 years it will become 22 times. मुझे भी नहीं पता था. मैं तो ऑनेस्टली 250 का अगर 1000 हो जाता तो मैं सोचता कि क्या स्टॉक निकाला अनिल तूने, वाह, नाइस. बट सम टाइम यू हैव टू होल्ड द स्टॉक नॉट विथ प्राइस टारगेट बट टाइम टारगेट. अनलेस अंटिल कंपनी डज समथिंग रियली वेरी वेरी रॉन्ग, आई विल होल्ड दिस स्टॉक फॉर लाइफ लॉन्ग, फॉर नेक्स्ट जनरेशन, फॉर 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever. And I was every day I was telling, whenever BSE moves up, जब तक NSE का IPO नहीं आता आपको बेचना नहीं. जब NSE का IPO आएगा तब हम देखेंगे. And why? Because then we'll compare valuation of NSE and BSE, and then we'll decide whether we should own NSE or we should own BSE. Till then we will not sell it, and that call has gone wrong. So you have to have something in your mind, something extra than others. Then only you can spot multibaggers. रहा सवाल अभी multibaggers का. अभी वो multibaggers बनेंगे जो आपको लगते नहीं है, जो आपको लगते हैं वो बनेंगे नहीं. ओके, व्हाई सो? प्रॉब्लम विद मल्टीबैगर्स इज यू हैव टू bet on them at very initial stage. Forecasting, this will happen. Okay. So उसके लिए आपको क्या करना पड़ेगा? एक जनरेशन पीछे आना पड़ेगा. सर आप प्लीज़ बैठ जाइए, मुझे तो इसीलिए बुलाया, ठीक है. हमारी सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम क्या है, जो मैंने सीखा है मेरी लाइफ में वही सही है, जो मैंने किया है वही सही है। मेरे बच्चे यार ये बेकार हैं, इनको कुछ नहीं आता। हमारे ज़माने में जंक फूड खाते थे, समोसे कचौरी। अगर आज के लिए फ्रेंच फ्राइज़ और बर्गर्स खाते तो हमें तकलीफ़ होती है। लेकिन प्रॉब्लम ये है कि अगर मुझे मल्टीबैगर ढूंढने हैं तो मुझे ये देखना है कि मेरी नेक्स्ट जनरेशन क्या कर रही है, वो कहाँ स्पेंड कर रही है, उनका स्टाइल क्या है। और उससे बड़ा मल्टीबैगर ढूंढना है तो इसके एक और जनरेशन बाद जाइए, जो बच्चे अब पैदा हो रहे हैं, ये क्या करेंगे, इनका स्पेंडिंग कहाँ होने वाला है। दैट्स वेयर द फॉर्मूला इज। हम मल्टीबैगर कैसे ढूंढ रहे हैं? मैंने जिंदगी में जो अब तक सीखा है 50 साल में, मैं उसके बेसिस पे मल्टीबैगर ढूंढूंगा, कभी नहीं होगा। सो आपको क्या करना है, गो बैक टू योर होम, लुक एट योर चिल्ड्रन, ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रन, फाइंड आउट what is their lifestyle, where are they spending, which businesses will get benefit from that, right? तब आपको मिलेंगे मल्टीबैगर। So it could be different in each and every country. For example, for simple thing, one multibagger idea is platform based stocks, new age e-commerce companies, which मैं आई थिंक जब पेटीएम का आईपीओ आया तब से आई वॉज द फर्स्ट पर्सन टू टेल दैट कि ये तो 50% नीचे लिस्ट होगा। आई कंप्लीटली डिस्कार्डेड। जोमेटो आया, सेम हमारा कॉल था। व्हेन वी नोटिस दीज कंपनीज, दिस स्टार्टअप्स हैज लर्न द लेसन वेरी हार्ड वे कि बस प्राइवेट मार्केट बहुत अलग है, पब्लिक मार्केट बहुत अलग है। इन पब्लिक मार्केट यू नीड टू शो प्रॉफिट। These promoters learned it and they started showing profitability, and we became bullish. From 50 rupees we are very, very bullish on Zomato, and still for Paytm I am bullish since 500. I am still very, very bullish. Any platform based businesses, these businesses are going to grow up in new India. So I think this one multi-bagger idea is platform based. Second is where you hardly get any listed stock. But I am sharing you because you guys might invest into startups or some good business. आप बताइए, आजकल आप, आई एम श्योर आप सब लोग इंडिया की न्यूज़ वगैरह तो देखते होंगे, राइट? अखबार भी पढ़ते होंगे कहीं, चाहे वो आप मोबाइल पे पढ़ें। अब वो न्यूज़ आना बंद हो गई कि कोई चेन खींच के भाग गया, किसी ने पॉकेट मार ली, राइट? या घर में घुस के चोरी बहुत कर ली, छोटी जगह थोड़ी छोड़ दीजिए। तो इसका मतलब क्या कि चोरों की आदतें बदल गई है, सुधर गए? नहीं। नाउ दे बिकम टेक सेवी, दे आर डूइंग ऑल द फ्रॉड्स ऑनलाइन, साइबर फ्रॉड्स। एनी बिजनेस विच इज डीलिंग विथ साइबर फ्रॉड इज गोइंग टू फ्लोरिश लाइक एनीथिंग। आप इन्वेस्ट वहाँ पे कीजिए। ग्रेजुअली ये होगा कि आपको लोकल पुलिस स्टेशन की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, वर्चुअल पुलिस स्टेशन आपको चाहिए, राइट? सो अभी लास्ट ईयर का नंबर आया था अभी मेरे पास में, 11,000 करोड़ रुपीस these cyber frauds costed India. 11,000 करोड़ ओनली रिलेटेड टू स्टॉक मार्केट। बाकी की बात नहीं कर रहा मैं पूरी, खाली इंडियन स्टॉक मार्केट रिलेटेड इन्वेस्टर्स के 11,000 करोड़ रुपए गए साइबर फ्रॉड्स में एक साल में। दिस इज द क्वांटम। सोचिए, हम किसी ने कोई एक घड़ी खींच ली, चेन खींच लिया, पर्स मार लिया तो खबर हो जाती है। 11,000 करोड़। So any company which is directly, indirectly assisting you, stopping from cyber frauds, this could be very, very lucrative investment. Try to invest into that. Next question.
Hello. Anilji, namaskar. You are a proud member of our great profession, CA.
Thank you, sir.
And we really feel proud when we listen you at the GTV and the people stitch to the screen when you speak about the market. Taking the clue out of your simplified Indian stock growth, it has from so and so time to it become 20 times, 200 times. So do you not feel rather than applying mind or analysis for individual script or individual investment, why not invest in directly in BSE or NSE index? When the Indian economy is going to be from 3 trillion to 5 trillion, 5 to 10, 14. So is it not appropriate to invest directly in the stock linked investment and and the growth of the country.
No, of course, I mean, I completely agree. If you don't have time, energy, and expertise, it's always better to invest either in ETFs, means whatever indices being traded, you can invest into that, or invest through good mutual funds. I'm telling you one thing, I don't invest into stocks directly. Not today, I mean for last 15, 20 years, whatever, more than that rather, I'm investing into mutual funds. When you have people like Navneet Munot, Nilesh Shah, S. Naren, A. Balasubramaniam, and who not, Prashant Jain, we have such battery of veteran fund managers who have done, I mean, tremendously good job. They just ask for 1.5% fees. You can hire a Nilesh Shah for 1.5%, right? Why should not you? So my point is very simple. मुझे तो नहीं लगता है कि बॉस मैं उनसे ज़्यादा अच्छा कर सकता हूँ. नहीं मुझे वो काम करना है, भले ही मैं स्टॉक मार्केट में हूँ. मुझे लगता है कि मैं एंकरिंग का काम अच्छा कर सकता हूँ, मैं चैनल अच्छा चला सकता हूँ, मैं वहाँ फोकस करूँगा, बजाय इसमें दिमाग लगाने कि मुझे कहाँ इन्वेस्ट करना है. सो आई एम रिक्वेस्टिंग ऑल ऑफ यू, प्रॉब्लम एक ही है. सर प्रॉब्लम क्या बता देता हूँ, सबको पता है, they can't beat mutual fund returns, but problem is वो म्यूचुअल फंड इन्वेस्ट करने में है ना सर वो मज़ा नहीं आता, किक नहीं मिलती है ना, किक नहीं मिलती है ना, बोरिंग है. द बेस्ट वे टू क्रिएट वेल्थ इज इन्वेस्ट इनटू बोरिंग स्टॉक्स, बोरिंग इंडेक्स एंड बोरिंग मार्केट. इन्वेस्टिंग इज अ वेरी वेरी बोरिंग एंड वेरी वेरी लेंदी प्रोसेस. रिजल्ट डजंट कम इन अ डे. मुझे एक चीज़ बताइए, आई डोंट नो आपके यहाँ कुवैत में कितने घूमने फिरने के, खाने पीने के कितनी जगह है, नाइट लाइफ कैसी मुझे पता नहीं, बट मुझे ये बताइए कि आप में सब जिंदगी में कोई भी काम करते हैं किस लिए करते हैं कि मज़ा आए, मज़ा आना चाहिए, राइट? देखो फ्रंट बेंच वाले को सबको मज़ा चाहिए. अब प्रॉब्लम ये कि म्यूचुअल फंड इन्वेस्टिंग में मज़ा नहीं आता. लाइफ में एक चीज़ बताइए, आपको बाहर होटल में जाके खाने में मज़ा आता है, पैसे लगते हैं. मूवी देखने में मज़ा आता है, पैसे लगते हैं. फॉरेन ट्रिप करके आने में मज़ा आता है, पैसे. कौन सा लाइफ का ऐसा मज़ा जो फ्री में आता है? और अगर फिर आपको मज़े लेने स्टॉक मार्केट में तो फिर आपको पैसे देने पड़ेंगे. ट्रेडिंग करिए, पैसा रखिए. अगर मज़े नहीं लेने हैं और पैसा बनाना है, वेल्थ बनाना है, तो बोरिंग है, बट स्टे इन्वेस्टेड फॉर लॉन्ग टर्म थ्रू म्यूचुअल फंड और थ्रू गुड इक्विटी स्टॉक्स, वट एवर यू कैन डू, दैट इज द बेस्ट प्रोसेस.
Good evening, Anil ji. Thank you so much for inspiring all these years and imparting knowledge to us so that we instill courage to invest in stock market. Thank you so much, sir. आपने ये तो देखा ही होगा कि पिछले 3 साल में जो स्मॉल कैप स्टॉक्स ने रिटर्न दिए हैं वो आज तक पहले कभी ऐसा नहीं हुआ, और मेरे ख्याल से हम सब ने इसमें पैसा कमाया है. तो मेरे 3 क्वेश्चन हैं. पहला, क्या आपको स्मॉल कैप पसंद है? दूसरा, क्या स्मॉल कैप्स की जर्नी कंटिन्यू रहेगी? और तीसरा, आपके हिसाब से कौन सा ऐसा सेक्टर है जो अगले 3 से 5 साल में हमें अच्छे रिटर्न दे सकता है?
सो फर्स्ट थिंग फर्स्ट, पहला क्या था? शॉर्ट टर्म मेमोरी लॉस.
क्या आपको स्मॉल कैप स्टॉक्स पसंद है क्योंकि आप हमेशा लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टिंग पे फोकस देते?
सी देखिए, वेल्थ बनानी है बड़ी. सी वेल्थ बनाने का एक सिंपल फॉर्मूला है. न ट्रेडिंग करके बनती है, न HUL और एशियन पेंट्स में पैसा लगाकर बनती है. वेल्थ तो आपकी तभी बनती है जब आप कुछ ही स्टॉक्स में, जो 2 या 3 होंगे, उसमें बड़ी बेट लें और बहुत लंबे समय के लिए लगाएं पैसा. You identify one stock at very initial level, put your big money, and then you hold for 5, 10, 15 years, you make it 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, whatever. Then the wealth is created from particular stock, right? That is possible only and only in small caps. Only and only in small. But do I like small caps? I like small cap, I like large caps, but I like the most mid caps. Why? The chances of failure in mid caps are much, much lower than small caps. Chances of mid caps becoming large caps are much, much higher than small caps. Okay, वो mid cap में आते आते ना थोड़े लाइफ में अराइव हो जाते हैं. Then your assessment is reasonably better कि ये स्टॉक, ये प्रमोटर अच्छा करेगा नहीं करेगा. स्मॉल कैप में इट्स जस्ट लाइक SME IPO. ओके, few of SMA IPO can be multi-bagger. I mean, not about stock price. I am talking about their revenue potential, profit potential. भाव तो कुछ भी कर लीजिए, सबका liquidity है नहीं, आपको पता है आजकल क्या होता है. But the point is, chances of making big wealth is into mid caps rather than small caps. In terms of small caps, risk is low. In terms of large caps, if you compare with large caps, chances of making money is much higher in mid caps. So always you should have mid cap funds, mid cap focus funds in your portfolio. Highest exposure mid caps का होना चाहिए. And आप करके देख लीजिए, in most of the bullish period, mid caps would be the best in terms of generating returns, in terms of percentage, or in terms of total wealth. So mid caps are the best bets. और कुछ?
आपके हिसाब से अगले 3 से 5 साल में कौन सा ऐसा सेक्टर है फॉर विच वी शुड फोकस ऑन?
सर देखिए ऐसा है, अगले 3 से 5 साल में इंडियन मार्केट में बहुत मुश्किल काम है. मतलब आपको बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी, आसान नहीं है, मैं बता रहा हूँ. थोड़ा भी आप ढंग से करेंगे तो पैसा गंवाना बहुत मुश्किल काम है. पैसा बनाना आसान है, गंवाना मुश्किल काम है. आपको जो पसंद आए वहां पैसा लगाइए, पैसा बनेगा. इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि मैं आपका क्वेश्चन डक कर रहा हूं, मैं जवाब देता हूं. मेरे कहने का मतलब सिर्फ इतना है, मेरे पास आइडियाज बहुत है, आपके पास पैसे कम पड़ जाएंगे. So first and foremost, like I told you about new age e-commerce company platform stocks, I like the most. Second is, what has changed in last 4 years post-COVID? Suddenly, every household became an equity investor, right? सबको इक्विटी पे पैसा लगाना है. वो सबसे बड़ा नुकसान इस पूरे प्रोसेस में जो है कि कोविड के वक्त आप घर पे बैठे हैं. So now, and trust me, for me and for my channel, COVID was blessing in disguise. Okay. Earlier, people used to watch mostly English channels. हमारे यहाँ पे बहुत सारे ऐसे दोस्त हैं जिनको इंग्लिश नहीं आती, मेरी तरह. मतलब उतनी आती, काम चला रहे उतनी. ठीक है. We are always comfortable in our mother language, mother tongue, right? मैंने देखा एग्जाम्पल, मैंने 14 साल CNBC में काम किया है, उसके बाद मैं जी में आया हूँ. मेरे बहुत अच्छे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट दोस्त हैं मेरे सारे, कुछ राजस्थान के हैं, कुछ इधर उधर. मुंबई में whenever I used to go to, when I used to work for हिंदी चैनल in CNBC, मालूम क्या करते हैं? अकेले बैठे हैं केबिन में, देख रहे हैं तो हिंदी चैनल लगा के बैठे हैं, और जैसे ही कोई आ गया तो तुरंत बदल के इंग्लिश चैनल लगा लेंगे. वो यार मेरा क्लाइंट सोचेगा यार मेरे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट को इंग्लिश नहीं आती, इंप्रेशन खराब हो जाएगा. That's the mindset, and it's true. Trust me, it's true. What has happened during COVID time? You are sitting home. कोई नया सीरियल नहीं बन रहा जो आप देखें. स्पोर्ट्स सारे बंद. New movies are not being released. So you had only 2 options. Either you watch all those general news channels who are showing COVID news, इतने मर गए, इतने केस, ये वो फलाना, all depressing. Or the other option is you watch business channels. So the other option was better, watching business channels. Now watching business channel is, then again you have 2 options. Either you watch English channel or you watch the channel which you understand the most, that is Hindi. अब घर पे आप अपने पेरेंट्स के साथ बैठे हैं, अपनी वाइफ के साथ है, अपने बच्चों के साथ, उन पे क्या इंप्रेशन मार लो कि आपको कितनी इंग्लिश आती है, उनको तो पता है. आपकी इंग्लिश उनसे ज़्यादा कौन जानता है? इस चक्कर में जी बिजनेस सेक्शन ज़्यादा लोगों का शुरू हुआ. मार्केट वो सो काइंड, मार्केट चल पड़ा, लोगों के पैसे बनने लगे हैं. फिर थोड़ा शायद हमारा काम करने का तरीका आप लोगों को पसंद आ गया. हम थोड़े हल्के फुल्के अंदाज में बात करते हैं, ज़्यादा बाउंसर नहीं मारते हैं. कभी कभी हमको बताना होता है कि हमको बहुत आता है तो थोड़ा बहुत 1-2 जार्गन्स यूज़ कर लेते हैं, बट अदरवाइज हम बड़ी आसान सी भाषा में बात करते हैं. सो वहाँ से शुरू हुआ नए इन्वेस्टर्स आने का सिलसिला. सो द बिगेस्ट चेंज इन लास्ट 4 years हैज हैपेंड. सबसे ज़्यादा किस बिजनेस में सबसे ज़्यादा कस्टमर आए हैं पिछले 4 साल में? मार्केट, राइट? सबसे ज़्यादा पैसा उस बिजनेस में बनता है जिस बिजनेस में आपको कस्टमर ढूंढने के लिए ना जाना पड़े, कस्टमर ढूंढता ढूंढता खुद आए। अब तक हिंदुस्तान में क्यों गोल्ड में इतना पैसा बना है लोगों का? गोल्ड हैज़ ऑलवेज बिन फेवरेट बिकॉज यू नीड नॉट सेल टू एनीवन व्हाई यू शुड बाय गोल्ड, राइट मैम? सो यू नो व्हाई यू शुड बाय गोल्ड। नहीं तो ये सिखा देंगे कि क्यों खरीदना है। 2 दिन से मुंह फुला के बैठा, अपने आप तीसरे दिन घर में गोल्ड आ जाएगा, आ जाएगा, गारंटी से बोल रहा हूं मैं, करेक्ट? सो इफ इक्विटीज such business today where you need not tell people why they should invest into equities. Look at the number of demat accounts for 4 crores or 18 crores. Look at the 67, 68 lakh crore AUM in Indian mutual funds. Our mutual funds has become much, much bigger than FIs, right? So anything and everything related to stock market is going to be super hit next 5-10 years. Multi-bagger idea number 2. Number 3 rather. What to buy? What is stock market? Number 1, stock exchanges. You have seen BSE, NSE or MCX or whatever you like. First is stock exchanges. Second is depositories like CDSL. Third is registrar and transfer agents like CAMS, KFintech, CANS Technology, whatever. Fourth, mutual fund, HDFC, AMC, Birla, UTI or Nippon India, whatever you like. Number 5, stockbrokers like Motilal Oswal or Angel One. Number 6, wealth management firms like Anandati Wealth or Nuvama Wealth 361. Whatever you like, anything and everything related to stock market is going to give you good returns in next 3 to 5 years. I hope I satisfy you, sir. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Anilji, welcome to Kuwait. This is here Neeraj. You can see here.
Right, sir.
Sir, I have 2 questions. One question is stock specific. Another question is strategy related. Should I ask strategy related or?
Whatever, sir.
Okay.
I'm fine either way.
A strategy related question is that we have a lot of ideas to buy and we have limited fund, limited capital. So sometimes we face challenge which stock to exit, when to exit. Since if we have 10 stock in the portfolio, 5 are performing well.
एक मिनट आपके क्वेश्चन 2 अलग है। First problem is you have limited money and lots of stock idea.
Limited fund, yeah.
हाँ, limited funds, lot of stock idea. What to buy?
Right.
Okay, this is first problem. Problem number 1.
This is problem number 1. It's continue. Problem number 1 is continue. Okay. So the question is how to make exit framework.
How to make?
Exit framework.
Exit.
Yeah.
सर अभी तो आपकी एंट्री की प्रॉब्लम है, एग्जिट कहाँ से आ गया?
नहीं सर, एंट्री की प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। एंट्री क्योंकि आपने बहुत सारे आइडियाज दिए हैं, बीएससी खरीदने का आइडिया दिया,
एंट्री की प्रॉब्लम पहले सॉल्व करता। योर एंट्री प्रॉब्लम इज वेरी इजी। द मोस्ट easiest question of my life. If you have very small money and you want to buy many stocks, just go and buy index. In one Nifty you get 50 stocks. अब इससे ज़्यादा क्या लोगे सर? Solve problem और सब बढ़िया टॉप क्लास स्टॉक मिल रहा है आपको, right?
Yeah.
Else you buy any mutual fund. For 500 rupees you can buy a diversified mutual fund or flexi cap mutual fund. You get 20, 50, 40 stocks in a portfolio. Problem solved. Next, sir.
Sir, how to decide?
Exit. Okay. First class. Sir, कितनी उम्र है आपकी?
55. 55.
Wonderful. आप मेरे से 1 साल सीनियर है। क्यों सर? क्यों पैसा लगाना है मार्केट में? किस लिए चाहिए आपको पैसा?
सर पैसा मल्टीप्लाई करना है।
किस लिए चाहिए? आप 55 हो गए सर। 55 हो गए, कितना जिएंगे और?
I wish 100 years.
अच्छा एक चीज बताइए, चलिए आज आप रिटायर हो जाते कंप्लीटली, आपके पास इतना पैसा है कि आप अपनी लाइफ आराम से निकाल सकते हैं?
Not sure.
है ना? हाँ कि ना बोलो सर। सर देखिए सर ऐसा है डॉक्टर
इनकम टैक्स वाले पीछे आ जाएंगे, इंडिया जाएंगे।
देखिए सर मेरी बात सुनिए, अगर डॉक्टर से आप कुछ छुपाएंगे तो आपका ट्रीटमेंट ठीक कैसे होगा? मैं आपका डॉक्टर हूँ, फाइनेंशियल डॉक्टर, so I can treat you well. I can treat you well only if you tell me all the facts. So I hope and I wish, I'm sure you have enough money to run your, I mean, for rest of your life.
Right.
Okay. Here's the validation. Then tell me one thing. Why are you investing? Why don't you go and spend money? Have fun.
Sir,
Because you are investing for your next generation. You are saving money for your kids. You are saving money for your, maybe, God forbid, कभी होना, लेकिन कभी बाद में टाइम खराब आए, कुछ आए तो आपके पास में, right? और नियर फ्यूचर में तो आपको भी बताया 10, 15, 20 साल जितना आप सोच के बैठेंगे मैं इतना जीऊँगा, ठीक है? तब तक के लिए तो पैसा है. So when you are investing at the age of 55 for your next generation, then let your next generation decide when to sell. Why are you deciding today? And trust me, you are such a good professional, such a good father. Your kids would be much, much brighter, smarter, and more intelligent than you. So let them decide. Investing का सर system ही यही है. हमें अपने लिए तो हमने जो करना था कर लिया. Now we have to think about next generation. So your exit strategy should be simple. You will not decide, your next generation will decide. Now coming to any particular stock if you want to exit.
Yeah, sir.
It's just like you are too old for that, sir. It's just like having a live-in relationship. What is the difference between marriage and living relationship? शादी होगी तो सर निकलना मुश्किल है. आजकल तो फिर भी हो जाता है, हमारे ज़माने में तो होता ही नहीं था. जो मिल गई किस्मत है. Live-in relationship is like you both stay with certain terms and condition. If you feel like यार जो सोचा था ये वैसे ही करता है, सुबह इसका चाय बनाने का टाइम है, मेरा कपड़े धोने का टाइम है, शाम को ये है वो. You have work allocation. You have certain parameters where each partner need to perform. If it works, fine. If it doesn't work, thank you so very much. That's part. Our ways. So investing is also like that. If you invest into a stock, imagining it, this will perform like this. Promoter ऐसा करेगा, वैसा करेगा, कंपनी का ये परफॉर्मेंस आएगा, फाइनेंशियल ऐसे होंगे. If you feel the company is performing the same way, it's fine. If you feel शादी तो की नहीं है बॉस आपने, right? So selling is only when you feel you should exit out of your living relationship. So that's why I told you are a little too late for that.
Good. Now coming
Next.
Yes, to the first.
Mike, please.
Hello. Thank you, Anilji, for such a wonderful event. My simple question कि asset allocation के लिए काफ़ी बार आपके चैनल में भी गेस्ट बोलते हैं, तो हमारे लिए as individuals किस तरह से asset allocation का planning करना चाहिए?
Very nice question, sir, and extremely important also. So there are two things. One is asset allocation depends on at what age you are investing. For example, at your or my age, we need to look at if you want to invest for 5 years, 10 years, 1 year, 2 years, and what is the risk we can take, and what is the requirement of money at a particular point in time. So 3 things that will decide asset allocation: time horizon, risk taking capacity, and return expectation. Now, generally, जिंदगी में है ना सर, लाइफ में 3 चीज़ें कभी किसी को एक साथ नहीं मिलती, और जिसको 3 चीज़ें लाइफ में एक साथ मिल जाए, he is the most successful person. If you get 3 things in life together: time, energy, and money. आप इंट्रोस्पेक्शन करके देख लीजिए. अगर आपकी 20 साल की उम्र में आपके पास एनर्जी थी, टाइम भी बहुत था, पैसे नहीं था. 60 साल की उम्र में रिटायर हो जाएंगे, पैसे में टाइम भी होगा, पैसे भी होंगे. 40 साल की उम्र में कुछ और कम होगा, ज़्यादा होगा. जो आदमी किसी एक पर्टिकुलर पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम पे तीनों चीजें एक साथ अचीव कर ले, ही इज द मोस्ट सक्सेसफुल पर्सन. So try to achieve that. Now, related to asset allocation, there are two things what you should do. So first, it's completely individual thing. It cannot be standard one. वैसे जैसे हम बोलते हैं ना कि if you are, just assume that you are going to live 100 years, okay? Whatever your life is gone, deduct it from 100 years. Say you are 55, 100 minus 55, you are left 45 years still to live. So your 45% should be into equity, rest your money should be in other assets. That's standard formula. But वही standard formula सबके लिए चलेगा ज़रूरी नहीं है. What I would suggest, rather than that, invest into multi-asset allocation fund. That's the best strategy what I follow. Why? In multi-asset allocation fund, 65% money is into equity. Okay? They have minimum 3 asset classes. So some money would be there in fixed income or InvITs and REITs, and some money would be there in gold, silver kind of. So you have asset allocation in 3 different asset classes. At the same time, you're getting taxation benefits of equity. I don't know आपके यहाँ taxation benefit कितना मिलता है, लगता नहीं, मुझे नहीं पता. मैं इंडिया के एंगल से बोल रहा हूँ. मुझे यहाँ का इंडिया में लगता है ना, टैक्स लगता है ना. थैंक गॉड, दिया करो, हमें बहुत ज़रूरत है. तो बेस्ट तरीका ये है, आप मल्टी एसेट एलोकेशन फंड में पैसा डालिए, एंड द फंड मैनेजर हैज लिबर्टी टू increase or decrease exposure in any particular asset class. That's the best strategy you can follow. Right.
अनिल जी, जैसे आपने बोला कि अगर कंपनी अच्छी है, प्रमोटर्स भी अगर अच्छे हैं, तो सूनर और लेटर द स्टॉक विल परफॉर्म ओवर द पीरियड. लेकिन अब समझ लीजिए एक सिचुएशन है जहाँ कंपनी डूइंग गुड, quarter on quarter, year on year, the revenues are increasing, the profits are increasing, and even they are venturing into new businesses. But we also see that the promoter is selling their stakes on quarter, and the percentage of FII and DIIs are increasing. So how we will analyze this kind of companies, whether they are doing good, because the promoters' stakes are keep on reducing.
But business, everything is okay.
Yes, business is growing quarter on quarter and year on year also. There is no problem in the business. There is nothing wrong with the profitability, and they are venturing into the new business also.
Okay, so it's really good question. Like if company is performing very well, there are profits, there are revenues, their performance is always there. Correct. But still, promoters reducing their stake.
Correct. And this is going to the FII and DII, not to the public's hand.
Okay, so then you need to understand one thing, right? Being a promoter, okay. Promoter can do only 2 things to make money. Either they get something out of their business, as a promoter stake they get dividend or whatever, right? Or they sell their stake. That is one good idea, either of 2. Another option is they siphon off some money from the businesses and then fulfill their requirement. So first and foremost, give some credit to that promoter who is at least selling his stake. कम से कम वो बता तो रहा है कि मैं ये कर रहा हूँ, कंपनी से पैसा नहीं निकाल रहा. Now you need to understand why he is selling his stake. So say suppose if a promoter is 55, 60 and he has to get his son married, घर बनाना है. आजकल आप देखिए इंडिया में सारे promoters क्या कर रहे हैं? ब्लॉक डील करके स्टॉक बेच रहे, 100 करोड़ का 150 करोड़ का बढ़िया फर्स्ट क्लास विला ले रहे हैं, right? They have their boss, इसीलिए बनाया था पैसा, इसीलिए कमाया था, क्या दिक्कत है? So if the purpose is known, why are they selling? Then there is no problem. If the whether it's being bought by mutual funds, FIs or retail public, it doesn't matter. Of course, if FIs or funds are buying, it gives you much better confidence that they must have done their due diligence. If the block is coming from promoters, then they know the reason. So that's, there should not be any problem. If you know the reason, and if you see some good sound investors coming in, then be rest assured यार सबको पैसे की ज़रूरत है, किसको नहीं है. और ऐसा थोड़ी किसी प्रमोटर ने पैसा लगाया, बिजनेस बनाया, तो वो जिंदगी भर करते ही रहेगा, एक दिन ऐसे ही चले जाएगा. और हम उसके शेयर में पैसा बना के मजे करें, वर्ल्ड टूर करके आए. मैंने तो लिया था इसका शेयर, मैं तो घूम के आऊँगा, मैंने तो आज लिया बेच दिया, अब इसकी तो मजबूरी, इसने तो कंपनी चलानी है, ये तो बेच भी नहीं सकता, उसको भी करने दो यार, right?
Pass on the back also.
Good evening, sir.
You have a lot of questions.
Good evening, sir. Pratik this side. Welcome to Kuwait.
Thank you, sir.
सर मेरा क्वेश्चन है अभी करंट मार्केट सिचुएशन के बेसिस पे अभी करंट मार्केट क्या चल रहा है FIIs आर ऑफलोडिंग देयर मनी एंड दे आर बेसिकली इन्वेस्टिंग इन चाइना तो आपका अभी फोरकास्ट जो आप बता रहे हो कि 3-4 साल अभी इंडिया में पैसा लगाना चाहिए एंड मार्केट में जो भी डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्ट करते हैं ऑल अबाउट द फ्यूचर ओनली तो FIIs का क्या ऐसा एनालिसिस हो रहा है कि दे आर नॉट लाइकिंग द इंडियन इकोनॉमी रादर दे आर लाइकिंग द चाइना
सर देखिए पिछली बार कब ऐसा हुआ कि FI इतना बेच के जाए और इंडिया के मार्केट को बहुत छोटा सा फर्क पड़े लिमिटेड सी डिपेंडेंस ऑफ इंडियन इक्विटी मार्केट ऑन FIs is reducing very sharply very fast okay their stake into Indian equities is reducing faster. Problem is when there is a supply, but there is no one to absorb it. बेचना है किसी को, लेकिन लेने वाला अगर कोई नहीं है तो प्रॉब्लम है. FIs क्यों बेच रहे हैं? पहले अगर आप रीज़न समझ जाएंगे तो प्रॉब्लम आसान है. अगर FIs को लगता है कि इंडिया के वैल्यूशंस महंगे हैं तो बेच रहे हैं. अगर FIs को लगता है चाइना के वैल्यूशन सस्ते हैं तो बेच रहे हैं या FIs को लगता है कि ट्रंप साहब के प्रेसिडेंट बनते ही US भी टॉप कर जाएगा पूरी दुनिया में मंदी आ जाएगी राइट और कोई चौथा कारण तो मुझे नहीं पता. नाउ व्हाई दे आर सेलिंग वी नीड नॉट कंक्लूड व्हाई वी आर बाइंग एंड व्हाई वी शुड रिमेन इन्वेस्टर्स वी नीड टू फोकस ऑन दैट ओके. इफ समवन हैज बॉट द स्टॉक मैं आपको बोलूं आपने स्टॉक खरीद लिया अब आप कभी बेचेंगे नहीं चलेगा आपको नहीं चलेगा ना. सेम FIs है बॉस उन्होंने खरीदा है कभी तो बेचेंगे लेट देम सेल. इफ even if FI is selling our markets are not reacting because we have local liquidity which is supporting our market. As far as companies are making profits doing good economy is strong then there is no problem liquidity is being supported. So ये ज़िंदगी में चलता रहेगा सर. कभी कोई चाइना अच्छा लगेगा कभी वियतनाम अच्छा लगेगा कभी कोई अमेरिका अच्छा लगेगा. वी नीड नॉट बॉदर अबाउट एज फार एज योर कंपनीज योर पोर्टफोलियो योर इकोनॉमी इज डूइंग गुड रिमेन इन्वेस्टर्स सिंपल.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for coming to Kuwait and letting us hear you in person. My question is, we have seen a lot of activity recently in the primary market with the IPOs coming. Also, LG and Hyundai are also going for listing. So, are we seeing a maturity of the Indian equity market, or it's just a bubble?
Bubble? See, एक चीज आपको बताता हूं. आप में से कितने लोग 2000 के आसपास से इक्विटी मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं इंडिया में 2000 लास्ट 20-25 इयर्स काइंड ऑफ. ओहो सो यू मस्ट हैव सीन सो मेनी बुल एंड बेयर मार्केट्स राइट. फॉर योर इंफॉर्मेशन मैम हिंदुस्तान के इतिहास में ऐसा पहली बार हुआ है पहली बार हमारे मार्केट्स ने पहले लाइफ हाई बनाया अमेरिका ने बाद में. हिंदुस्तान के इतिहास में पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है हिंदुस्तान के मार्केट ने अपनी इकोनॉमी के दम पर मार्केट हाई बनाए न कि ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी के दम पर. हिंदुस्तान के इतिहास में पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है हमारी कंपनियों की कमाई तगड़ी है न कि हम किसी और को देखकर हाई बना रहे हैं. हिंदुस्तान के इतिहास में पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है हमने किसी FIs के पैसे के दम पर लाइफ हाई नहीं बनाया हमारे अपने इन्वेस्टर्स के पैसे के दम पर बनाया है. हिंदुस्तान के इतिहास में पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है कोई हर्षद मेहता या केतन पारिक मिलकर लाइफ हाई नहीं बना रहा हमारे रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स मिलकर पैसा अच्छी कंपनियों में लगा रहे हैं और इन म्यूचुअल फंड के जरिए लगा रहे हैं. अब अगर हम अपने आप पे डाउट करेंगे तो कैसे चलेगा. ये फर्स्ट टाइम दिस इज द फर्स्ट टाइम विद द चेंज व्हाट यू कैन सी इन इंडियन मार्केट. It's a bull run, neat and clean, based on solid fundamentals, on corporate earnings, on strong economy, 10.5 lakh crore rupees capex, 11 lakh, 12 lakh rupees capex, कैन एनीवन थिंक ऑफ इट? 10 साल पहले कोई सोच सकता था कि 10 लाख 12 लाख करोड़ का कैपेक्स होगा हिंदुस्तान में? आई इन्वाइट ईच एंड एवरी ऑफ यू, प्लीज कम एंड सी द हाउ द कोस्टल रोड इज बीइंग क्रिएटेड इन इंडिया, इन मुंबई। आप आके देखिए, आपको पता चलेगा। सी, हम, आई एम श्योर, हम लोगों को कई बार ये लगता है कि इंडिया के सिस्टम, प्रोसेस, ये वो सब है। So the problem in India is only two things. One is our population. Tell me one thing. Is there any country in the world who can handle 140 billion people and do a growth like this? We are doing despite such big population. So the problem with infrastructure, system, process, when we compare with developed countries, it's not comparable. I was in London, लास्ट वर्ल्ड कप था ना, इंडिया पाकिस्तान मैच था और वर्ल्ड कप था अपना, इसमें हाँ एक मैच ट्रेंट ब्रिज में था। ट्रेंट ब्रिज में बारिश की वजह से कैंसिल हो गया, मैं मैच देखने गया। मैंने पिक्चर पोस्ट की थी मैम वहाँ की। वापस आते वक्त ट्रेन में चढ़ने के लिए मुंबई की लोकल ट्रेन से बुरे हाल थे इंग्लैंड की ट्रेन के, यूके की ट्रेन के। वो तो एक मैच की क्राउड नहीं संभाल पाए, एक मैच की क्राउड। सो इफ गिवन दिस पॉपुलेशन टू एनी अदर कंट्री, कैन दे हैंडल इट? द आंसर इज नो। सो व्हाट वी आर डूइंग विथ सच लार्ज पॉपुलेशन, second problem with India is our surroundings. We spend 25 to 30% of our budget on defense. Compare with any European country. If you go to Europe, from one country to another country, when you enter by road, आपको पता भी नहीं चलता कि देश बदल गया है। No border, no security, nothing, आराम से आप घूम रहे हैं। करेक्ट? सोच सकते हैं इंडिया में पाकिस्तान के बॉर्डर में 200 किलोमीटर दूर से पता चल जाएगा बॉर्डर आने वाली है ना? Just imagine, in last 75 years, whatever we spent, not only us, our neighbor countries also, whatever we spent on defense, what if we would have created infrastructure from that money? बस कोई अमेरिका भी हमारे बराबर नहीं होता, हमारा पैसा सारा वहाँ जाता है। तो दो प्रॉब्लम है हमारी, एक हमारा पैसा जो डिफेंस में जा रहा है और दूसरा जो हमारी पॉपुलेशन है। पॉपुलेशन हम हमारे एडवांटेज में ले सकते हैं, बिकॉज वी हैव young people, we have the youngest population in the world, right? It's productive population. We can get as much as benefit we want to take out of it. Other thing, मोदी जी के हाथ में है, हमारे हाथ में है नहीं, so वो तो पता नहीं। बट दिक्कत ये है, इसलिए मैं आपको ये कहता हूँ कि डोंट थिंक दैट वी आर इन बबल। देयर इज नो बबल इन द साइड, नॉट एट ऑल। अगर मैं आपको बोलूँ, आपने जनवरी 2020 में पैसा लगाया है, तब 12,400 निफ्टी था, आज 24,800 है। आपका 4 साल में सिर्फ डबल हुआ। कितना गंदा इन्वेस्टमेंट किया आपने। हमको क्या लगता है 7,500 से हम 25,000 हो गए, 3 times 4 times हो गया। As if like we are such smart investors, we are investing at the bottom, selling at the top. हम सब ने सब लोगों ने मिलके 7,500 निफ्टी में ही पैसा लगाया था। 4 लोग नहीं मिलेंगे पूरे आपको, यहाँ पूछ लीजिए। सो आई थिंक देयर इज नो बबल एट ऑल, नथिंग। मतलब अभी तो सोचो आप 4-5 साल भी नहीं बनने वाला है। बी रेस्ट अश्योर्ड। एंड दिस correction is giving great opportunity to those people who miss the bus. Only thing, when I talk lot of bullish things about India, about our markets, I just want to caution and I want to give couple of things as an advice, because I think we are उससे पहले मुझे नहीं पता लास्ट सवाल क्या आएगा, बट उससे पहले मैं 1-2 चीज़ जो मैं बताना चाहता हूँ बता देता हूँ। देखिए, हिंदुस्तान में अभी भी आपका पैसा बनेगा। आप सिर्फ 3 चीज़ें ध्यान में रखिए। पैसा बनेगा, लेकिन थोड़ा धीरे धीरे बनेगा। पिछले 3 साल में जितना फास्ट बना ना, एकदम फटाफट फटाफट बहुत सारा पैसा बन गया, उतना तेजी से नहीं बनेगा, धीरे धीरे में टाइम लगेगा। पैसा बनेगा, कंडीशन नंबर 2, थोड़ा कम बनेगा। कैसा था पहले? सुबह शेयर लिया, दोपहर में ऊपर, आज लिया कल ऊपर, इस हफ्ते लिया अगले हफ्ते ऊपर, इस महीने लिया अगले महीने ऊपर, है ना? पिछले 1.5 साल से ये हो रहा था, एक्सेप्ट सितंबर के बाद से। अब आपको टाइम लगेगा, जल्दी जल्दी नहीं बनेगा, धीरे धीरे बनेगा और पहले से कम बनेगा। ऐसा नहीं कि अब स्टॉक 50%, 100% महीने 2 महीने में 3 महीने में भाग जाएंगे। और तीसरी चीज जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है, पैसा आसानी से नहीं बनेगा, थोड़ी मेहनत करके बनेगा। मीन्स इफ यू बाय एनीथिंग एंड एवरीथिंग यू विल नॉट मेक मनी, यू हैव टू बी वेरी वेरी सेलेक्टिव टू मेक मनी। याद रखिए, पैसा बनेगा, थोड़ा कम बनेगा, थोड़ा धीरे धीरे बनेगा और थोड़ा ज़्यादा मेहनत से बनेगा। और अगर पैसा नहीं बना तो क्यों नहीं बना और क्यों नहीं बनेगा वो भी आपको बता देता हूँ। और उसके लिए ना आप जिम्मेदार हैं ना मैं जिम्मेदार हूँ। अगर 2025 में पैसा नहीं बना तो सिर्फ एक रीजन से नहीं बनेगा और वो है ग्लोबल टर्मोइल। अगर संकट आएगा तो बाहर से आएगा, और वो संकट क्या हो सकता है? मे बी stock markets always make a bottom when there are all the bad news coming together. Just like you have seen a week back, weak GDP numbers, GST, FI selling, everything, and market has made the bottom, right? Similarly, what if Trump is here, rate cuts is happening in America, economy is good, results are excellent, you never know. With all those things, American market makes a top. Right? For us to remain bullish, a bullish market in US is very, very must for the sentiment. Okay, so that is one risk. Second risk is social unrest in European countries. That is a hypothetical question, whether it happens or not, God forbid, कुछ नहीं हो ऐसा. But अगर कुछ ऐसा हुआ, that can derail European markets, because lot of things happening in across the world, so many fights going on, this and that. So वो एक एक्सटर्नल रिस्क इंडिया के लिए है। इंडिया की इंटरनल रिस्क मिनिमम है। हम बहुत ही कुछ बेवकूफ़ी वाला काम कर दें जो हम करेंगे नहीं तो ये अलग बात है, बट अदरवाइज वी आर ऑल सेट। इफ द nothing wrong happens in global markets in 2025, then we are going to see much better market in 2025, better than 2024, I can bet you. This is my take. Yeah.
Thank you. One last question. Yeah. Last one.
सर, मेरा नाम विपिन शर्मा है। सो मैं भी जो संजीव ने बोला था कोविड के टाइम की खेप हूँ जो आया था उसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट में। एक ऑपरेशनल क्वेश्चन है जो आई थिंक सबके लिए हेल्पफुल रहेगा। आप जब भी इन्वेस्टमेंट एडवाइस देते हैं, आप या कोई और, उसके साथ एक स्टॉप लॉस लिमिट भी बोलते हैं। तो हम लोग कई बार क्योंकि फॉलो करते हैं, वो स्टॉप लॉस लिमिट ट्रिगर हो जाता है तो वो हाथ से निकल जाता है, फिर वो ऊपर चला जाता है। तो स्टॉप लॉस लिमिट को किस तरह, उसकी क्या सैंक्टिटी है, उसको किस तरह देखना चाहिए?
बिल्कुल भी नहीं। हमने आज तक कभी कोई स्टॉप लॉस दिया ही नहीं इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए, नेवर एवर। स्टॉप लॉसेज आर ओनली मेंट फॉर ट्रेडिंग पर्पस, not for investment. So first and foremost, you need to decide whether you are a trader or an investor. Identify yourself, what you are. Are you a T20 player, one-day player, or test match player? Everyone can't be Dhoni that can play in all three formats beautifully, right? So आपको अपना temperament देखना है. If you are a 2020 player, you need to have stop losses. For investors, I don't think we ever suggest, like I give many SIP picks, wealth creation picks, and I always tell, invest as SIP at every 10% fall, or 15% fall, or 7% fall. So for investment, if you like any stock at 100 rupees, and it falls to 80 rupees, you just study it. कुछ कंपनी में खराब हो गया, कुछ बदला है. If nothing has changed for the company, it's just with the market, stock has also fallen, right? Then it should look more attractive, right? If it was attractive at 100, it should be more attractive at 80 rupees, right? And then you invest more. So all these stop losses and all those targets and all those things are, so investment, you never buy a stock with stop loss, never buy a stock with targets. In investment, you should not have targets also. You should hold the stock until it is very expensive, or the business model which you assumed is changing, or company is not performing up to the mark. You should have a solid reason, not just that the stock has gone up so much, so I should sell it, right? So investment के लिए ना आपको stop loss रखना है, ना target रखना है. You invest for a particular period of time, 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever you decide. Don't keep stop losses. But if you are trading, keep suitable stop losses always. Because और सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम लाइफ में क्या, मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आप में से बहुत सारे लोग ट्रेड करते होंगे, राइट? मैं आपको दो सिचुएशन बताता हूँ. There is one situation, you buy a stock at 100 rupees, it goes up to 110, you are happy, you book profit, wow, nice. Another situation where you bought a stock at 100 rupees, you wanted to sell at 110 rupees, stock went up to 106, 7, 8, whatever, and comes down. आपको लगता है यार आ जाएगा, वापस मेरी कॉस्ट पे 100 पे आ गया, थोड़ा और देखता हूँ, ओहो 100 से वापस 110 नहीं आया, 95 आ गया, 90 आ गया, 80 आ गया, 75 आ गया, and you are still holding. It was your trading position. You wanted to sell at 10 rupees higher, but you are holding 25 rupees down. Then stock again recovers and it comes to 100 rupees, and then you sell it, cost to cost. Which position gives you more happiness? Where you make 10 rupees or you sell at cost to cost? You have the answer, right? That is what the psychology is. And that's how the trader, do trading actually. So trading is different ball game. Investment is totally different. So one need to identify. The problem with us is like, we want to become like Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, who was a great trader, at the same time great investor also. और लेकिन लाइफ में राकेश झुंझुनवाला तो एक ही है ना, सबको क्रिकेट खेलने में तेंदुलकर बनना है. अगर हिंदुस्तान के 75 साल के इतिहास में एक ही तो तेंदुलकर पैदा हुआ है. एक्टिंग सबको अमिताभ की तरह करनी है. प्रॉब्लम हमारी क्या है कि हमको टारगेट तो इतने लेवल तो यहाँ रखने, और फिर क्या होता है यार वहाँ तक तो मैं पहुँचूंगा भी नहीं, और छोटा काम मुझे करना नहीं. Thank you so much. Thank you for all your love and patience. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So, thank you everyone. I think it was an insightful session. मज़ा आया. We need a much longer time with him. So next time जब आएंगे तो maybe we'll keep 2-3 hours separately with him. नहीं. जल्दी होगा. अनिल जी ने बोला है जल्दी आएंगे कुवैत. So thank you so much अनिल जी. आप आए यहाँ. हम लोग के साथ टाइम बिताया. थैंक यू सो वेरी मच. थैंक यू एवरीवन.
सवालों का कारवा चलने देते तो शायद अगली सुबह हो जाती.
Absolutely.
समय की पाबंदी है, लेकिन मैं आदित्य को बुलाना चाहता हूँ. आदित्य
आइए सर, थोड़ा इधर आ जाते हैं.
आइए सर, आइए.
Those who are thinking of leaving, अब इतना टाइम बता दे तो थोड़ा और बता दीजिए, आप ही की फायदे के लिए बात कर रहा हूँ. So we are going to wrap up very quickly. I know it's a little late, we are running a little behind, but I would like to quickly call CA Umesh to facilitate our overseas guest. After that, there is an amazing surprise, actually 2 surprises for all of you. Just hold on, evening is yet not over. We have still something to offer to all of you. Umesh, over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Hope you had a great session just now. I would like to start this session with a phrase. A friend in need is a friend indeed. So when we talk about the overseas guests, the chapters, this phrase comes to my mind first of all. This is the first phrase comes to my mind. So on that note, I am delighted to have and express my heartfelt welcome to our overseas guests. So your support and collaboration has been immense in our journeys to leap into the future together. In order to felicitate them, I request C. Aditya to come on stage.
AVD.
AVD.
To come on stage.
As I call them, please join me in giving them the warmest welcome. CA Kamlesh Tibrewal, ICI Doha chapter. And the team of Doha chapter, please. CA Rajesh Kumar Somani, ICI Dubai chapter, and the team. CA Gaurav Kapoor, ICI Muscat chapter. And the team of Muscat, please. Yeah, we have Jim. Thank you. Krishnan NV, ICI Abu Dhabi chapter, and the team. So the members who are past and present of Abu Dhabi chapter, please come on stage. CA Vivek Gupta, ICI Bahrain chapter, and the team. We just attended their conference recently. Jayaraman Chandra, ICI Riyadh chapter, and the team. Thank you. last but not the least, all the way from UK, CA Ajay Kumar, past chairperson, ICI UK chapter.
So now time again.
Thank you.
I'll hold you here. Again, Sonia, CA Sonia Titus, can I have you on the stage? We have to make our paymasters happy again. Let's have the facilitation for the sponsors.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's my pleasure to felicitate our gold sponsors of the evening. As I call your name, I kindly request you to come forward and receive the memento from CA Aditya. First, may I invite Mr. Vibin Varghese, Caesars Group. Next, may I invite Mr. Ranveer Handa, Capico.
So we have Mr. Munawar accepting the facilitation on part of Capico.
Now may I invite Mr. Ranjit Chandran, Deloitte.
You know, you will notice a special smile on Sonia's face. So,
Yes,
Sonia, you have
my
to
boss
join.
is here.
You have to join. Go, 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 go.
Now may I invite Mr. Mohammed Shuaib, RSM. Next, may I invite Mr. Nishank Agarwal, Al Shaya Group.
We have Mr. Vipul from Al Shaya.
May I invite Caesars Group to the stage, please? Mr. Vibin Varghese.
Continuing with our gold sponsors, may I please invite Mr. Vikram Singh Shekhawat, Al Ahli Bank of Kuwait. Mr. Shamak, Al Ahli Bank of Kuwait, can you please come and accept the memento? Mr. Abdullah Al-Khudari, may I please invite you on stage to accept on behalf of KIPCO Group. Next, may I please invite Mr. Khurshid Sanjana, Warba Bank. Next, may I please invite Ms. Leen Al Hafer, Citigroup Company. Invite Mr. S. Ramachandra, Fuad Al Ghanim and Sons. May I please invite Mr. S. Ramachandra, Al Ghanim International, anybody representing, can please come ahead and accept the memento. May I please invite Mr. Hashim Katish, BDO. Or Mr. Ketan Puri, BDO.
No, he's not.
So, Al-Ghani. Fuad Al-Ghanim and Sons. We would also like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our annual sponsors who have been invaluable partners to us. May I please call Mr. Sujit Ronge and Shyam Kalyanaraman, National Bank of Kuwait. Umesh Soni. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Praveen Singh, Al Mullah Group. And Al Mullah Group would also like to conduct a surprise raffle for our members.
So we have the raffle. So can we pick a can we start? Within
Nitin George Matthew. Next, we would also like to extend our heartfelt appreciation and gratitude to our printing partners and media partners. May I please invite upon stage Mr. Prakash, representing Sultan Group, our printing partners. You will take it?
Come, we'll do that also. This time I'll give it to you.
Next, may I please call upon stage Mr. Sunoj Nambiar, Indians in Kuwait, as our media partners. Mr. Raveen D'Souza, Times Kuwait, as our media partners. Mr. Wilson Saldhana, the IG World team, in acknowledgement of their continued support to the ICA Kuwait chapter. Thank you once again to all our sponsors and partners to make this event a grand success.
So now, as I said, one of the two surprises is we have international performers who have come all the way from overseas to perform here. It's a beautiful laser show. It's going to blow your mind away. So hold on to your seats. Can we have the team on stage? Huh? They are coming. Lights off, please. Lights off. Completely, fully off. Please close the doors. Can we please close the doors? Lights fully off. Can you have the ceiling lights off, please? Since we are taking a minute, Umesh, where is my partner in crime, Umesh? Umesh, let's skip the third act and let's just give them the prize. My suggestion. So we have one more raffle. By the time lights get switched off, can we have it on the screen? The screen for the raffle. Yup. Quickly. Yeah, he's. Oh, okay.
To conclude the fourth international, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to conclude the fourth international conference, Leap into the Future, here in Kuwait. Together, we stand on the brink of exploring innovations that will shape tomorrow. This event would not have been possible without the invaluable support of our sponsors, whose dedication and vision have brought this moment to life. Let us begin this journey. Prepare to be captivated by a performance that ignites imagination and embodies the spirit of progress. Let the future begin.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. As unique as it was, I think it was quite a breathtaking scenario. So now we move on to our vote of thanks, and I would like to request CA Venkat to please do the honors.
Will we switch on the lights or we'll go ahead? Yeah. Thank you everyone. Such an incredible day today. Esteemed guests, my dear fellow members, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude our extraordinary journey, the leap into the future, together, I'm filled with a profound sense of gratitude and accomplishment. Please bear with me a couple of minutes more as we draw the curtains to this insightful and inspiring conference. It's the moment I should take and say thank you to each and every one of you who have supported this conference. First and the foremost, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed dignitaries, the chief guest, His Excellency Dr. Adarsh Koika, the Indian Ambassador, Embassy of India to Kuwait, the guest of honor, Mr. Mishal Al-Khahas, representing Her Excellency Ms. Noura Al-Fassam, Minister of Finance and Minister of State for Economic Affairs and Investments, and the special dignitary, Mr. Sabah Mubarak Al-Jalawi, the Chairman, Kuwait Accountants and Auditors Association, for their esteemed presence and their invaluable support in spite of their busy schedule. Furthermore, we are deeply honored to have the presence of our esteemed CA Ranjit Kumar Agrawal, the President of the ICAI, the visionary leader, his unwavering support as keynote speaker, and the strategic direction have been instrumental in setting the tone and shaping the success of this event. Can we have a big round of applause for these dignitaries, please? Moving on to our eminent speakers, our sincere thanks to Mr. Chetan Bhagat, whose insightful perspective and captivating storytelling on the importance of ethics enriched and given a different dimension to this conference. Can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Chetan Bhagat, please? And we are particularly grateful to the insightful panel discussion, Kuwait Tomorrow, Opportunities and Challenges, the expert panelists and the industry leaders from our Kuwait, Mr. Salah Al-Shaya, President Al-Shaya Group, Mr. Basil Al-Salem, CEO Gastronomica, Mr. Badr Al-Hasil, Group CRO Bobian Bank, providing their valuable insight, personal experiences, and success stories, inspiring us to seize their emerging opportunities and addresses potentially challenging to the Kuwait. Can we have a big round of applause to these panel members, please? And special thanks goes to our panel moderator, CA Ketan. Can we have a big round of applause for CA Ketan? We're also very much indebted to the renowned investment specialist, our own stalwart, CA Anil Singhvi, who has come all the way and enlightened us with India's economic trajectory and have broadened our global perspective and highlighting the immense potential of Indian market. Can we have a big round of applause for Anil Singhvi, please? We would like to express our sincere gratitude to our eminent speakers and leaders from Kuwait, Ms. Maya Alwesh, CEO Cynet, for her informative session on leveraging analytics and AI to drive business strategies and mitigate risk. Mr. Khalid M. Hadi, Associate Professor of Chemical Engineering at Kuwait University, former Secretary General and the Supreme Council for Planning and Development, for his insightful session on Kuwait Vision 2035. Can we have a big round of applause for both the leaders, please? Now moving on, we are also very much indebted to our overseas delegates who have traveled from far and wide to participate in this conference. Their presence and support and participation broadened our global outlook and made this event a truly international. Can we have a big round of applause for our overseas delegates? We would like to thank our Flames production artists who just presented the artistic laser show for all of us. Can we have a big round of applause for them? Moving on, event of this nature and this scale without the proper resources and all. So our sincere thanks goes to all our esteemed sponsors, Title, Platinum, Gold, Silver, Strategic and Annual as well as gifting partners. So for their generous support, can we have a big round of applause for our sponsors, please? We are very much grateful to our media partners, Arab Times, Indians in Kuwait Group, and the Times Kuwait, and the management of City Bus for their extensive coverage and promotion of this conference, because City Bus management, as for the first time, has extended their support in spreading the message of our annual international conference throughout the Kuwait. Can we have a big round of applause for all our media partners? Last but not the least, we'd like to express our sincere appreciation to the management and staff of the Marina Hotel and the event management team, design masters for their exceptional hospitality and seamless execution of all arrangements. Can we have a big round of applause for our hospitality partners? And I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the dedicated members of the organizing committee who are tirelessly working for the last 2 to 3 months on this. Please let the claps continue as I call on the names. So CA Firoz, CA Manish, CA Joseph, CA Bhavani, CA Sonia, CA Ketan, CA Kunjumari, CA Andali, CA Sweta, CA Umesh, CA Rohit, CA Venkat, and myself. And the captain of the ship, who is at the forefront, who is none other than our energetic young chairperson. Can we have a big round of applause? CA Aditya Dhanuka, hip hip, hooray, whose tireless efforts have brought this conference event into this function. I would say actually purely the passion and the working and serving for the fraternity has made this event so such a successful event for today's evening. Before I conclude, I would like to highlight and express a sincere gratitude to one special gentleman, I don't know if he's among us today or not here, who has known to most of the leadership fraternity of GCC, Mr. Puneet Chaudhary, CEO of Virtuous Group, who has been continuously supporting all of us across. I don't know whether Puneet is here or not, but a big round of applause for Puneet for supporting us in all the fronts. And before I close for the day, thank you once again for all of you. Without your participation and support, this event wouldn't have been so successful. Can we have a big round of applause for all of us? Ladies and members, there is one final raffle for all of us, and there is one nice giveaway conference gift. Very soon, Ketan is going to disclose for all those members who are patiently here since morning till evening and supported this event. There is a wonderful gift for all of you. So, Ketan, over to you. Thank you once again. See you.
Thank you, Venkat. And now, final raffle, final giveaways for all of you. All of you have been so patient. A lot of people have left. Your chances increase. Their loss, your gain. Can we have the names, please? I'll not take much time. So, can we have the names on the screen? Can we have the software on the screen? Meanwhile, as it comes, just to let everybody know, this is the giveaway. I think the organizing committee has been able to organize. These are travel suitcases. It's available outside for all the CA members. Back soon. Back soon. Okay, sorry. It's from back soon. They have been kind enough to participate with us in this. I request all the chartered accountant members to please collect it on their way out.
So, just one thing before the raffle starts. Can you guess which is our mega raffle for the day? Can anyone from the audience guess the mega raffle, not the executive committee or the committee?
Okay, anybody who guesses what is the mega raffle prize will get an additional 10 KD voucher from the treasurer right now. 20 KD.
I will make it 20 KD.
Okay, first, tickets. Yeah, he got it, man.
Yeah. Here we go.
Come on the stage. Come.
So we have 20 KD Caesars vouchers for him. May I request CA Aditya to come on stage? mega raffle. Okay, so before the mega raffle, we have 3 more surprise for the members. We have as Ketan will mention.
From Jumeirah has been kind enough to give us couple dinner at the restaurant. So we have 3 of those vouchers. Can we take the name, please? Can we get the names?
Any guesses again? Martin Jacob.
Martin is here. Going once, going twice, going thrice. Next one, please. Redraw. We'll have quite a few redraws, huh, Aditya, this time.
Second winner.
Nisha Jalan.
Oh! Nisha Jalan.
Quick. अगर डिस्क्लेमर है, इसमें हमारा कोई हाथ नहीं है. प्लीज ब्लेम मत करना. Let's draw.
The second Jumeirah voucher.
It's Nisha's anniversary and she's got a voucher and she knows where to go.
CA Vijay.
Vijay Mangari.
Going once, twice, thrice. Next name, redraw.
CA Abhishek Kumar.
Redraw.
Next. Vinod Matthew. Next.
It's their loss.
CA Rohit Agarwal.
Last but not least, इसके बाद और भी हैं.
There are more.
Do we have CA Iqbal Vora? Lahore. 1, 2, 3, go. We have. Sorry. We announced City Bus photo click competition. Sonia, come quickly. Anybody from City Bus present here? Okay. She would have
So
to
the
do
campaign was you need to snip a photo of the city bus which has the ICI Kuwait chapter conference flyer on it and tag us on Instagram. So we had many entries.
Not ready. Okay.
So
Aditya, take out the chit.
May I request Aditya to take 1 chit for the lucky winner?
Yeah.
You want to give 2?
छोड़ो उसी को दो. क्या कह रहे? हाँ अभी बचे मेगा प्राइज बचा है.
So we have the last two mega prizes from
Jazeera Air tickets.
Yeah. Can we have the lucky winner please for the mega prize? Number 1.
Number 1 first.
Prateek Bohra.
Mr. Prateek Bohra. Oh. Last raffle for the day. Last raffle for the day, and then we close. Divya Ramadas, do we have her? Notes. Let's change. Let's redraw. Vishal Thakur. Thank you. It has been a wonderful journey, as I promised. It's been amazing. Lovely to have all of you. I'm signing off. Ketan Puri, I was your host for the evening. Thank you. Namaste. Thank you so much.
Lastly, the special gift the members can collect at the only for members. They can contact CA Jatin, who will be there at the doorstep to give you away. Thank you so much.